Shorty had them apple bottom jeans, but with their fur whole club looked at her. Baggy sweater pants and Reeboks with the straps gave that big booty a smacker. $1,000,000 vibe bottle to go. Their birthday cakes, they stole the show. Next thing you know, Shorty got lost. Shorty got lost. Shorty got lost.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
She got lost. Shorty got
Low, shawty got low, yeah. Low, shawty got low. She hit the floor. Low, shawty got low. She hit the floor. Low, shawty got low. Low, shawty got low. Low, shawty got low. She had the apple bottom jeans and the boots with the fur, yeah. The whole damn club, they was looking at her. She got the baggy sweatpants, Reeboks with the straps. When she turned around and gave that booty a smack, she hit the floor. Low, shawty got low. She hit the floor. Low, shawty got low. Low, shawty got low. Low, shawty got low. Shawty got low. Reeboks with the straps. Well, she turned around and gave that booty a smack. She hit the floor. Low, shawty got low. Low, shawty got low. Low, shawty got low. Low, shawty got low. Shawty got low, yeah. Low, shawty got low. 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 she hit the floor. And next thing you know, shorty got low. She got low. Anyway, all right. Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Yeah. What a voice. It's the voice. It's like a combination of Fergie and Jesus. How are you guys doing? Yeah, good, bad, maybe. My ears? All right, that's bad. All right, cool. Next thing you know. Okay. How are you doing? Low, shorty got low. What's up? Hey. Oh, what's this? Here, hold on a second. Hold on a second there, Professor. We fixed the glitch. Here, look at this. What is this? Oh. Yes. 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 Very nice. Thank you, Chuck Norris. I mean, Georgia. All right. See? Yeah, that's good. That's a bit of good news.
Discovery,
make more.
throttle up.
I'm not kidding. Make more. Look, this is my serious face. Make more. Okay, but also ICPS3. Not now, Salamander Man. Yeah, yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Oh. Oversized load. What is that milk bottle shaped thing? It's the reactor core, man. Yes. Yes. So check this out. We got another piece of Artemis 3.
Discovery,
At
go
the
at
Cape,
throttle up.
baby. Oh, yeah. Bash 27 month resub. The Dark Lord is here. The Dark Lord is coming. Oh. We're not doing it. We're not doing it, Yodas, but also yes. Yeah. That's the last time any Delta 4 derived hardware is leaving that factory. Shame. Is that the Block 1B vacuum stage? No. Still Block 1. But Artemis 3. But it's close. We're close. Gobi, how are you? Also, Trevor Malman has some just... Oh, hey. You hear much about the LK99 superconductor? I have thoughts about it, but here. Tess, I will refer you to your countryman here, alright? I'm gonna refer... Oh, dude, I'm still pinned on that guy's... Alright. Right, here. Take a look at the Flying Scotsman here. See what he said right there, mate? That's the opinion that I'm sticking to for now. Yeah, no, yes, I've been reading about it, but I don't think that the peer review is there yet, mate. That's right, Nils. We're looking at an 8.4 diameter on the block 1B. It's gonna be a chonker. Yeah, but if there's any truth to it, yeah, I know. We talked about it the other day when we were playing Satisfactory. Yeah.
No, that's all right. Accent aside, that's like some post-scarcity thing going on there. Yeah. I don't know enough about superconductors to be 100% real with you, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do. I know what it does. I know a room temperature one is a big deal. It has to be peer-reviewed, guys. But if it is peer-reviewed, superconductors won't necessarily change anything like outright, but it's one of those things like superconductors. Think about it like in terms of technological significance, like it's the diesel engine. Yeah. Everybody knows what a diesel engine is, but you don't really think about diesel engines too much. But diesel engines literally drive our civilization. Without the diesel engine, we would not be anywhere as advanced as we are now. Diesel engines generate power. They move stuff around. Superconductors are like that. It's one of those like foundational pieces to the next type level civilization, I guess. Like it's a big deal. Capacitor, transistor, stuff like that. Yeah, exact. That's probably more in line. Superconductors aren't going to be necessarily a thing that you noticed. There's not going to be companies that are like our new retroencabulation superconductor. It is shaped like a banana for better aerodynamic and electrodynamics condition. Like you're not going to see like the brand new superconductor. It's one of those. It's like a sub-assembled component, but it's still. If we have a lossless superconductor, that's some post-scarcity stuff. Like, I'll give you an example, like one example of what a superconductor could do. A superconductor wire could be used in a spacecraft, right? It could be used in a spacecraft that has an ion engine, right? And a nuclear power source. So the thing about it is that there's no resistance. There's no resistance loss. So the inverse square law goes out the window for the most part. Right? So you could basically yeet and you could overclock an ion engine till your heart's content. So we could make ion engines have useful amounts of thrust instead of just enough to station keep a satellite. Like if you do this, that has more thrust than an ion engine, right? And probably better impulse too, but that's another story. Superconductors basically eliminate the bottlenecks in ion engine design. We're talking like Star Wars stuff here, man. Like Star Wars stuff. It's a big deal. But here's the thing. I read this by Scott this morning, and it was actually a couple minutes ago. That's right. I don't know enough about superconductors to weigh in on this one, man. Nor is there enough information available with peer review and stuff to really be like, this is a big deal. Like, it could be a big deal, but it's nothing right now. I saw a Starlink train the other night. Cool. Hi, no KSP 2 yet, or are you just like me? It's not better than KSP 1 yet. Roy, it's got some time to go. Give it some time in the oven, man. Give it some time in the oven. It'll be all right. Oh, hello, Midge. Ohayo gozaimasu, Midge-sama. Did you do the driveway and how did that go? Did all right, Kobe. Yeah. Thank you for remembering. Yeah, cool. I did. Yeah, I worked in the backyard. Did a lot of work on Saturday. Got my hand caught in a blender. Yeah, so that was good. It wasn't running. Don't worry. I was trying to seat the blade in the blender after I cleaned it, and it seated, and my hand kept going, and skin peels like an apple with a really sharp blade. Yeah, no, that was gross. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, I had to clean the blade again and the blender and disinfect it yeah. So you had a fun weekend. Oh yeah, it was great. There were tornado warnings a little ways north of me, so that's good. Tornadoes in Massachusetts is not a thing. But it's a thing now. That's great. Yeah, that's not a thing. We don't get tornadoes on the South Shore in Cape Cod in Massachusetts. There's never been one. But lo and behold, there was one. It was north of me, guys, but we still got the warnings. Yeah, Brimo and I came back. Dude, Brimo and I came back from the grocery store on Saturday night, and I got out of the car and I noticed that it was very, very quiet. Quieter than the woods usually are. Like, it was super quiet. And I guess that's a telltale sign that there are conditions for a tornado. Like, I'm not from the center of the United States. I have no idea. I later read that that's not good if it's really quiet. We got the tornado DLC. Yeah. Don't make me tell you about the 53 Worcester F4. I'm talking... Jam, I know Central Mass gets tornadoes, but not Eastern Mass. When's the last time Eastern Mass got a freaking tornado, man? Dude, yeah. God, it was... Yeah, it got dark, man. Like, really dark. It was weird. It was weird. It was super quiet, and then it got dark really fast. Like, it looked like if you're in like 2x time warp in Kerbal and the sun goes down really, really fast, like that. Because the cloud layer moved in, and it was weird, man. It was weird, and just like that, boom, rain, like boom, just out of the blue, like pa. How dark is dark? Kobe, my neighbor's house is probably, I don't know, about 300 feet away. Maybe a soccer field's length, like the long way of a soccer field or a football field. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see his house. I could see the lights, but like I can usually see my neighbor's house. Couldn't see it. It was like, it's as dark as if you're like a broom closet. It was very dark outside. Yeah, no, Bandit, it was very... So the tornado went north of us. It went to Easton, that's north of me. Like 10 miles north of me or something. Something like that. And, dude, it got quiet. Like, I can't describe it. It was very, very unsettling. We were unloading groceries out of the car, and I'm like, this isn't right. Something's very wrong here. Like, yeah, you got a very unsettling feeling. And then the tornado alarms went off. Like, our phones went, get inside now. And I'm like, eh? So we went inside to turn on the Weather Channel, and the weatherman's like, get inside now. And I'm like, okay, basement, let's go. Get in the bulkhead. Dude, it was strange. Yeah, and it turns out that a couple miles north, like in the middle of the South Shore. So this is like around Foxborough. It's actually around where the Patriots play. Foxborough at Easton. That's like north. It's a good way, I don't know, like 10, 15 miles northwest of me. Tornado touchdown. And it was just an F1. But that's still weird for around here, man. Apocalyptic type silence. Yeah, it was... Like, normally you hear critters in the woods. And you hear, like, you can kind of hear the trees rustling back and forth a little bit. Yeah, this was dead silence. Like, being in a recording booth. I don't know if you guys ever been in a sound booth or something. It was like that. It was weird. Yeah, it was a tiny little tornado, but that's still strange for us, dude. We don't get tornadoes up here. In the Midwest, we go out and try and see them. I suppose that's not very smart in hindsight. Well, Wisp, you guys can see them coming. We can't see them coming. There's too many trees. And I was telling Bree, like, I know a little bit about the aerodynamics here. You need to accelerate the air, so you have to have laminar flow with the tornado. You have to have varying pressure and laminar flow. And they have to mix, right? Like, that's how a tornado happens. It's basically a giant vortex between low and high pressure, right? But both of those pressures have to be undisrupted. So you can get like a radar contact tornado And that's just the sky swirling around. That happens. You get rotation, right? Like, I know about this. I probably picked it up from reading about weather with rocket launches and from the meteorologists that watch and chat. And it takes a wide open spot for you to get a contact to the ground. You need a wide open spot. We don't have wide open spots here. There's trees everywhere. There's trees in rolling hills. So it's tough. It is tough to get a tornado to touch down. It needs to do it in like a big parking lot or something, or a big field, right? We can't really see the thing coming here because there's trees everywhere. But if you see it coming, it's too late. And the rain was nuts. It was like Florida tropical storm rain. Yeah, Kiranov, like tinnitus, like crazy, dude. It was weird. You don't live in a trailer park, you'll be fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, dude. And then like when the tornado warnings were going off and Brimo's like, what do we do? I'm like, go downstairs, put stuff between you and flying objects. I was like, how about we put our shoes on? Just in case we need to, get out of here quickly. Probably don't want to be barefoot. So we put shoes on, and I was like, let's get into the bulkhead. That's surrounded by concrete. That should be fine. We don't have a bathtub in the basement, Hellfish. Yeah, so I was like, let's just go down in the basement. I'll open the door to the bulkhead in case something really goes wrong here. And, yeah. Wrong answer. Tie a water heater with Christmas ornaments on the back of your truck and drive it into the storm like Bill Paxton did. You copied Dorothy! You copied her! You copied Dorothy! Yeah, so I realized, like, yeah, I don't really know much about getting the frick out of the way or dealing with a tornado, because we don't get those. Get it into a 50-style fridge. We do have a fridge in the basement. It's not a 50-style fridge. It's a 90s-style fridge, so. They always say get to the lowest level of the house, wear a helmet, and be in the centralmost part of your house. Put as many walls between you and the outside as recommended. Unless it's an F5, then they suggest to get underground or out of the way. Yeah. Watching Twister should be mandatory. Now that I'm thinking about it, Kiranov, the silence that's in that's portrayed in Twister, that's the like where they just hear the wind chimes and that's about it and nothing else. That's right. That's exactly what it was. I remember getting out of the car. I'm like, it's quiet, really quiet. Huh. All right. I kind of chalked that one up to being in the woods. But yeah, dude, it was for a second there, like the storm was going really fast. It was going 45 miles an hour, so it was gone real quick. But for that second there, I'm like, what the frick is going on? Tornado. Yeah, it's just, yeah. If it's not moving, it's moving towards you. Okay, well, we can't see it coming, dudes. I'm telling you, I live on my backyard is like basically into a forest. It's like a nature, it's a state forest, so we wouldn't see it coming. There's like 5-story tall evergreen trees around my house because it's on the back of a national forest. So it's like, okay, we wouldn't be able to see it coming. Dude, the rain was nuts. That was Florida rain. But it was only Florida rain for about 5 to 10 minutes. And then clearly you need a periscope through your roof to track these bad boys. Yeah. I was sitting there worried about the garage, right? And I took a peek out the bulkhead in the middle of the storm. And I'm like, I can't really see the garage. The garage is, I can't see it. And then the lightning happened. And I'm like, oh no, it's still there. All right, cool. Close the bulkhead. All right, we're good. Freaking dude, it was getting the kind of lightning where it arcs across like a bunch of clouds and then down, so it was like a strobe light turning on, and I'm like, oh, the garage is still there. Okay, it's good. Let's close the door. Are you thinking about trying the new F1 manager? Not interested, dude. I don't really want to do the whole yearly game coming out thing. The main section of the hot stage structural test article has been placed onto its stand. Yep. Dude, it was crazy. So that's how my weekend went. I did some yard work, and, yeah. Did you hear about the ancient worms that were being woken up by scientists after being frozen for 46,000 years in the Siberian permafrost? I've seen this movie before. It doesn't end well. Dude, where did the Orioles come from? Baltimore? So, what you guys are saying is that I need a rec room. Broke into the wrong gosh dang rec room! We got that mother humper! I mean, Bert did have a pretty nice collection. He was the proprietor of... I mean, he had a pretty nice collection, if I do say so myself. I mean, let's see, what do we got here? It's a flare gun. Looks like he's got a couple of Tokarevs there. Got a couple of compact 1911s, shotgun, over-under. Very nice, very nice. Hey, M14. Very nice. Got a couple of lever actions right there. Looks like he's got an M16A1. M1 Garand. Very nice. This is a very nice collection. Got some single actions down here. Dude, 2 P38s. Those are rare. P38s. Very nice. 3 P30. No. That's 2 P38s and a Luger. Is that an SKS? I think that might be an SKS right there. It might be a Simonov. Broke into the gosh dang wrong rec room! Tonight was the first time the Yankees allowed 6 runs before recording an out since August 19, 1997 in Anaheim, when David Wells allowed the first 6 Angels to score in an eventual 12-4 loss. Oh, more bad news for the Yankees? All right. Yeah, these are single-action revolvers right there. The ivory grips are a dead giveaway. That's the gunslinger. Pow, 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 pow. But up here, that's 38. That's 38 snub right there. At least I think. That might be a little bit too big. That might be a 357. Either way, don't dial 911, dial 357. Don't forget the real rifle, the 600 Nitro Express in the cabinet. Dude. There ain't much that's surviving 600 Nitro. No, it's not snubby. I looked at it. I got a good look at it there. That's a 357, dude. That's not a 38 snub. It's too big. Too big to be 38 snub. Look at this little guy. Look at that little guy. Is that a Derringer? Look at that little baby. Little baby. There's a great collection of stuff. There's a good gun collection. He had a G3. See, he has a G3 in his hand right there. That's a nice rifle. G3. I mean, I would have taken the Garand, but the G3 has more you have more rock and roll with the G3. What are those red bags at the bottom? Red bags. I don't know. I have no idea. I would like to actually point out that Bert Gummer is a model gun owner. None of his guns are loaded. Watch the movie again. Nothing is loaded. Everything on the wall is safed. Now that's responsible gun ownership right there. I don't think it's powder. It looks like some kind of lockout mechanism for the pistol, but I'm not 100% sure. Could that little one be a PPK? No, it's too small. Too small to be a Walther. There are 2 Walther P38s right there. And it looks like those are Tokarevs. That's a Russian sidearm. Tokarevs are basically Russian 1911s. They're not chambered in 45. They're in 30 cal, 7.62 by 25. It's the same round that the PPSH shoots. It might be ammo for the revolvers. If they don't have a speed loader, sure. Yeah, I know, Victory. Very responsible. Nothing is loaded. Watch the movie again. They load up everything. He's got a Stanag sitting right there. Actually, that might be a Ruger. That might be a Ruger mini carbine. Not an M14. That might be a Ruger Mini 14, which is a very, very cool little guy. Cool little guy. That looks like an 870 right there. Dude, the over-under, though. Look at that over-under at the top. That thing's a monster. Deer hunting? Looks too chunky to be a Mini 14. Yeah, it could be an M14 carbine or something. Either way. Yeah. We got it. That's what you're saying. We got to have a rec room. Broke into the gosh darn wrong rec room. The elephant gun. Yeah, the 600 nitro, dude. There's not much that's surviving that. Yeah, but the A-team used them, Hellfish, so it's cool. Hey, what do we got back here? See those? Ooh. 44 mag. I think those are big. That's a big pistol cartridge, man. That looks like I'm not sure. We'd have to go see the label, but this is everything. That's all different types of rounds. Look at that thing. That looks like 22 long, but I don't know. Before the MG ban, Ruger made full auto Mini 14s. I mean, that's a vibe, I guess. Have you seen the slow-mo guys where they shot 700 nitro? Yeah. I haven't seen that particular one, but yeah, 700 nitro is 600 nitro. Heck, even like 440 H&H, which is just okay. I mean, whatever's behind that, whatever's in front of that's not you. All right, okay. I did watch a what did I watch the other day? I think it was a Garand Thumb video, and it was they hit a ballistic dummy with something, and it was gruesome. It was like that's not alive. Okay. Oh yeah, it was a 500 Smith & Wesson. Yeah, 500 S&W. Just a 50 cal. It's a 50 cal revolver. It's just the fact that your guns say replica down the side, and mine says Desert Eagle .50 should perpetuate your balls into shrinking along with your presence. Yeah, that was violent. That was violent. I don't have any better way to say it. That was violent. Yeah, that 500 S&W from Garand Thumb is like, all right. It's like let's tie it back into rockets. It's like did you guys watch PSLV over the weekend? It's like seeing the PSLV go. It's like, whoa, that's gone. Okay, that's wow. That's a lot of power. Okay, it's and it's gone. Yeah, Kicks, exactly. Here, that PSLV launch. Take a look at this thing. Well, it's gone. Watch this.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Yep. Okay. Yep. That's gone. All right. It's leaving now.
Just 5 seconds.
Lift off normal. T1 tracking.
And we have
Man,
a lift off.
That thing's booking. That's like 2 TWR off the pad easily. 2.0 TWR. Thrust to weight ratio. 2.0 thrust to weight is that's high. That's really, really fast. Man, that thing's booking. You see the vid where they shot the ballistic dummy with the artillery piece, the 155? Yeah, that 155 Soviet howitzer. What ballistic dummy? They don't even, dude, a thing like that, they don't even count body parts. They pick you up with a sponge. Did you see that 5.56 is on the way out? I'll believe that when I see it, Gaw, to be honest with you. They want to replace it with, what are they going to replace it with, like 300 black or something, or that 6.5 SIG cartridge or whatever? What was Arian 5? Arian 5's up there, Creeper. It's not 2 off the pad, but it's close. Wow, who builds them rockets? India does. Hang on 1 second, guys. I gotta turn the AC on. It's getting hot in here. I turned it off because after the tornado came through, or, well, the tornado warning came through, it got really cold. Oh, we got a full bucket. Hold on. Where's the bucket? Ah, crap. Forget where the freaking bucket, the tank is for this thing. That's good. Just turn that on. We'll deal with that later. That's the spear. Yeah, 6.5 SIG, which is interesting. That's not the first time a 6.5 cartridge has been said to be like the new hotness, right? FN tried that in the 2000s with the 5.7 and the P90. But that, I mean, that type of intermediate cartridge, I guess. I mean, 6.5 is a little bit different, but yeah, Minotaur, beast mode. Yeah, Jax, that Minotaur 4 launch. It's basically 263 Peterson. It's still the floor. It's a floor AC. It's a 10,000 BTU floor AC. I just don't know where the bucket is. It says the bucket's full, but I don't know where it is. And I kind of... I mean, but then again, you know, I didn't really think about this. It's probably going to get hot in here with Kerbal on. So maybe we should figure that one out before it gets like 100 degrees in here. With the frame rate limiter, it shouldn't be too bad. Alright, so, the Star Raker. Oh, that's cool, God. Nice. Alright. We figured that this probably isn't enough. We might need to overclock. Hook up a drain hose instead. Where's it gonna go? I don't have any place for it to go. I didn't put a faucet in here. There's no plumbing in this building. So we were kind of figuring out what types of fuel we're gonna need, or how much fuel we're gonna need, and go from there. But we might need to start building out the shell of the vehicle to get a better indicator of mass here. But just get a lot of potted plants. That's actually not a bad idea. We'll make a little ecosystem in here. And we'll grow some vegetables, too. So, we did get the dimensions of this thing kind of figured out. And I have the dimensions of the cargo bay, the crew area, cargo bay, kind of relative positions of landing gear, where the engine section and fuel tanks start. I marked it with flags, and basically where the wings are and everything, like wing length and scale. I mean, as you can see, this thing is going to be a monster of a vehicle. This vehicle is basically going to be a Kerbalized scaled performance version of Star Raker. Star Raker was a concept that was proposed by Rockwell in the late 70s of building a SSTO. It was a gigantic honking SSTO. It was in response to a project, an initiative of literally building gigantic solar arrays on orbit to beam power back down. Yeah, Star Raker would have been basically a C5 that flies into space. Yeah. In fact, its cargo bay would have been derived from a C5. Yeah. Which is... Yeah, Midget, we could do that. That's Star Raker. It is a giant hydrogen-fueled SSTO. It would have had 10 turbo ramjet engines that run off hydrogen. So, okay, so think about this for a second. Each one of these are scaled up SR-71 engines with intakes on them derived from the XB-70. The XB-70 Valkyrie, which... I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the XB-70 could theoretically go faster than the SR-71, but it's close. I'll bet you it could go just as fast, if not faster. But then again, let's say it could potentially go faster than the fastest acknowledged speed of the SR-71. Oh yeah, Metroid. Dream big, baby. So, the XB-70 has these ramp intakes, alright? The ramp intakes... Here, let me give you a little bit of a background here. The XB-70 was basically designed to fly extremely freaking fast at extremely high altitude, and it's basically a manned ICBM with wings, but it's not an ICBM. It drops bombs, it would drop nukes, but it's designed to go faster than anything, so you wouldn't be able to shoot it down. The XB-70 eventually kind of led to the B-1, the B-1 bomber, which I still will contend to say is one of the prettiest planes of all time. B-1s, you just don't bump on the B-1, see? Even in the B-1 article, it stems from the XB-70. The B-1 is just one of the prettiest planes around. They're setting to ramp them down from what I understand, which kind of sucks. They're really cool planes. If you look, the B-1's intakes look a lot like the XB-70's intakes. Yeah. The B-1 has its origins in the XB-70, but they ended up doing the different thing. The B-1 is basically designed to fly really, really fast under the radar, bomb something and get out before anyone knows what's going on. It is a freaking monster of an airplane. B-21 is a worthy replacement. So, the cool thing about the XB-70, yeah, Tessa, I was getting to it. The cool thing about the XB-70 is that the XB-70 takes advantage of a phenomenon called compression lift. And this is like a big difference between the XB-70 and the B-1. The B-1 is designed to fly really low. The XB-70 is designed to fly extremely high up in the air. Because the idea is that if you're higher up in the air, there's less air to get in your way and you can go faster. And because there's less air in the way, entry effects are mitigated, right? Because there's less air to run into. The XB-70. So you know how we've been talking about the X-59 and how the X-59 is designed to minimize... It's designed to minimize that compression wake that happens. That makes the sonic boom. Okay. It's designed to minimize that compression wake. The XB70, right, is designed to accentuate it. It's designed to make it worse. That's what that intake is designed to do. The idea is that you have a phenomenon called compression lift. So, compression lift in aerodynamics, I could just show you a picture. It's a lot easier to understand if you see a picture of it. So, long story short, the XB70 had like X-wing S-foils, right? Lock S-foils in attack position. It had wings that went down like this on the sides. See? You see that? And the idea is that the way that intake cuts through the air, it diverts subsonic flow into the engines, and that wake gets channeled underneath the wings. If you understand what a trimaran does in hydrodynamics, like a trimaran boat, it channels that wake underneath the wing and generates insanely high amounts of lift at high altitude at really, really high speed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, the XB70, they never figured out how fast it could go because it crashed. Well, they canceled the project and then it crashed, but they never really figured out how fast it could go. It was never tested to its full capability. But yeah, the XB70, it's kind of weird looking because it looks super sleek up here, but it looks super boxy down here. That's on purpose. It's designed to create compression lift. So it's designed to split the air, and that air will leave a wake, and that wake gets trapped underneath the wings. And that makes it so this thing can fly way up there where no SAM is ever going to get you at very, very, very high speeds. The XB70 theoretically had comparable speeds to the SR-71, to the fastest acknowledged speed of the SR-71. I would bet on the limit would still be the engines melting. Well, it has a ramp intake, Tessa, so they were slowing down the air into the motors. I'm guessing, I disagree. I'm guessing that heating on anything, on any of the control surfaces, or the canards, or the front of the vehicle is probably the reason. What kind of altitudes? Don't know. It's all theoretics, man. It's all theoretical, dude. They never really tested. They never got to test how fast and how far it could go. I mean, the highest tested altitude. Okay, look at these numbers. Look at these numbers. This is highest tested, all right? They never pushed it. Because you know during test flights, you don't push the limit unless you're trying to induce a failure mode, but probably shouldn't do that when people are on board. The fastest speed, 2,000 miles an hour. 74,000 feet, that's 23,000 meters at Mach 3. Sustained Mach 3 for 32 minutes. Mach 3 is insanely fast for an airplane, especially an airplane this big. I'm not up to date, Zanator, I'm not up to date with the LK99 stuff just because I'm waiting for peer review. So when the peer review goes through and it becomes news, then I'll tell you something about it. But yeah, all I'll say is that's like, you want to get Star Trek in real life? That's Star Trek in real life. The tests were with AV1. AV2 is faster. Yeah, that's right. The one that crashed, unfortunately, Tessa, is yeah. They learned a lot from the prototype, and they made a second one, and unfortunately, the second one met its demise. Freaking F-104. Isn't that like a prototype Blackbird? The XB70 had the potential to be faster than the SR-71. Way faster. Once again, compression lift. Dude, okay. Armchair aerodynamicist here. Armchair engineer. Hi. I think it could have flown at 100,000 feet. I'm pretty damn sure. But they never tested it. The project was canceled before they went higher and faster. It is a monster of an airplane. But the people that designed this are the same people that a little bit later, you know, had the proposal for Star Raker. You can see that Star Raker kind of bears a passing resemblance to that XB70. It's a similar shape. The intakes are way different, but essentially Star Raker is an SSTO with two XB70 kind of engine sections strapped to the back, and believe it or not, in the center here, a space shuttle engine section. Those are 3 RS-25s, and those are 2 AJ-10s. So it's basically like an XB70, a C5, an SR-71, and the space shuttle all rolled into one plane, and it does everything that all of those planes do. There's a reason why it probably didn't get funded, because this is... I'm not going to sit here and say, like, this is some easy thing to do. This is very... That would have been a very tall order for the 70s. Just got back from your assessment day at Williams. Got to see this glorious thing. Is that an FW-14B? Oh, FW-15C. The next one. Oh. That's the one from 93. But that's after they banned that active suspension. Still a very fast car. Yeah, that's still good. I've been hearing whispers, Doom. I'm kind of waiting on it, but yeah. Here's one thing: the XB70 is the XB70's biggest improvement of the SR-71 is the actual massive reduction in drag. Felt surreal being at Williams. Was there a 14B around, or was this the only one? Assessment. He's working. He had a Williams assessment today, Hellfish. But yeah, thoughts on F1 2023. I'm not interested in playing a game that comes out every year that's basically with updates that could have been a patch. I don't mean to hate on Frontier. I like Frontier. Frontier's a good development house, good development studio. I don't want to support something like that. I vote with your wallet, dudes. I mean, F1 Manager 2023 looks pretty good, but I'm not a fan of the Madden yearly content. I'm really not. I was talking about the Codemasters one. Oh, the actual F1 2023. Kind of the same idea, dude. Alright, fellas, it's getting way too hot in here. Give me 1 second. I can already feel the temperature going up. I gotta find a way to empty the bucket on this thing. I'll be right back 1 second, okay? My air conditioner's bucket is full. I gotta empty it. Open the garage door. I mean, Jim, today that actually might not be a bad idea, but give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. There was a lot of water in there. And it kind of overfilled the tank a little bit. It was a good amount. It's a good amount. No gameplay has commenced today. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. You're so helpful. You ever do a side-by-side with the XB70 and the MiG-31 Firefox from the movie? MiG-31 Firefox. What in the world is an AC bucket? Air conditioning. The condenser on the air conditioner gets a little wet. And it fills up a bucket. And bucket? Mr. Bucket, yeah. So, what? Yeah, I guess I can kind of see it, but... Yeah. That's weird. I'd prefer to stay grounded in reality here. It looks like a cursed F-15. I can definitely see what they were trying to do here. It looks like they took some concepts from the XB70. They took some concepts from it and combined that with the paint job of an Su-47. Yeah. It's funny because you know, if there's ever fictional airplanes, you can usually tell where they got the reference from. I'm going to go ahead and guess they took reference from the original XB70 design right there. That's what the XB70 was supposed to be. The XB70 was supposed to carry cruise missiles, like, on its wings. Yeah. It was supposed to, like, attach the wings together, and it could take off as one plane with 2 cruise missiles on each wing. Yeah. Yeah, it was very strange. And then they came up with that instead. That's much, much simpler. Yeah, it was supposed to be a bomber that had 2 smaller bombers attached to it, and they could detach and then go and do their thing. They eventually did this instead. Isn't the Su-47 way after the movie? I don't know. I'm not... You know what, God? I'm not recalling what the MiG-31, the Firefox, comes from. The Su-47 came from the late 80s. They were testing out reverse swept wings. They did that as a response to the Grumman X-29. The Soviets did that because we took a T-38 and flipped its wings backwards. They figured out that at slower speeds, the reverse swept wing cuts into the air better. Yeah, it cuts into the air better. At slow speeds. At high speed, it's okay. The funny thing is that... You know, if you look at like a modern fighter, let's look at an F-22. The F-22's wings have a reverse swept edge. See what I'm talking about? I mean, they're still a swept wing, but it's not like a fully swept wing. It's not a delta wing. It's kind of half reverse swept, half fully swept, I guess. I don't even know what to call that. I'm sure there's a name for it, and if there is, I don't know what it is. It's trapezoidal wing. Yeah, it's halfway between a reverse swept wing and halfway between a forward swept wing. See, that's smart. Oh yeah, there's that prototype F-22 thingamajigger. Yeah, they have like chrome Raptors flying around. I have no idea what they do. They look cool though. So yeah, we gotta get into Star Raker here. Let's do this. Actually, that's not too far off from what the B-21 is supposed to be like with deploying guided unmanned ordnance. Yeah, Train Man, you often see the concepts of airplanes, like you see the ideas, like the ideas are there. Like take the F4, one of my favorite planes of all time. The F4 was designed to do everything. It was designed to be a fighter for the Navy, for the Air Force, and the Marines. It was designed to be one fighter that does everything to standardize your production lines. It worked okay in that role. It's not very good at dogfighting, but the idea behind the F4 is that you don't need to dogfight if you just shoot a missile at somebody from long range and then fly away. The problem is missile technology wasn't really there yet, and they'd shoot missiles at people and they wouldn't work. I blew out the air filter on the air conditioner as well, so there was a lot of dust. So you see that idea with this, right? And then, you go down the road and you see the F-35, and the F-35 is the same idea, but I would say it's much more well executed. Did you hear Paul Rubens' Pee Wee Herman passed today? Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. See you later, navigator. But yeah. Star Raker is like an XB-70 that basically flies into space. It's pretty awesome. It's not that. It's not as simple as that. I know it's not as simple as that, but also, yeah. We're going to build this today. Or at least we're going to start. This is not going to be a singular stream build. This is going to take a second to get this right. So, yeah. It's going to take a second to get it right. But also, if we get it right, this is like an end-all, be-all for full reuse in KSP. Like, you're not gonna get better than this. Can you jettison spent SRBs? What do you mean, AP? Oh, those are great pictures. Hellfish, yeah. It's not a flying wing, it's a gigantic delta. Yeah, this is a monster plane, Marco. This plane would have been basically a C-5 that flies into space. That was the idea. I mean, that's a Dash 100, so that's not the biggest 747 ever made. The 747-8 is the biggest one. And the certain versions of the Dash 4. But yeah, it's still a monster of a plane. Considering that the shuttle carrier aircrafts, right? The SCAs that move the space shuttles around were 747-100. So that can give you basically an idea. The space shuttle would probably be from the start of the rudder to the beginning of the hump here. That's how big the shuttle is. This thing is gigantic. I mean, what I like to tell people is that it's, like I said, it's basically a shuttle external tank. There's an ET shoehorned into the back of this thing with a shuttle engine section back here. Those are 3 RS-25s. That was the proposal. 3 shuttle engines. Because the shuttle engines, when this project came about, the shuttle engines were already in production because of the shuttle program. Yeah, he got to ride in a Mitchell too, Hellfish. I saw that. This thing will have insane cross range. Yeah. Josh, that was kind of the idea, that you could... I mean, that's why this thing doesn't look like a space shuttle. It's got like a pointed nose and stuff, because the idea is that when it comes back down, it flies like a fairing. Fairings have, the SpaceX Falcon 9 fairings, they have insane cross range because they're so freaking light. This thing, when it took off, it has hydrogen, it has liquid hydrogen in the wings. There's hydrogen wet wings. And these are hydrogen, basically hydrogen-based J-58s. Like, they're SR-71 motors that are twice the size, that run off liquid hydrogen instead of JP5? I think the SR-71 may have been JP8, but whatever. The V-stab seems very small, no? I wouldn't call that small. Here. I have a PDF here, which is like a pamphlet for it. I think that might just be the picture. The V-stab is huge. Speaking of fairings, you see the pic of the extended fairing that NASA posted? I did, Thomas. Yeah, the extended fairing exists, but they showed it from the freaking front, dude. They showed it from the front. The heck are we supposed to do with that? Like, what are we supposed to do? They had pictures of the extended fairing for Falcon Heavy. They're testing them right now. But yeah, we didn't get any pictures. Actually, Alex retweeted it. Hold on. That's a good way to find it. Also, yeah, Starship hot staging engine section. Where is it? Antares also rolled to the pad for a launch on Tuesday. That's the last Antares 230. Hey, Chief. What's going on, buddy? I forget where I thought he retweeted it, dude, but yeah, we're way too far back. I must have missed it. I must have scrolled past. First day at work after vacation. Oh, good luck, man. Right here, Thomas, you got it. It's from LSP. Thank you. So check this out, guys. The page doesn't exist. All right, well. Let's try that. Oh, they deleted it. They deleted it. Uh-oh. Probably showed something they shouldn't have. Elmo. I don't think ITAR, probably more proprietary than anything. But then again, that is an NSSL. That fairing is a national security space launch contract. So, Henry Roberts is a good propulsion engineer. Yeah, baby. Now I really want to see it. It wasn't, dude, it wasn't, I'll be honest, it wasn't anything to see. They showed a picture of the fairing, like if this is the fairing, right? They showed it from the front, and then they showed a picture of the vacuum chamber that they're going to test it in. I did see it, Thomas. I saw those pictures. But the fairing didn't have any protection systems on it. Like it didn't have the outer coating on it so you could see all the mechanical bits. Well, if they deleted it, I'm not showing it. You guys can go find it as you see fit. I'm not showing it. I'm very careful about that stuff. Long story short, the fairing's gigantic. Yeah, it's huge. Hey, guy. What's up, Clayton? How you doing, buddy? Anyway, let's get going. Star Raker time. So, this right here, what I have here is just a template. It's just, here, let me get certain pieces off of this thing. This is just basically a 3D blueprint here for what we need to make. This shows all the points where, it shows all the different sections of the vehicle. I basically took this blueprint and cut it down into pieces and made these lines down here. You see the B, C, D lines? I made those and brought them right into Kerbal so I could get a good idea how big we're dealing with here. It's JP7 Tigris. I wanted to say 8, but I know it's not 8. Yeah, but I know it uses something weird. But thank you. Yeah. Not too much wider, right? But definitely taller by a fair-ing amount. I mean, dude, Falcon Heavy with that extendo fairing is actually going to be a pretty insane launch vehicle. I mean, this is that looks like an Anatoly Zak render, yeah. I mean, the EPLF is, that's like double the size of the current fairing. And the current fairing you could put a school bus in. That's a gigantic freaking fairing. And it's needed for the power and propulsion element in the HAB. Yeah, that's what that render had in it. It had PPE and Halo. That's, dude, that is a, you know what, Rocky Guy, at the risk of sounding cringe, this could easily support lunar operations by itself. I'm talking like, you could you could tee up like 3 or 4 Falcon Heavy launches and make some pretty sustainable lunar architecture. The only thing that's really missing from this whole thing is a good on-orbit stage, a good upper stage, like a hypergol upper stage. I mean, SpaceX could do insanely good lunar architecture with Falcon Heavy and Falcon 9 with this, and you could do some pretty good LOR with this, lunar or not LOR, EOR. An EOR style architecture. What's EOR style architecture, just on a side note? Earth Orbit Rendezvous. Basically, Falcon Heavy could send up, you could tee up 2 Falcon Heavies and a Dragon capsule. 1 Falcon Heavy would move an upper stage, some type of hypergalled upper stage. Another Falcon Heavy could move the lander. Lander could dock. A Dragon-derived lunar lander could dock to that upper stage, and since the upper stage is hypergalls, could just chill, right? And then a Falcon 9 could launch a Dragon and then dock that whole thing together, and you could send a Dragon out to low lunar. I mean, the stage would be the complicated part, but I mean, if you can yeet that thing, a SAT bus and a gateway module in one shot, I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah. That'd be pretty damn good architecture, if I do say so myself. Titan 3E was capable of doing a sustainable lunar architecture, and I'm sad it never was to be. Yeah. What's that, Erudite? Go away. Sierra Space wins Air Force contract for upper stage engine development. Sierra Space won an Air Force contract to continue to develop an engine that could be used in the upper stage of future launch vehicles. They're maturing the VR-35K-A engine. The contract will be allowed continued work on an engine, such as development of flight-weight engine component design. Hey, Clutch, what's going on, man? How you doing, dude? Dude, yeah, it's been a minute. Where have you been? Hopefully doing something productive. It's an RL-10 class engine. Interesting, Phil, interesting. Okay. Alright, guys, so I'd say a good place to start here would probably be the cargo bay. So let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of this, get rid of this. We have the diameter. The I-beams right here are pretty much a scaled diameter of the fuselage that we need for this vehicle. A fair bit better than the RL-10 thrust-wise. Yeah. I mean, you know what the crazy thing is? And Rocket, this is kind of for you, but anybody else that follows space news too. It's like, you know, there's all this crazy stuff going on with commercial low Earth orbit development and potential like sustainable lunar economies and stuff, and even with all this advancement, it still seems like we're just on the precipice of this stuff. You know what I mean? Like, you can clearly see where NASA wants to go with this, and where like the Air Force and the DoD, like the capabilities that we're talking about in space. It's pretty obvious to see where they're going if you follow the space program at all, right? But it's crazy that it just kind of demonstrates how long this stuff actually takes. Like, take your expectations times it by pi, right? Like, that's the real truth, right? Like, stuff takes time, because even after all this time, all this innovation, we're still just barely there. But hey, Tara, what's up, man? We were only delayed by 40 years. This is all STS program ideas. And that just goes to show you, man, if they opened up the taps on the shuttle program, that could have been something insane. It could have been something amazing. I'm kind of disappointed that we got the watered down version of the shuttle. But when is that not the case, right? Like, happy Monday. Happy Monday, buddy. How was your weekend, Tara? I got my finger sliced open by a blender blade, so that's good. Turns out skin peels just like an apple when the blade's sharp enough. Yeah. I was putting the blender blades back in because I was cleaning the blender. Because I make smoothies because of my tooth, right? And I was trying to seat the blade back in. And I turned it like a lot. And it turns out it didn't need to be turned a lot. So I was pushing down and twisting. And my finger was like this. And the blade seated and my hand kept going. Yeah. Just, you know, top of the knuckle there. Just gave it a little bit of a haircut. There's no hair there. So, you know, that's good. Oh, I hate I didn't mention this before. Get going in KSP. I know about Keg Rocket. I follow that guy on Twitter. Keg Rocket's amazing. He also has a really nice Mustang. Buy a refurbished Blendtec. The blades are not sharp. Nothing to cut your finger off with. I like my blender that I have. It's not the blender's fault that I'm an idiot. Yeah, it's not the blender's fault that I'm an idiot. Learn to use it. The blades are sharp. You knew the blades are sharp. So why did you put your hand against the blade that's sharp and try to twist the damn thing? That's my fault, man. All right, let's go. So I'd say we'll start with the fuselage here. I'm trying to think. Kerbal likes when you build front to back. The hierarchy really likes it when the root part is at the front of the vehicle a lot more than at the back. So I'm just thinking how we're going to do this. All right, let me get rid of the landing gear there. I mean, that was kind of marking where they needed to be, but I can remark them. So this, guys, this right here is just a blueprint, and that is just kind of showing what the diameter needs to be. I can get rid of this fairing because I don't want to use that type of fairing for the fuselage. I do believe the 375 ones are what we're looking for.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Nope. No, we don't want 375s because they leave that bump in the fairing. Before you stream on Star Raker, you need to play the audio. Dude, okay. We've been here for an hour and a half. We gotta get going, dudes. We gotta get going. No, no, I haven't. I just used my blender to make smoothies, okay? I haven't, man. Okay. Let me move this part here, this way. And then we'll get our rulers out. There's a good way to make rulers in KSP 1. And they're really good for sculpting out fairings. I'll show you guys the trick here. So you put two struts together like this, and then you attach, or put two cubic octags together like this and attach a strut. And this is really good for sculpting out fairing shapes. You ever have a problem where you can't sculpt the fairing right because there's something in the way? Well, if you take the ruler, right, and you move it up like this, and if I take that ruler and I use it to measure, to basically mark how wide I need my fuselage to be, and when I go to make a fairing, as long as I move this stuff out of the way, so we move this all the way over here, and then move this all the way here, and make sure that you have your offset by hitting F, snap to absolute, because that'll keep this nice and straight. Now that's the diameter off of the center line. The center line is basically the central axis of the vehicle on, like, the long way, from the front, from the nose to the back, right? So we'll start with building the fuselage. Hey, that's what's going on. How's your flight? Oh, there you go. Clutch, you started a new position. Don't have time for anything. I see your wedding photos. You two look great. Sending lots of love. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Yeah, look at that. It's titanium. Because space shuttle and SR-71. Thanks, dude. And I got the truck running, man. I got the truck running. I finished it. I finished the dip. Big Remo and I were driving it around yesterday. It was, it's still strange, dude. It's still strange. Like sometimes when I go to get groceries, I get into one of the other cars and I'm like, wait a minute. I can drive the truck today. I get to drive the truck today. Oh, sweet. I'm taking that to the grocery store. Hell yeah. You know, like. Nice, S. There you go. Yeah, clutch. That's good, man. I'm glad you got a new job, dude. Hopefully raise investors, possibly you. Is titanium heavier than steel? That depends on how much titanium and how much steel and what type of steel. If you're talking about mass, I don't know. You'd have to go look. Steel is technically an alloy because you're comparing an element to an alloy. You can't really. I mean, you kind of can do that, I suppose, but it depends on what type of steel you have. Have you gotten the small groups around the truck yet? The small groups. New update to Stationeers. You guys seem to want to do everything but work on Star Raker today. Powered vents for Stationeers. Nice, nice. That's cool. Titanium is lighter than steel, but where titanium really shines is that it's insanely strong and it's corrosion resistant and pretty damn thermal resistant too. Like it'd take a lot more heat to melt a little block of titanium than a little block of steel. Steel, when you heat it up, it gets very jello-y. Jello-y is the right way to say it. Titanium can absorb way more steel. It's very dense. Not as dense as like tungsten, but have you gotten the small groups around the truck, EJ, of people? I don't understand what that means, Hellfish. Sorry, I'm missing it. I caught the dumb today because it's Monday. All right. So we have the diameter set here. Okay. Let's just move this up. I just want to make it so we're a little ways above the blueprints. So these boxes right here that I have, the boxes are basically the size of the cargo bay. And that's a scaled size of the cargo bay. So basically our fairing needs to fit the box in it. No, you cannot look in the box, okay? All right, so this is the diameter piece. I'm going to take that piece and we're just going to put it down there. Cargo room, not cargo bay. Yeah. Titanium can absorb way more heat than steel. You just took what I said and took some words out of it, Sea Kraken, and did that to make it funny. I'm going to do that to you next time. I'll see how you like it. RG, what's up, buddy? All right, so guys, with certain fairings in this, you have to, like, certain fairings can actually bend and contort like better than others. I honestly forget which ones. But that's what you said. That is not what I said. I said titanium can absorb more heat than steel. Way more heat than steel. It's 875 ox and 125. Thank you. Thank you. So, what are we making? Star Raker? I have my blueprints set up here. This is basically the jig for making the vehicle, to make that thing on the right. It is a heavy SSTO. Think like basically a C5 that flies into space. It was a proposal from Rockwell in the 70s. I'm trying to... I mean, the cargo bay here is basically the primary structural carrier. Hey, get back here. Here we go. The cargo bay is like the main structural piece of this, so I figure we'll start with that and go from there. I mean, we're gonna need to make the front, the fuselage after that, but then we'll get more into it. Cargo bay should be the easy part. I'm not sure if 1.8 can scale to the size that we need here, Ox. That's the problem. We'll see. Nope. Crap. Okay. Yeah, it's all good, man. We'll figure out a way around it. Shouldn't be too bad. So sometimes there's some bendy things with the joints here. So guys, if you look, right, say I take the fairing and I want to make the fairing go out to this diameter, right? So this is why it's good to use the struts as a ruler, because the struts you could still place, right? And you don't have to worry about it. But sometimes if you place it, right? If you place the fairing, it kind of bows it out at the joint right there. It tries to round it off with like a spline or something. So we got to be careful about how we make this. So I'm going to turn off, if we turn off fairing snap and kind of leave a rounded piece in here, Ox, we should be able to get it right. See, this is where like KSP2 isometric views would really come in handy. Okay, that's the diameter of our fuselage here, dudes. It's large, very large. You used a 375 for the shuttle ET if I'm remembering correctly, so you must have figured out a way to avoid it. I think putting another piece in here to lessen that was good. And the reason, if I'm remembering, Ox, the reason why I use 375s for the shuttle tank is because the shuttle tank is supposed to be like 5.1. If you scale it, if you scale 8.4 meters down by 62%, you get like a 5.1 or 5.2 meter diameter for your shuttle scaled external tank. And a 5 meter fairing can't go up 0.1, right? Even with the unlocks, it won't be able to scale it right. So that's probably the reason why I use 375. See, I told you so. You went back and clipped it. Thanks. Thanks for contributing nothing. I'm not very satisfied with your actions, Sea Kraken Boy. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not very satisfied. This is not a very satisfying experience for Mr. Strimmer over here. Sorry, I'm just messing with you. If I said it, you probably understood the context, though, right? Can you at least give me that? Can you at least give me that, please, please? That resembles a giant jar of pickles. Yeah. Pickles. Congrats on the wedding, by the way. I haven't been around in a while, so I haven't had a chance to say it. My bad. No, don't worry about it, dude. It's all good. Been super busy with university. It's all good, man. It's all good. It's not good with Sea Kraken. I want to hit him in the face right now. I don't know your name. If you weren't a chatter, I would punch you. That's a quote from Anchorman. Don't threaten chat. Building Pickle Raker. Actually, per the title of the stream, guys, down there, it's the Rockwell Turbo Star Caviar Raker. Retro Kerbal Star Raculate. Just read the title. Crude edit, but this is what Falcon Heavy would have looked like with that, or would look like with the extended fairing. Vents are in the wrong position, Thomas. Dude, can you imagine? Look at the size of that mother. Dude, I'm not gonna sit here and say that doesn't look right, Thomas. I mean, like, I know it's just a Photoshop, but I'll tell you, Falcon Heavy always looked very strange to me with Falcon 9's fairing on top. The fairing looks too small. And I know that people are gonna be like, you've never said anything like that. I never brought it up. But now that, like, in kind of hindsight, you see it with the extendo fairing, and dude, it looks... That looks good. That looks really good. That actually looks really nice. Yeah. I honestly think that... Yeah, this is just based off of my stupid armchair engineering. I think that Falcon Heavy's fairing is going to be a little bit more pointy. I think it's going to be a little more pointy than this. It's not pointy enough. It has to be more pointy. We have to instill fear into our enemies. It's not pointy enough. The reason why I think it's going to be just a smidgen more pointy, guys, is because when you have a longer fairing like this, making it pointier is honestly aerodynamically. Making it pointy allows it to slip through the air a little bit better, but not for the reasons that you might think. The funny thing is that I think this part is going to be pointy, but the top will still be a blunt shape. The reason why is a blunt shape is a great way to push the air away from the vehicle. Here. It's a potato quality image, but see? Usually stuff that flies into space has a blunt body, like this, because points keep the aerodynamic wake close to the vehicle, and it basically makes the nose cone of the vehicle, if you have a pointy nose cone, it keeps the heat up. The heat, because the plasma, right, being shot off in either direction, has more time that's closer to the vehicle. A blunt shape is generally favored, like on capsules, space shuttles, etc., etc. Fairings. See what I'm talking about? So only NSSL and the gateways for the Big O fairing. I'm sure somebody will have a need for it, Erudite, if the low Earth orbit economy goes the way it's going. I mean, that is a big freaking fairing. I think the fairing, Zay, is going to end up looking like an Atlas 551 fairing. It's going to look very similar to that. See how it's a little bit more pointy, and then it has that blunt nose at the front? Same exact reason. Having a little bit pointier nose with a blunt body is a good way to keep the heating away from the vehicle on the way up. And I don't think I need to say why you don't want the stuff inside of this thing heating up. Especially on Atlas 551, there's a Hydrolox upper stage inside of it. You don't want to heat that. That would be bad. Okay, Egon, you said crossing the streams was bad. But like I said, my basic idiot armchair engineer of aerodynamics is telling me it's probably going to be a slightly bit more pointy. Hey, Whiskey, 68 months. Thank you. What might be the most useful structure material to bring to space? Steel, aluminum, regular old rebar? Aluminum powder. Oh, force, so you could laser sinter stuff in space. Is that a bigger Falcon 9 fairing? Nils, yeah, SpaceX is working on a bigger fairing for Falcon Heavy to move bigger payloads into space for Uncle Sam. Okay, we don't need this forward piece here. But if you make it pointier, it looks more scary. Yes, 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 of course. It's not pointy enough. It has to be more pointy. We're supposed to be instilling fear into our enemies. You know, I could really do with those isometric views. You really do with those isometric views from KSP. They would be super useful with this. How strong is vacuum welding compared to normal welding? I don't know, dude. Do you think we'll see asteroid mining within our lifetime? Doom, no future is certain, but if we keep trending on the path that we're going, at least it's a potentially viable outcome. Like if NASA goes back to the moon, we get the lunar base set up, we start focusing on trying to make deep space propulsion systems, stuff like that. Yeah, it's possible. Coming up with basically the primary structural piece of this thing. It is a monster of a payload bay. The payload bay on Star Raker would have been in line with the C5. And it would have used the C5 derived payload bay, which is unreal because the C5 has a lot of space inside of it. I'm gonna keep that picture open. I mean, you could fit some pretty big stuff inside of the C5, to say the least. Like 2 Abrams tanks. Welding would largely be the same. It's just the method to weld is a little different. Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's eating a DSRV. Interesting. There it is eating some tanks. There it is eating a C-130. Look, nature is beautiful, am I right? Here we see the majestic C-5B Galaxy feasting on an unsuspecting UH-60. Nature is beautiful. Nature is metal. I mean, it is made out of metal. Is that what you're saying? Didn't Scott do a video on the DSRV? Yeah, DSRV. Yeah, DSRVs are cool. They're called deep sea rescue vehicle. If you've ever watched Hunt for Red October, it's yeah, they use a DSRV. Fun fact: I thought when I first saw Red October, I thought that wasn't a thing, and then just in my travels as a strimmer, I was talking to a guy that was a submarine commander on some submarine, don't know, wouldn't say which one. And I was like, we were talking about Red October, right? Because of course I'm going to ask a submarine commander about Red October, as if you wouldn't. And he's like, oh yeah, the DSRV. Had to use that a couple of times. I'm like, wait, that exists? And he's like, oh yeah, that's a real thing. Sure, absolutely. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, that exists. And then he was like, let me tell you about the time our navigation systems malfunctioned. And we took one of those little compass thingamajigs that you put on the dashboard of your car to navigate a nuclear submarine around the North Pole. I'm like, that didn't happen. He's like, oh, yes, it did. I'm like, I suppose that makes sense. I'm like, when was this? He's like, I don't know. I have no idea when this happened. I couldn't tell you. I'm like, what the... All right, fine. Fine. I'm like, what? Compass? Okay. I'm like, when did this happen? He's like, couldn't tell you. Don't know. don't recall these events. What are we talking about? DSRVs don't exist. Bye. I'm like... Does KSP simulate different heating for blunt versus pointy nose? It really depends on what it is, Erudite. For like these static shapes, no, the flow simulation. You can quote that one, Kraken. The flow simulation in KSP is basically non-existent. It might work on a primitive level with fairings, but that's about it. Quote that one, Kraken. Simulation. Yep. Okay. I need a threshold for the end of this fairing. This is just the cargo bay, dudes. Yeah, just the cargo bay. And yes, cargo bay in this, okay? That's true. Okay, that's the threshold line for this. We got to make sure it's right. So basically, I'm using our blueprints to get the point where this fairing needs to be. There we go. And see? Yeah, we were a little bit off. So go back in here, edit the fairing, zoom in a smidgen more. And we're using the back half of this strut to keep the fairing. There we go. Excellent. Hey Ned, what big awesome project are you working on here? It's called Star Raker. Ned, it's a gigantic SSTO. Basically a C5 that flies into space, like a heavy cargo plane that flies up into space. This was envisioned as a response to a project called SPS. Basically a large-scale project to make solar panels up in space that were like the size of like 5 mile by 3 mile solar arrays that could beam electricity back down to the surface. This was made as kind of a response to the fuel crisis. So you would have needed something that would have needed to have moved bulky stuff up into space, like on a very rapid schedule, like more rapid than the space shuttle. So oddly enough, the company that made this space shuttle, Rockwell, proposed this idea. Star Raker is an absolute monster of a vehicle. Guys, let me just tell you, this project right now would be hard to make by today's standards. It would be very difficult to make this by today's standards, let alone 40 years ago. You have 5 hydrogen jet engines on each side, so 10 hydrogen turbo ramjets. So think SR-71 motors. You have 10 of them. And they run off hydrogen instead of JP7. Which, okay. And then you have 3 shuttle engines right here. Those are space shuttle mains right there. And there's basically an external tank shoehorned into the back of this thing. So right here is basically a shuttle external tank and a shuttle engine section. Yeah, it's like, okay. They are RS-25s, Litho, and then 2 engines right there are AJ-10s. These are 2 shuttle ohms pods kind of melded together into the back of the vehicle. This is from Hayes Grayard. Hayes Gray has a really awesome thing about the video about Star Raker. But yeah, that's the idea. It's basically a heavy cargo plane that could fly into space very, very quickly, just like a regular airplane. They did this render of it next to a AA-747-100. Do they make the... Do these ramjets make my butt look big? Yeah, crazy. How will opening the nose work? Nils, are you familiar with the Super Guppy? That's just the SCA before it became the SCA. Indeed. Yeah, the whole nose is supposed to pivot off the front. Like that. I mean, in game. I haven't played KSP 1 in a while, Nils, but I'll tell you, old EJ still has some tricks up his sleeve, okay? Or the Beluga. No, not like the Beluga at all. We don't talk about the Beluga, okay? No, Doom, that's not my favorite plane. You shut your filthy mouth. The Dreamlifter's better. No, I will not be taking questions about this. Alright, cool. So we got our structural fuselage here. Once again, these I-beams down here are measuring key points on the vehicle. Like how big the cargo bay is. See the indicators? We did this out on Friday, basically making the... I always lay down 3D blueprints before I do anything, guys, because it's good to get scale right. So we can get scale and proportion and stuff better. It's easier to do all this. It's going to be using a hybrid tech derived design, Nils. I have an interesting idea for this that I think will work, but we'll see. There's going to be a hybrid tech hinge built into the side here. Because I do have space. That is supposed to be the scaled size of the cargo bay. We're looking at a 3.75 meter wide bay. So that gives me some space to build stuff on the sides. To put, like, systems and whatnot. So... And it also leaves me space down here for, like, landing gear and whatnot. But, yeah. That's why I built the template out, so I can... You know, we have different templates for, like, that's the wings, that's where the wings are going to go. We have the length of the engine section, length of the forward fuselage. So, here, we're going to do something funny here. So, I'm going to take the Star Raker craft file, and I'm going to merge it with itself. I'll show you why in a second. I want to keep this diameter consistent, but the forward part of this needs to be able to move, right? So we take the Star Raker, and we merge it with himself. I told him to go merge craft file with himself. And then we just get rid of that. And now we have a fairing that's the exact same diameter here. And we can attach it. And then I should be able to gizmo this fairing far enough forward to... There we go. Gizmo this fairing far enough forward to make sure it's matched, to make sure, or to put it in the spot where the fuselage needs to be. That's the words I'm trying to say. I'm not doing good with words today. Alright, so... This one's going to need to be a little bit different, so we need to edit the fairing again and make sure we got the right size here. And then what
Discovery,
we need to do,
go
this
and
fairing
throttle up.
needs to be turned around. Hey Zeldafax, what's going on? Trying to get it to attach. Sometimes the Kerbal editor doesn't want to play nice. So this one is going to have to be backwards facing because I need these two fairings to butt up against each other. And now what we need to do is just move. Give me 1 second. Okay, so let's take this and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then take this fairing and go 1, 2. And that should show me exactly where I need to get this fairing to end. It needs to end basically at the end of the strut right there. So, edit the fairing. Go down in here, look very close. Cool. Now, if we take the main fuselage fairing and go... Did I put this in the right spot? That's where the bend needs to be basically in between the two I-beams. That was 4 clicks, not 5. Okay, hold on. Let me go in here, edit this fairing. There we go. And now this should be 4 ticks back. There we go. All right, so this is the start of the front of the fuselage of this plane. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to take the Star Raker prototype, so I can get I need another fairing that's forward facing so we can work on the nose cone shape of this, right? Star Raker prototype, merge. Let's just grab that fairing off of here and attach it to the front. And now, once again, I have the same diameter fairing. I just keep copying the same fairing diameter so I know that this is all going to be nice and even. So take this fairing, select it, and then this one's going to have to be gizmoed back a little ways so it blends right into that fairing. And now, that should give me some space here. I don't like how much I find your lack of space disturbing. So we're going to put this back a little ways more. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I need to give it a little bit more room because I don't want the back of this fairing that will make up the forward nose cone. I don't want it intruding inside of the payload bay. We need space here to build that hinge and stuff so the whole thing can pivot. That's really important. So let's take this fairing, we'll edit it. Hey SVO, 5 months already. Hey, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate watching your channel when I can, dude. Appreciate it. Hey SVO, I bet you can't guess what brand of automobile I like. Dodge? Oh, jeez, how'd you know? Okay. Cool. Trabant? Yeah! Oh, yeah. Big Trabant guy. When you think of EJ, you think of Trabants. You know, because I want a 2-stroke lawnmower engine in my car. Perfect. How's that seam? Seam looks good. Now, we should be able to back this up. And that should pretty much be right on the bulkhead. Yeah, perfect. Cool. Now, hey Dak, what's going on? I just bought 2 Fiestas in the last week. Nice. Okay, so we'll take this line that we've been using for the front of the vehicle. And I'm basically going to copy it. I call these things Tessa rulers. It's basically a cubic octet with a strut in between. You can use it as a ruler to mark where you need to work. That one, we know, goes right on the line here. Dude, the bulkhead is so crisp I can barely see it. There we go. Actually, it looks like that fairing, this one needs to go forward a little bit more. It's important to get these shapes right because these are going to have to close against each other. So right now, if you're making fairing fuselages, it really pays to take your time. You just want a slight gap in there. There we go. That's perfect. Excellent. Those are basically butted up against each other. I'll tell you why they need to be, that needs to be so precise. This is where the front of the vehicle is going to pivot. It's going to pivot off of this, and it's going to go out to the side so we can deploy payload and we can load payload on the ground. That was the idea with Star Raker. The front opens up. The entire front of the vehicle disjoints and does that on the ground and in space. That's going to be a hard technical challenge to solve. Not so much in space, but definitely on the ground. Hey, baby. How'd you do?
You want to mute it for a second?
Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, enjoy looking at the tube. All right, chat, we're back. Sorry, had to talk to Bree real quick. Up, she stepped out of the
I
camera.
did step out of the camera.
You don't want us to see your Captain America pants?
No. My work from home uniform.
Business up top, party down low. It's like an El Camino.
We really need to put these shelves up.
Don't change the subject,
We do though.
of course. But also, El Camino.
Did you play that song for chat?
No, I didn't play that song for them, but Brimo wants an El Camino, guys.
That's not what happened at all. You should play that song for them.
I'm not playing that song for them.
Alright, I love you.
All right. See you, baby. Love you. El Camino. Yeah, it's a car that Chevrolet made. I mean, personally, I'm more of a fan of the Ranchero, but whatever. Do it and make it a pro touring car.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, this stuff takes time and persistence. You know what I mean? All right. Hypersonic, you asked if there's any tutorial on this. This is basically a tutorial on how to do it. The Canyonero, yeah. What about a Beat Mino? Yeah, maybe, Thomas, maybe. Get the SS, my guy. Mikey! Even more science stuff. Feels okay, man. Just okay? Alright. Okay. Alright, anyway. Let's, just get an I-beam here. And I'm gonna have an I-beam. Jeez, that truck. We're gonna be measuring off there. Cool. Is this tube made of prefamulated amulite? Yes, yes. It's surmounted by a cylindric logarithmic casing in such a way that the bearings for opening up the nose are in direct line with the panometric fan. Alright, so that's where the point of this is. Let's take a look. I don't really like that we have to do some guesswork here with the fairing, but that's okay. We can figure something out. I think this will be our best bet for some reference here. So, obviously I can't make a cockpit that looks exactly like that, and I like making flight decks where you can actually see out of them. So, what we'll do is I'm going to take a shuttle, the shuttle fuselage, and we're going to... The front's going to kind of look like a big space shuttle. Happy. Alright, so let's take that, put that up there. Let's go in here like this, grab this, edit the fairing. We need to go... It won't let me do it because part of the fairing is clipping into the other fairing. Ah. Get rid of that. I'm gonna have to merge one more time. Oh no, you have to use your imagination. No, I was thinking about this over the weekend, how I want to do this. We'll make it look good. Star Raker prototype merged. I need another one of these. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 spots forward. I needed to move it 2 meters forward here, so we don't have the problem that we just encountered. Put that there, like that. And now, what I'm going to try to do here is find the approximate spot where I want the shuttle fuselage to be. I'm thinking right there is pretty much what we want. So, there's another trick here. We're going to grab these rulers again. And you can use this to kind of outline the shape that you want. Let me show you.
Discovery, go
Gotta
and throttle up.
remake this ruler. Give me 1 second. Hey, Yurovich. What's up, dude? We have to make it so it's not node attached. We need the nodes on these cubic octets open, and I'll tell you why in a second. Sometimes, so we're going to blend the fairing around the shuttle fuselage. That's basically what we're going to do. And I need the fairing to, I want the fairing to clip through the fuselage, but I don't want it to clip through the windows. See the windows? But the cool thing about the shuttle cockpit shape, guys, is that the shape of the shuttle cockpit here is basically a nose cone. There's a, it's a cone. It's a cone with the flight deck sticking out. Seriously, look at a shuttle. I have caps lock on because I fat fingered it. So if you just take a look, this is basically an offset nose cone. So the nose cone doesn't go all the way forward, it kind of bends downward, but this part of the shuttle moves away from there, and this thing kind of protrudes out, right? But if you drew a line right here, without the flight deck there, you drew a line, it's basically a nose cone that's pointed down. So if I make my fairing run along that imaginary line right here, we can get it to make it look like this shuttle cockpit was kind of built into the fairing and what it's built around it. Now, in order to do that, I need to find that imaginary line. Now, that might be a little bit difficult to do, but here, I will show you how we're going to do this. So, we can use these rulers because these are great for building fairings because the strut is a straight shape, but it's not collidable. You can put stuff through it. You know what it looks like? It looks like a beluga. No, it doesn't look like a beluga. It'll never look like a beluga. Stop trying to make belugas happen. It's not going to happen. Shut up! So basically what we got to do is take this and make it parallel
Discovery,
more
go
or
and
less to
throttle up.
there, right? And then we're going to need another one of these. Hey Doom, what's up, buddy? We need another one. Another one. Can we make this go all the way back? And then where the line diverges, we got the next shape. So we take this, right? And we kind of just move this into the position that we want. To get parallel with that next bit. And then we take another one, and another one, and another one. You can see the process will repeat itself a couple of times. So we can take this thing, move it all the way back there. And we get us parallel to where basically the next marker is. Which is right there. And now we have the point that we want here. I'm going to take this ruler, this left to right ruler, transverse ruler, we should say. And then I'm going to move it up here, and I need to mark the spot where the cockpit will start bulging out of the fairing. Or the cockpit windows, I should say. See if we can find a good marker. Right there is right before that actually moves up. So there's a good marker right there. All right. It looks like a pig roast. All right, so for now, I'm going to move these out of the way in case we need them. But now, if we move the shuttle cockpit out of the way, we should basically get exactly where this thing should end up. So make this go forward just a smidge, and then all we should have to do is just make it go forward until it finds this line. We can make it go in just a smidge. And then that's where the cockpit should pop out. I misclicked. Okay, we're gonna need to modify this a little bit to make it look like the curve goes all the way to here. See, that shape does look a little strange, right? But if we take this back up here, we can make it look like the shuttle cockpit is protruding out. Sweet. Yep, we're nice and clear. I mean, we might be able to just move this around a smidge forward and back. See if we can play with it just a little bit. No, that's too much. That's just fine. See last. Did you get your MIG welder? Plugging away, researching tools and donor cards, deciding between a single donor with a 1.8 Miata motor or a 2.5 Duratec with a 1.8 Miata diff and suspension. Cool, man. How positive are you that this thing will make it to orbit? Oh, we'll get it to orbit one way or the other, Funky. Don't worry about that. Let's see if we can just move this around to find the right spot. Good. Now, I know if some of you are looking at that and going, dude, no. I got you. Don't worry about it. Just focus on this up here. That's what we need to make look right. That's the important part. Now, we're still jutting out a little bit out the back. That's not a problem. Okay. Cool. Alright, now I'm going to use this sideways marker to mark where the cockpit windows end up. Right? Actually, we should use it to mark the back. This is a much better point to mark. Mark. Right. On the back end of the strut. Once again, I'm using the struts as rulers to find shapes, to get the shapes that we need. It's called Lockheed Star Raker Drummer. Hey Ryo, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Alright, so now that we have that, let me take a look and see how big one of these bad boys is. The crew tank. It's pretty big. And that has the upper shape. That is the shape on the top that we need. So let's get rid of this. Let's go in here. Attach this. Attach that. Now take the crew tank and just go here, absolute snap. That's the shape. Now, take this. How's that? Pretty good flight deck, huh? Now we have emergency egress too, so they can pop out. That's a good start. Now, if we take this piece and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Boom. There you go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
There's your nose cone. Now we're gonna have to do something to smooth out the bottom here to get that shape, but there you go. The rulers, man. Trust the rulers. Alright, so this was not that easy. This was easy to make, so we don't need to mess with it too much. But what I'll do is I'll just move it up like this out of the way for now. Alright, because I can't, it's hard, it would be hard to make the cockpit that the actual Star Raker has, but it looks shuttle enough that it'll get the point across. If we go over to the PDF, where are you? It's close enough to the shuttle that, yeah, people will be able to look at it and be like, oh, okay. But it's a slightly different shape. So it's going to be a little bit harder to get that shape exactly right, but it's all right. What is this music? It's Gran Turismo music. It should be clean for YouTube, drummer. There's a lot of different Let's Players that use GT music, Gran Turismo music in the background, and it's good for Twitch too. And it's funky. You like it? Yeah, it's good music. Now I'm just kind of thinking about how we're going to bridge that gap. We might need to use panel thermal protection. At canards, get out. Get out of here. Yeah, see, Urban, no canards. Yeah, see, that's a great emote. That's a great emote, bud. No canards. We don't do canards here. Canards are for people that don't know how to make airplanes. Okay, now we need to kind of define the curve here. So this might get a little bit tricky, but I'm sure we can figure it out. So what I'm going to need is part that you can attach up here to the center line. That's okay. Now we need to make this part go backwards like this, and we need to locate it on the center axis. And then I just need a part that we can turn. So a part that's just relatively circular. This is all measurement parts, guys, so don't just chill. Alright, so now what we're gonna do is, now that we have a fairing that conforms to the shuttle cockpit, I'm gonna need something that kind of, here, what happens if I move that a little bit forward? Ooh, I actually like that. I like the shape that it makes a little bit better. It doesn't look like it's as like chunky. Where's the let me just look where the flight deck is on this thing. The flight deck actually ends up being about halfway up the nose cone. So, actually, yeah, moving this a smidge forward might not be the worst idea. Halfway mark is more or less right there. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't like how it does that, but that's just the geometry of the fairing meshing with the geometry of the shuttle cockpit. It doesn't look too bad like this. Hold on one second, dudes. Let me just think about this for a second. That's where we want it. We want it to look like it kind of, yeah, right there. And also, I gotta be careful. We gotta shoehorn as much stuff into the nose on this thing as we possibly can. The reason why, the back's gonna be a little heavy, like the space shuttle. We're gonna have a lot of engines back here, a lot of fuel tanks, a lot of stuff back there. So we gotta really make sure that we can shoehorn as much mass forward as possible. Obviously take the monoprop out, we don't need that. You should check to see if that hatch works. In good time, Aerodite, in good time. Okay. See, with this, we might need, we probably can make the inversion a little less here. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna make this fairing expansion. We're gonna put the fairing expansion back on here, and we're gonna grab our curves again. I'm gonna move them back into position. But this time, what I'll do is grab my other pieces that we put up here, right? And I'm gonna define this shape here. I think we might need to do that. This isn't so much me messing with the process. This isn't so much like a standardized process. I'm changing the way I do this a little bit for the application. But the rulers, stacking the rulers on top of each other and getting them to make a convex curve for you is super, 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 super useful. I'm using this to basically define the shuttle shape, so when we build the fairing, we can kind of visualize where the shuttle cockpit is going to end up. I know it ends up looking like a shish kebab here, but... And trust me, if you're just coming in here, this is probably getting very confusing. I'm using a bunch of struts, and I'm using a bunch of straight lines to define the shape. I have to build the fairing around the shuttle cockpit, but I don't want to make it look like I just put a shuttle cockpit over this and called it a day. I want to make it look like it's one shape. This is the way to do it. I'm sure someone's came up with a better way somewhere, but I'm sure on some planet it's very impressive, but your weak link is, this is Earth. Sure, on some planet, that's very impressive. What's wrong with Tesla rulers? Nothing. I'm using them. Once again, this might seem a little bit tedious, but this is what separates, like, really good KSP builds from, like, amazing KSP builds. And I have a lot of experience in that second one. Now we know that this last part is perfectly straight, so... What do you think of Kerbal 2? I like it, just needs to cook. Let the devs cook for a little bit longer, dude. This game was rough when it came out too, man. But you gotta remember, we got an entire professional dev team working on KSP 2. KSP 1 took a long time to really come into its own, and that was being developed by 3 guys. Like, it's gonna take some time. But yeah, give it some time, dude. It'll be good. Alright, cool. So now, turn the fairing expansion. Oop. Whoops, wrong piece. Alright, so now, take the shuttle, move the shuttle stuff out of the way. And now, if we open up the fairing, see right there? Perfectly defined. And it might be a little bit hard to see, but if I move these down here, the stuff that does the nose cone, the pieces that do the nose cone curve, it's a little easier to see the actual profile.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Pretty cool, huh? This is a good way to do things because, yeah, you can, if you're building around the fairing, you can help, you can see the defined lines. But see, there you go. Right there, that's the convex part, and then there's your nose cone. Hey, Owner Cage, 27-month resub. So now we can build around the shuttle. We know exactly where this thing needs to be. Now, you want to get even crazier? We can get crazier with this. That's why I put this piece here. So where's our root part? The root part of this is right there. So if I take this piece, right, take one of these, and we attach it here, like this, right? And we try to move it as close to the root part here as I possibly can. Now the root part is not snapped to any particular absolute piece, but we can go here like this. And now, take this, take the whole dang thing. Node attach it. Now why did I do that? Well, before it was just attached to the fairing. Now it's attached to this front nose cone piece. The reason why I did this is because now we can rotate it to the sides. And now after we place the shuttle, I can rotate these and use these to help define a shape later. We can rotate the entire thing to make sure, because we have accent lines to do on the sides, but just hold off on that for a second. Let me just make sure that this transferred correctly when we change the root part. it's not exact, so let's just go in here and see if we can just smidge it around a little bit. We know that this top line right here, that strut is flat. So as long as we make that match the top here, like that, it'll give us pretty much our exact position. Now, I probably should have done this attached to the rotating part, but it's alright. We just gotta move it around a smidge. I might need to redo this because I modified the way I did it halfway through. But sometimes that's what's required. Yeah, I screwed it up, but I needed to be able to turn, so. Hey, John, what's going on? Gosh, see you, buddy. I might need to redo it just a smidge, dudes. That's okay. It's not a big deal. This takes 2 seconds to do it. Once you know how to do it, you do it pretty fast. Because I'm not... So I built it with the shuttle cockpit in just some random spot. I probably should have measured where I exactly want the flight deck and then made the shape first. I kind of did it a little bit out of order. You're going to have to forgive me. It's been a little while since I've done stuff like this. Since we've made anything like this. So let me redefine it one more time and go from there. There was a self-propelled passenger module. Oh, wow. That's cool. 60-man crew module. Yikes. That goes in the cargo bay. Neat. Alright, I'm gonna have to redo it. We're gonna have to redo the profile. It's not that big of a deal. We just want to make sure that the shuttle cockpit's in the right spot. And that's basically where I need it to be. So we'll get rid of that, and if at first you don't succeed, try again. Try. Sometimes you just got to remake the rulers. You shouldn't, like, this is the part, like, actually building the thing is not even the hardest part. It's figuring out what you want to make. That's the really difficult issue here. Like, that's what makes this stuff hard to do. So what I'm going to do when we go back through this again and make another one, make another forward nose fairing, I'm going to see if there's a way that we can, because if we move the shuttle cockpit far enough forward, we might not need to do that indentation. We might not need to do this indent right here. And if I don't need to do it, if I can figure out a shape to make where we don't have the indent, like if we move the cockpit forward enough, then we won't need to worry about trying to round off this shape with like tiles or panels or tessellated wings or whatever. It'll be much easier to blend the shape, especially since Star Raker seems to have the strakes Strakes go all the way up to the nose. It's a very weird shape. Think like almost SR-71. Down here a little ways. You can see what I'm talking about. See, the shape kind of looks like Mark IV fuselages from, I forget which mod pack it looks like. What are you building? Star Raker. Cats. How goes the build? Book it! Goes good, man. Goes good. John, how you doing? All right. So let's redefine. Mark IV stock like. Yeah, Barak, yeah, exactly. I don't remember if I shared this, but I got an old box from my step-grandfather who passed away some time ago. He used to work at NASA and a bunch of photos and calendars and other Apollo and Orbiter memorabilia. Found an old poster of the shuttle with an x-ray of its inner workings in its rough condition and was wondering how I get the Discord so I could share it with the community. I posted the link for the Discord in chat. That's really neat though, man. Pretty cool. All right, so the other thing that I'm going to do here is instead of using struts, I think I-beams might be the right move here for this. I need the side profile for this, and it might be easier to sculpt it out of I-beams and then transfer the I-beams to strut rulers. Let's see where that takes us. That more or less is where the point needs to be, right? And now, once again, we can mess around with this. Oh, you posted the link. Let me see. Let me see, John. What do you got? Yep. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's a promo poster about the shuttle. That's an awesome picture. There's also some pretty cool concept pictures here. That's sweet, man. You should frame it. Frame it, dude. Not everybody has that poster. Neat, man. Okay, that's basically the shape for the point that we need. It's 42 by 30. Sweet, man. That's cool, Nova. Neat. So now, the thing about this is, and this is the reason why I wanted to attach it to a part that's rotatable, is because now I can kind of see if we made a fairing that defined this outer line here, right? Like if that's the definition of where like the strakes and stuff are going to be, and that's where I want the fairing to be, how much does that clip into the shuttle cockpit? See what I'm talking about? Now we got a little bit of a problem. If we want to make the shape like that, come to a nice useful point like Star Rakers does. I probably should have done this before we defined the lines. Forgive me, it's been a while. See what I'm talking about? See, now this is gonna be a little bit harder to get right. Because that's the shape that makes the point, right? See, if you follow that, that's what you want the fairing to look like. Once again, if you rotate that 90 and look up here, yeah, that means the shape is a little bit oblong on one side, which which does make sense, considering the shape of the bulkhead. See how it's wider on the top than it is on the bottom. See what I'm talking about? But that shows that we're on the right track, because that's what the shape looks like. We can do that, Ultimate. Yeah, we'd have to mess with the control point a little bit, but we can. Yeah, times like that, if you tilt the flight deck forward or you tilt it back, I usually put a control point in the front to make sure that we're controlling from the right spot, because if the flight deck's tilted down and you go to fly it, your nav ball is going to be tilted down too. Not a good idea. Yeah, that's where the fairing will go, to go through the glass. But what happens if we do this? Now we're talking. So let's take this. Guys, that might do it. That might get us where we want. And it's still not, it doesn't, hang on, the aft flight crew. Okay, there we go. How does that look? I'm talking about like up here. It blends pretty dang well. There's a little bit of a seam right there, but that does more or less fit. Okay, so now I'm going to take these I-beams and we got to transfer them to the Tessa rulers. Instead of doing a definition of the shuttle cockpit, we'll do a definition of where we need the fairing, and then I think it might be a better workflow to transfer the shuttle, or to compare that against the shuttle. So first thing I need to do is I need to mark where I want that shuttle cockpit, and that kind of is the point of the shuttle transfer line. That's why we did that. But what I'll do is I'll just use horizontal markers here to measure where I need this thing to be. Remember, it has to be absolute snap so we can get its locate the position. And once again, this is kind of the reason why I make these, I use the I-beams for the blueprint, like to measure lengths and stuff, because it's easier to attach rulers and stuff to them and make jigs and stuff so you can figure out shapes. And I'm going to put this one basically right there. And I'm going to have it measure where the Mark III fuselage ends and where the shuttle begins. We'll split that strut like that. Cool. All right. Excellent. Now let's transfer the I-beam to rulers, and we'll mark it that way. An easy way to do that, an easy way to do it would be to mark it on top. So what we're going to do is that's the front of the shuttle, that's the back. We can take the shuttle fuselage thing, just move it out of the way. See, if you look, we have a really oblong, weird-looking, pointy fairing that we really don't want. But if I try to make the fairing up against these I-beams, it's going to think that the I-beams are clipping. So let's take this, move it up like this, and we'll do the same thing that we just did with the rulers. So take this piece, move it up here into position like that, move it like this. That's our root part of our ruler node, I guess. We'll take, how many rulers do you think we're going to need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, give or take. Give or take. So I'm going to have to remake these rulers because they're node snapped. I don't want them. That one can be node snapped, but the one that marks the other end of the ruler, you want to radial attach that one. So this goes here, that goes there. Take this, go in here like that, And now, the reason why, yeah, see, now we can, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Okay, so now get the fairing, mouse over the fairing. You can make it transparent for now. Now take this one. Grandfather was a navigator on a Wellington bomber, then went on to electrical work and heat treatment. I'm now an automation engineer in heat treatment, and I wish he was still around so I could talk to him about it now that I understand more. Ultimate, I understand the sentiment, man. My grandpa was a airplane mechanic on B-24s and C-47s. Really wish I could have picked his brain more. He passed away when I was a lot younger. Hey, G-Funky, what's up, man? I love my background. I wish he was still around so we could share my interests. Yeah, John, I'm with you. Yeah, I know what you mean, dudes. That's why you cherish the time that you have, right? Like, my dad and I were cooking Sunday dinner yesterday at my parents' house, and we had PBS on, and there was an Apollo 11 documentary on, and we were sitting there cooking, having beers, and watching Neil Armstrong in the thing manually land. And my dad was like, my dad goes, "That 1201, what does that mean?" I'm like, ha ha ha, let me tell you about Stack Overflows, buddy. Let me teach you about Stack Overflows in programming. I'm like, your computer ever lock up because you're trying to tell it to do too many things? He's like, yeah. I'm like, that, but on Lander. And he's like, oh boy. And I go, you know, Neil took that sucker in manually. He goes, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, he turned the computer off. Took the sucker in manual because he could, because he's freaking Neil Armstrong. Obviously. He's like, that's freaking awesome. I'm like, yes it is. Yes it is. Is that a raincoat? Yes it is. Impressive. Very nice. Let's see Neil Armstrong's landing. The autopilot. The 1201 alarm. I had to have it. No, I rotated the object the wrong way. I love refrigerators. So yeah, that was pretty neat. That made me pretty happy. I screwed up again. Yeah, the control points for this node are a little strange. Where's the first strut? I've clipped too many things together. Too many rulers! It has a stack overflow, T-Man. Stack overflow means that the processor is doing it, but you basically have a traffic jam of data. It's because they left the, Buzz left the, what was it? He left the radar, not the radar, it was a piece of equipment that communicates with the CSM that's used during rendezvous operations or undocking operations. I think it was the CSM radar or something. Yeah, I knew it. Neil's accelerating. He's taking it in manual. There we go. Back on track. Yep, okay. More or less got our shape. So now take this one right here, move it out, multiple ways. And we have to line it up with this piece.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Buh! 95, what's up, man? Did you do karate in the garage today or what? Want to go do karate in the garage? Yup. Was he also a space shuttle door gunner? Now we got to line up with that one right there. So take this thing. Not exactly aligned. Parts up here like this. I just got to make sure that when we do go to sculpt this fairing that it doesn't, none of these cubic octag struts get in the way. Alright, so now I need this one for the last bit right here. Alright, we just got to make sure the ruler is... There we go. Just move it up a smidge. There we go. Once again, we just got to make sure that these are all out of the way. Okay, so now that I've transferred the I-beam shape over to rulers, I didn't put the I-beam on a root, but it's okay. So let's go back here, and let's see if this part transfers correctly. There you go. Those struts right there are measuring that shape. And now I can make the fairing around that shape because the strut pieces aren't collidable, and this is. I could just basically use these as a ruler when we go to sculpt the fairing. So 15, 30, 45. 60, 75, 90. All right, they're out of the way. Cool. Excellent. So now what we do, I go to this fairing and we're going to edit the fairing. So edit it. And now what we do is make the fairing follow the struts. 1, 2, 3, 3, e 2, e 3. And anytime you see two struts cross like that, that's where you need to place your next piece. This is, in 3D modeling, guys, this is called making a profile curve for the profile of whatever you're trying to make. Okay, now if we take the shuttle cockpit and we just gizmo that sucker right back down into position. One more. Oh yeah. Was that a count joke? Yes, I make a profile curve 1 times 2 times, 3 times. You're a strut. You're a strutlet. I think that is the position where we needed this. Let me just make sure. Yep, that's lined up. Is that lined up? Cool. We still got this part on the sides, but we can always clean that up. And then we can clean this up here. I'm not really too big of a fan of that, but there you go. All right, now we can get rid of the beams. We don't need that. Save this. We still got a little bit of seamage back there. Let's see if we can, I'm kind of curious. Can we just play around with this a little bit? Oh, that's perfect. I'm gonna adjust my markers here. Yeah, that'll make the front of this thing a lot easier to put together. Did DJ already comment on Jack's Hot Stage Pathfinder assembly picture? No, I haven't seen it. I mean, I've seen it, I haven't commented on it. Sorry. I'm in build mode right now, dude. KSP2 still bad? It's not bad, it just needs more time in the oven, dude. Give it some time. It has the potential to be insane. But right now, PY, the editor isn't really fleshed out enough to be able to do crazy stuff like this, man. And I've been itching to work on an extraordinarily complicated project that's going to take me a little bit of time to make, and you just really can't do it in KSP2 right now. Soon, though. No, orange rocket, good, Cozy. Okay. I will not tolerate cynical thinking in my chat, Pythos. Cynicism detected. Please refrain from cynicizing anywhere near this chat. Yes, but Pythos evil begets evil. Shooting at it will just make them stronger. I just realized those tankers are levitating. Yeah. I am EJ. I'm a robot. I have a robot hat. It's a Yeti. This is a Yeti. It just happens to look like an external tank. Yeah. Actually, this would be really good for cryogenics. It's vacuum lined. Maybe make fuel tanks out of this and make a little model rocket. Model rocket action out of Yetis. That'd be kind of cool. I don't think that fuel tank's awfully high mass for a cryogenic fuel tank, but man, whatever. Rip rarest, yep. Rip. Why isn't that chroming out? I've used a green screen for a pretty good while, John. Yeah, I have a regular green screen. Hey AJ, I've been having an issue lately. Sometimes when I go to a station in orbit that I've built in orbit, using the tracking station, everything loads and then the station does a rut and yeets itself into deep space for no apparent reason. You screwed up the hierarchy somewhere, Twisted. Yeah, you gotta be careful about where the game puts your root part, dude. Twisted, let me think of an example. So in KSP, there's no soft body deformation. There's no crushing physics, okay? And it's really hard to tell in KSP 1 where, like, it is in KSP 2 as well. Like, what part is, like, the wing box, so to speak, right? So, if you go in here and look at vessel naming, there are certain types of vessels that override other vessels. You got to make sure that the core node of your space station is something that has high priority, like it has the station tag on it. If it doesn't, If it doesn't, what happens is you go to dock a space station, like a ship to it. If the ship has a vessel type that overrides the space station, basically if your space station is marked as a lander and your spacecraft is marked as a station, for instance, station overrides lander, and the game will try to reroute all your parts to a vessel that you just docked to. Basically, the game logic gets confused, and instead of docking vessel to station, it docks station to vessel. When you dock station to vessel, the game gets really angry. That right there, Twisted, is the reason why sometimes I put launch pads together and the launch pad blows up. Because the game reads it as docking pad to spacecraft, not spacecraft to pad. But in my particular case, I have to do that because if I have my launch pad be marked as the core node and we dock spacecraft or spaceship to launch pad, when I go to launch it and let the thing go off the pad, for instance, it'll default control to the launch pad and not the vehicle that I just launched. So for me, you have to play around with the hierarchy a little bit. You might have to remake the space station with better defined hierarchical logic rules, but I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. I'm like, I'd say 85% sure. As sure as I can be without seeing your actual vessel. Minmus flashbacks. Bingo. If I had known about vessel hierarchy on Minmus, the Minmus project would have worked. It would have worked, but it is what it is. Yeah, be careful with auto struts too. So that's the kind of thing, Twisted. You got to be careful, and I'm sure you've heard me go on about my 6 degrees of separation rule. And this right here is what made that station that I built with the shuttle going up to KSP 2. You guys know that station, the one that we assembled with the robotic arm. Well, I gave up on assembling the robotic arm, but you get the idea. So let me save this. We just got that shape defined, right? That freaking station. I made it so the attachable pieces of each node on the space station aren't that far apart. The reason why is if you're going for crazy vessel hierarchy, right, and you do a thing where you dock, where it docks station to spacecraft, if you have auto struts that are being used to hold something in place on the space station, it'll reassign those auto struts. Why would that be a big deal with the shuttle? Well, with my shuttle, right? Let's go back up here. We'll go up to the space station, right? Master file backup. Take a look at this. The Space Station Freedom thing. Now think about this for a second, okay? We go to dock the shuttle to this thing, right? Now don't get me wrong. The station overrides because I have my core node. I made sure that the core node of the station, the Z1 module that we brought up, the first one we brought up, there is a probe core built into this. Where's that probe core? There it is. There's a probe core that's built into this that's permanently marked as station. So when we launched this on the shuttle, when this core node was in the shuttle, it read the module is the root part. Now, that was fine if you're launching just one shuttle up, right? But, so when we go up to the space station, whenever we'd go up to the space station with the shuttle, right, it would always default root part to Z1, and it wouldn't go around rerouting the craft. Why that's a big deal with auto strut is because once I got the shuttle docking module up, so Z1 to, I think this is the alpha module, to the docking port. When we go to dock with the shuttle's landing gear is going to want to find the heaviest part, right? So I made sure that the logic for the auto struts doesn't go much further than anywhere past the root, right? And if it does, it'll go up to the root and then go somewhere else. The heaviest part ended up being always on the shuttle. It's the shuttle's fuel tanks, because most of this is made out of flags and I-beams and whatnot. There's no one particular big heavy part on this, but that's stuff that you got to be cognizant of, right? Say there was a heaviest part. Say you wanted to make a fuel depot here, right? And then when you did go to dock a shuttle that lands on a runway to this thing, well, guess what? Now you change where your auto struts are going, because you can't mess with auto struts on landing gear. Landing gear auto struts always strutted the heaviest part, whether you like it or not. Now you got a problem. Because if you put the heaviest part way over here, right, the game is going to go up here through the root part, and it's going to go looking for the heaviest part to run. And if you run an auto strut too far, you start to encounter float point errors. There's a reason why you can only run a strut so far before the game just says, nah, there's distance limits on struts. Like, let's zoom in. See? It'll understand that, and that'll be fine. But once you get to a certain distance, you go to place it, nothing happens, right? That's because the strut distance is limited by float point. Auto struts are not. Auto struts can strut, you could have them strut like 3 kilometers long if you had a 3 kilometer long spaceship. The problem is that float point error to strut distance is like, you guys ever, you ever play with a tape measure and you keep extending the tape measure to see how far it can go before it snaps? How far can you extend the tape measure before it snaps down and falls on the ground? If you run an auto strut too far, the tape measure snaps. And if the tape measure snaps, you're building up potential energy inside of your spacecraft, and that's asking for a Kraken strike. Why? Because, think about this for a second. As you move the tape measure further and further away, right? You move it further and further away, it's no longer going straight. The tape measure will bend a little bit, right? This is in real life now. You ever take a tape measure and try to see how far you can extend it before it snaps? You're getting further and further away from the straight line. And if the game tries to clamp that, right, it'll clamp the bent strut into a strutted position, and that'll build up potential energy. You're basically bending parts under load here, and they'll stay like that. They'll stay crooked, just like the bent tape measure. And if you extend it too far and it snaps, right, you'll encounter a float point error, and the strut will turn into a spring and wobble your entire station to pieces. I'm sure anyone that's played Kerbal has had this problem. I'm 90% sure. Any one of you guys that's ever built a space station, you go to dock something to the space station rubber bands, freaks out and blows up. That's what's going on. Make sure your docking logic and your vessel logic is right, because if you don't, it'll blow up. Same with launch pads. You're taking a break from KSP 2. No, I'm just playing KSP 1 because I want to play KSP 1. Hey, see you, 20-month resub. I don't know, someone maybe. That's exactly what it's doing. You're running auto struts too far, Twisted, because your vessel hierarchy is all screwed up. Yeah, you might need to remake it. Remake it? There's ways to do it. Now, with my design, like I said, 6 degrees of separation. With this Space Station Freedom design, it took me a long time to figure this out. I was very strategic about the first module that we sent up. 1, based off of actual Space Station Freedom stuff, and 2, based off of Kerbal hierarchy. Now, in real life, Space Station Freedom would have started over here and worked left to right, built out the entire truss segment, and then built the modules. That's not going to work. That would not work in KSP, because that would mean that this part would end up being the root. Or we'd have to figure out a way to override and reroute parts once we put the Z1 up. That may have worked. Maybe. Untested. No idea if that'll work. So I was very, very careful about making sure that the Z1 segment was the first one that we put up. That means that it's equidistant from any particular point. The branches on this tree don't get too long, and because the branches don't get too long, there's only a finite distance that any auto strut, should we have a rogue one, will go. Does that make sense? You have to do that when you're building a station in KSP. I mean, you might not, you could probably just build it and it might just be fine, but this guarantees that it will be fine. The only problem that we ever ran into was an EC power problem with my robotic arm. Other than that, this station literally went together and the logic was perfect. Yeah, sometimes the Kraken arm would scramble in time warp, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Are you playing with mods? I just have a bunch of custom flags loaded into the game, Canola, but more or less, no mods. It's just flags for textures. There's no, I should make an addendum to that. There's no gameplay mods I'm using all stock parts with the 2 DLCs. I do have a couple of visual enhancement mods, and I have Kerbal constructs to build infrastructure on the ground, and that's it. That's all I have. In terms of building craft files, it is completely stock. Except for the flags. I have some custom flag textures. Is joint reinforcement not needed anymore? I never needed joint reinforcement. I never needed it. Once you understand the hierarchy, there's no need for joint reinforcement. You don't need to work on that. You don't need to do that. Between auto struts, regular struts, and knowing the logic, you should never need joint reinforcement anywhere. Is there any info on vessel hierarchy or what overrides what? Oh, I know this off the top of my head, dude. Yeah. So, base. Base is the king. Okay? So it's base, station, after that. Base, station, ship, rover, lander, probe, debris. Debris is the bottom of the barrel. Relay, I'm not sure where relay and science go into them. I think they're on the same level as probe. But yeah, I'll say it one more time. Base, station, ship, rover, lander, probe, debris. That's the order. From highest, what controls the most and what controls the least. You want to always make sure that if you're docking to a station, that station is higher in the hierarchy. Or else the game will think you're docking station to a ship and not ship to a station. That's really important. Do we have somewhere that... Yeah, there's an old post on the KSP forums. So, KSP vessel docking logic. It was done by an old KSP developer called Claw. He posted a form. This might be the thread. Nope. It's an old thread. I can't find it. I'm looking around for it. I always say this, if you understand hierarchy... Ah, got it, here it is. If you understand the hierarchy, you can build whatever you want in KSP. This is the thread right here. This will tell you about vessel docking rules. It has not changed since 23.5. I'll have the actual one. From lowest to highest, or so from highest to lowest, it's base, station, ship, lander, rover, probe, debris. Or from lowest to highest, debris, probe, rover, lander, ship, station, base. Yeah, that's really, that right there, Twisted, is super important to understand. Because if you don't get this right, and this doesn't, dude, it doesn't matter if it's like docking a vessel, launch pad, landing a plane. Dude, you land the... So, consider this for a second, dude. You send up a plane to a space station, you dock it. Alright? And if the plane is marked as something super low on the totem pole and you take something off of that station that has a higher thing, that has a higher thing. So, like, say you took a fuel tank down and the fuel tank somehow was marked higher on the totem pole, and you put the fuel tank in there, guess what? Guess where your root part is on your... Guess where the root part is? Not good. Now the game thinks your root part is the payload. So you detach it, right? And the game thinks the root part is the payload, and I don't think I need to say structurally, for instance, why, for instance, if you had like a root part auto strut, why that could be a problem. Now your plane's going to handle differently than when you went up there, because it's not, the root part is not in the same spot anymore. And then even if you go to detach that, right, you go to detach the module out, say you had a problem, you jettisoned it, and then you just went to land the plane. Now the game thinks the root part is the docking port inside of the payload bay that attached to said payload. That's why you got to be careful with this stuff. You ever detach something from a vessel in KSP and now it's defaulting control to a docking port that's like totally not like the shuttle cockpit or something? Got to be careful about this stuff. My way of getting around that, once again, is this 6 degrees of separation. The points of interface on a spacecraft. And I did this with my space station modules too. The docking ports on each end. The space station module is docking port, one of those, girder segment docking port, every single one of them. There is not that much of a separation difference between all the points of interface. That makes it so if it does try to play a trick on you and reroute it somewhere else, it doesn't change much. Yeah, you got to be super careful about that kind of stuff, dude. Especially if you're going into complicated projects, pads, bases, giant complicated space stations. Starliner update Monday, August 7th at 2 p.m. Okay, so that's a week from now. Nice. Yeah, that kind of stuff is super, super important to understand. Actually, all right. Anyway, back to Star Raker. That's why I'm very careful about how we go and build this and why it takes me so long to make something. Because I want to be absolutely 100% sure that whatever we're making, we're going to make it right, and it's not going to just explode in our face. And the crazy thing is, Twisted, that sometimes it still does. Sometimes that still happens. Not much you can do about it. Like the station arm, for instance. The station arm, when I went to build my space station, it just scrambled itself. We later realized that that stems from power problems. I had a vehicle in my save that was running out of power, and when one vessel inside of your KSP save runs out of power, there's a glitch that makes all your vessels instantly run out of power for a second, and that basically was making the arm just kind of wobble around whenever I would get close to the space station. Yeah, moral of the story. If something runs out of EC in your save and you have something else with robotics, delete the thing immediately. Or just make sure your vessels don't run out of power somehow. How cool would it be if KSP2 ends up being better than KSP1 and it doesn't require an operating system? Yeah, that'd be neat. Is that where the floppy robotics bug comes from? Precisely, Jim. Yep. You're an operating system. No, you're an operating system. Ooh. Are you talking about like Kerbal operating system? I mean, KOS is not something you absolutely need. It makes the game better. It's an enhancement feature. That's like, I mean, like that's like saying my seaplane doesn't need wheels. I mean, yeah, technically it doesn't, but I mean, a seaplane with regular wheeled landing gear makes it so the seaplane can land on sea and air. That gives you more capability, not less. Maybe you meant the private division launcher. Yeah, Rem, maybe. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Anyway, we're good here, so I'm going to take my jig piece and just move that out of the way. Cool. All right. Now we got a really, really nice fuselage going here. We're going to need to clean up the sides here a little bit, but we'll do that later. But that's very much the shape that I'm looking for. Your seaplane needs solid rocket fuel. I mean, who's doesn't, man? Obviously. What do you think? It's not exactly like Star Raker's cockpit, but it's about as close as we're going to get with using 3 parts. A fairing, shuttle cockpit, and that. sweet. All right. That's nice. This looks really good. I'm pretty happy with this thus far. Now comes the difficult part. I was going to say, we're going to need to sculpt the wings out now. Hey, that's pretty good. We have the wing span, but I don't really have the wing shape. Or we could move to make the aft engine section. But making the aft engine section is very, 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 very much... I mean, this is a hard shape. This is going to be a tough shape to get right. The reason why it's going to be a tough shape to get right is because if we go over here back into our Star Raker PDF, go and look at this. So the back of the vehicle kind of tapers inward, right? And it follows, the back of the vehicle ends up following the contour of this. That's going to be a little bit difficult to get right with a fairing. There's pictures of the proposed thermal protection systems. Let me get rid of the Super Guppy. We don't want that. That's Falcon Heavy. Very nice. But not exactly what we're looking for. Let's go over here. Was this ever wind tunnel tested? There was some analysis done, Jim. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, see this? The strake shape goes all the way to the front nose cone. Kind of like the space shuttle. We have a cross section of the wing here. Yeah, see, there was some analysis done on it. I don't know if it's wind tunnel testing, but coefficients were done. LD and basic analysis on lift to drag. I mean, it was enough where Rockwell took the proposal pretty damn serious. Like, it was a pretty serious proposal. Like, see, there's takeoff performance right there. So, like, it's not like they just said, oh, we should do this. They started looking into actually doing it. Yeah, 95. It's gonna be good, man. Yeah, dude. If they can get KSP2's editor to this style of like buildability, I guess. Ooh, we are in for a treat, man. With the way KSP2 is doing things, you know, multiplayer, etc., etc. It's really, really could be nice. There's a little bit of a seam there, but that's okay. What happens if I take this and just move it back a tick? I like it. Looks good. All right, we'll save that. This is A-okay. I just gotta modify this because I moved the shuttle cockpit slightly back. Move that right onto the seamage right there. And that's actually all we need. We don't need this. There we go. This looks good, man. Yeah. Once we put the strakes and stuff in, I think it's gonna look right. Get rid of that. Don't need that. Good thing I caught that. That's not that big of a deal, but yeah, that's crooked. Nice. Let's just make sure that that doesn't happen again. The ruler, my ruler's crooked. I hate it when my Schwartz gets twisted. So, the wings. Maybe we should move to the aft section first before we go any further. That's my cargo bay template. Just move that down there for a second. And just move this up like that. Alright. Here's a fun thought. The duck bill front of the X-59 only helps mitigate the boom, but also helps reduce aerothermal heating by making the nose less sharp, at least in one dimension. Neat. Yeah, the back part of this is going to be a really, really weird shape. At least where the fairing is. Let's go back up here. Yeah, like I said, there's basically a shuttle external tank shoehorned into the back of this thing. That's nuts. In a good way, but still nuts. Tomorrow is the final Antares. Yep, last Antares 230 plus. Not the final Antares completely. No, no, no. You're nuts. Yes. I mean, yeah, you see what I'm building on the screen? Antares? What? Don't worry, we weren't talking about you. Yeah, getting that shape might be a little bit complex. I need to kind of find where the different elements of the wing end up being. Yeah, okay. Man, this thing's gonna be a monster. It's kind of ridiculous how big this thing's going to actually be. Is your website having issues? I'm just getting a blank page. Never checked it out before. And we gotta update this, huh? Alright. Let's get a long length of I-beams. Use the wingspan ones for now. Let's kind of diagram out the wing shape here, I think. I'm just going to attach them up here. And then we just got to put these in a position where it's going to match the shape. And obviously, it looks like the wing shape. It's not like the shuttle, where the shuttle has the wing leading edge, like changes. Oh yeah, well, the wing leading edge seems to go up a little ways right there. See, it'll start here and then go up and go that way. Not by much though. It's not nearly as bad as the shuttle. Either that or that. It kind of does look like it's this. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it might go up right there and then go backwards a little ways. But for the most part, it goes up and then kind of flattens out. All right. The first thing we'll do is get the actual shape correct. See, this is going to be tough because the wing strake shape starts. It starts here. It starts before this. Right here is the seam. That's the seam right there where the front's supposed to move out of the way. So that's going to be fun. Space News, that's a bit political. Should you link? I don't know. Go ahead. I'm not really in Space News mode right now, dude. I'm trying to build this. All right, let's just see if we can draft out a shape. Let's go back over here, take a look. So right there, it seems to go back kind of at a straight angle, and then you hit that armpit right there. I call him a wing armpit. What's that, Erudite? Look at all these people in here talking about stuff they know nothing about. That's kind of funny. Huh. Interesting. I'd say we're about a quarter of the way down the payload bay. So 4312, that's where the wing armpit starts to go. 43.12 divided by 4 is 10.78 times 0.62. 6.68. That's the length where the wing armpit starts. So more or less right here. About a quarter of the way down the payload bay. I have rulers down here. The I-beams are measuring distances. Each one of the I-beams in this measures about 3 meters, so that's 6 meters. 6.68 meter is like right here, so it's actually just by chance lining up. So let's do this. And once again, these are just me I'm basically trying to figure out the profile curve, just like we figured out the profile for the nose cone. Trying to figure out the profile for the wings, and the wings are going to be freaking gigantic, yes. This is going to be one of the harder wing shapes that we've ever tried to make, by a long shot. The wing armpit is not a technical term, dude. It refers to where the strake element meets the main wing body. In this kind of blended wing design that you see on spacecraft, there's no wing armpit on like a Harrier, for instance, Twisted. The wing armpit. I can tell you why the wing armpit is there. The wing armpit is there, like when you have a blended strake to delta wing shape, it's there to generate vortices at high angles, vortexes at high angles of attack during landing. So, interestingly enough, shuttle has it. Shuttle has the armpit. See that? And you see how the shuttle needs to land with the nose up like 20, 30 degrees, right? And if you look at how the thermal protection system wing leading edge right here works, it kind of gets really steep right there because it's designed to swirl the air over the top of the wing so the shuttle generates lift. It makes a huge vortex over the top, which is vortexes cause drag. It's low pressure and it causes drag. You have a lot of low pressure going over the top of the wing, and because it's a blended wing body on the bottom, you have a lot of high pressure down here because it's more or less flat surface that's shooting air off the bottom. So you have low pressure on top, high pressure on the bottom. It's the only way the shuttle can actually land if it angles the nose up. Yeah. Funny thing is, shuttle, hypersonic glider that's designed to come back down from space. It has this straight delta wing, right? Concorde has a very, very similar idea going on with its wings. It is not the same aerofoil by any means. It's not even close. One of them is designed to go supersonic. The other one's designed to be hypersonic. It's the difference between going Mach 25 and going Mach 2. But similar idea. Same. It's a similar wing shape. You have a straight delta wing. See right there? See the armpit? That's not what it's called, but see the armpit? It's designed to do the exact same thing. Yep. Yeah, here. Twisted, take a look. Look at this. You'll understand that. Look at that, huh? Thanks, Rocket Guy. I knew you'd come through with the picture. Shuttle's designed to do the same thing. Look at the swirls over the top of the wings at high angles of attack. Look at the pressure difference. Unbelievable. The Concorde generates insane amounts of lift when it's flying like that. Does the XB-70 have an armpit? Doesn't need it. Yeah, a little. It's actually a little bit, but for the most part, no, it doesn't need it because it's not. I mean, the XB-70 does land at high angles of attack, but the canards make up for that. I guarantee. Actually, if you gave the XB-70 a wing that was kind of similar to Concorde, then maybe you wouldn't need those canards up there. Personally, I think the plane would look amazing without them. But see, there's this thing about control surfaces that look stupid. They're there for a very, very good reason. The XB-70, in order to maintain high-speed stability, is very, very, very long vehicle. And the center of mass is back here somewhere. It's kind of there. I've never noticed it, but it's very subtle. But it's definitely there. See it? It's very, 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 very subtle. Even smaller than the Concorde's armpit, but it's there. What can you tell about the X-15? It's a rocket-powered spaceplane that's designed to fly on a high suborbital trajectory. Again, it had a throttleable hypergolic rocket engine. I think it was hypergols. It was something strange, like alcohol or hydrogen peroxide or something. If you look at the top view, you had small LERX on the Harrier as well. It's hard to see due to the fat fuselage. Let's see. Oh yeah. Yeah, similar idea. Old wind tunnel simulation. Whoa. Man, the droop snoot makes one hell of a vortex, huh, Rocket Guy? I've never seen this picture before. That's crazy, dude. That's... okay. That's actually ridiculous. And you know what, dude? I'm going to assume that the XB-70 does something very similar to that. Because it also, the XB-70 has a snoot that droops, if I'm looking at that right. I don't think it does what the Concorde necessarily does, but... oh no, it doesn't. It's fixed. See, that's what I mean about the Brits with their aerodynamics, man. They really... at one point, dude, those melon farmers had a real good understanding of aero. It's kind of actually insane. See, the XB70 has those canards on it, but it has a fixed nose. But the nose kind of looks like a droop snoot, but it's not. It looks like a snoot that droops, but it isn't. The canards are there to basically do the same thing. They have that vortex going over the canards for better angle of attack control. But the crazy thing about that is that the Concorde does the same thing with no canards. That's what I mean, man. That's really trick aero. They do that by having the nose point down, and having the nose point down makes a huge swirl over the top of the vehicle. That generates a crazy amount of lift. Interesting. The windscreen raises and lowers on the XB70. It doesn't have the nose that goes down. But see, look at that. The nose pointing down, it helps create the vortex that spews over, that goes over the wings.
Discovery,
That's-
go at throttle up.
See, that's what I mean, man. That's trick. That's really trick aerodynamics. That's really freaking cool. That's not... So you think that the droop snoot is just there so the pilots can see the runway. No. It's there to help swirl the air. It's there to help channel the air over the wings. It's really freaking smart, actually. Shuttle CFD. Is this that open source CFD thing? Yeah. Shuttle does the same thing. Testament to those guys. Testament to the guys that made that plane. That's very, very, very smart. That's very next level stuff, dude. It's super trick, dude. Super trick. Yeah, see? Shuttle is designed to swirl the air over the wing because of that armpit. See how much drag's happening right in the armpit of the wing? Same idea. And I guarantee you that this thing, the Star Raker, is built for the same purpose. The crazy part about this to me is that look at all the undisrupted air that you're getting over the top of the shuttle. It's crazy that you start to get flow separation only at the very top of the fuselage. See right there? That's nuts, dude. That's crazy. You're not even getting flow separation on the sides of this thing. It's just the wings. Believe it or not, the wings make the shuttle fly like Dookie, but they also make it fly, period. So, fly like Dookie, and land, not fly and crash into the ground. I'll take this one. It's just crazy. See, anytime you see this turbulent air, guys, that's drag. That makes you not fly good. But the shuttle, and this is what made the shuttle fly bad, it has induced drag in certain areas. And that drag is designed to make it so it just has enough energy to land on the runway. But for any other plane, this type of wing would make it fly awful. It would make it fly terribly. It would fly like trash. It's crazy, man. It's drag, Azad. Turbulent air. Turbulent air makes drag. Yep. As opposed to laminar flow, which is clean air. Yeah, exactly, Tessa. Yeah, if we put all that money towards freaking aerospace R&D, we might be a little bit further in this kind of stuff. Interesting how different hypersonic aerodynamic behavior versus supersonic or even subsonic. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's very strange. Just a heads up. NASA and Boeing will host a media. I already knew about this. Yep, the media teleconference in a week for Starliner. Yeah, we'll cover it. Is this Space Shuttle 2.0? Jens, this is some Space Shuttle CFD. The plane that I'm working on here is like Space Shuttle 5.0, dude. It's actually an insane piece of equipment. But yeah, that's really cool. Rocket Guy, I've never seen that before. Very neat. I'm working on Star Raker. Star Raker is absolute unit, if I do say so myself. So there's an armpit wing element here, and then the next where it bows out is at the landing gear, and then it kind of tapers off. All right, I think I can get this one shaped right. Let me just mess with this a little bit more. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Oh boy. Yeah, maybe Aqualix, yeah, but X-59 is Lockheed. Unfortunately, Star Raker, the shuttle, got lost in the corporate concoction that is Boeing nowadays. Yeah, exactly, Rocket Guy. That shouldn't be too bad, to be honest with you. I mean, if you sit there and look at it for long enough, it's just it's a giant shuttle wing. Same exact idea. I mean, look at the armpit right there. I don't know why I'm losing my voice. My voice is getting very scratchy. I really hope I'm not getting sick. That would really suck. But, yeah, whatever. Maybe I blew it out from singing too much. Yeah, there seems to be a secondary kind of armpit out there. Mine kind of end up looking like the space shuttle. This looks like, or an Avro Vulcan. It's not exactly the right shape, so. That's more what we're talking about here. Hey, Tweets, drink water. Yeah, I'm working on it, Gannett. Jim, we might need to make some Kraken Tech control surfaces that utilize robotics to move stuff around, because this thing is going to need some nuts deflection here. Like, yeah, this is going to need some nutso deflection. This is... I think that more or less is the shape. I think. If I'm looking at this right. That... Holy balls, that's freaking big. That's what she said. Yeah, the wings would be super easy to make in KSP too. Yeah, we have smooth yes while we create art. How thick is the wing going to be compared to the center fuselage? Ananas, this has wet wings in real life. The concept was supposed to have wings. Dude, listen to this. You want to hear something nuts? Wings full of liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen wet wings. Alright. Sounds incredibly not fun to manufacture. Certainly can't see anything wrong with that. I mean, Rocket Guy, all I'm picturing in my mind is, you know, the SR-71 leaked fuel off the runway. This thing would literally be pissing liquid hydrogen out all over the ground on takeoff. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure that won't cause any problems ever. Isolated with what? I don't think they got that far, this guy. Yeah, I don't think they got that far. And in the air. Oh yeah, you know how much Uncle Sam loves that. Honestly, methane would be... Doing this with methane would be good, but I'm not sure the mass adds up with methane, you know? I mean, yeah, this thing, there's a reason why Rockwell proposed it and said, hey, we could make this, and we could make an SSTO, and we could do it right now. And I'm pretty sure everybody looked at it and said, no. Do you have a drawing that shows the wing taper and thickness? No. The closest thing we have is some cross sections of the fuselage over... They're up here. Right there. So, it's pretty damn thick, actually. That wing gets real thick when you go back towards the fuselage. The reason why the wing goes kind of over the top like that is so the engines can fit. No wonder it needed a multitude of C-135s to refuel. Not only a multitude of KC-135s, but KC-135s that are carrying liquid hydrogen. Aerial refuel with liquid hydrogen, I'm sure nothing will go wrong with that. I'm sure that'll work just fine. I mean, it's doable. That's doable. Explosions. Can you imagine? So they wanted to do what Venture Star couldn't do 20 years before Venture Star. No, nothing bad will ever happen from that, ever. No, it'll work fine every time. It looks like they were doing the same arrow shell detached from the tanks that Venture Star was going to do. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually see it right there. It looks like they would have made between the stringers on each wing Aqualux, the stringers would have been, each one of them would have been a small tank structure. See that? So you could pressurize the wings. But dude, can you even imagine pressurizing the freaking wings? Like, I'm not saying that's not doable. It's doable. But you have to be one crazy melon farmer to want to do something like that. It's pretty insane. I mean, this thing basically has an SLS core stage worth of liquid hydrogen in it. Like, that's a tall order. I'm not saying it can't be done, but you have to be a special kind of nuts to want this thing to work. Don't get me wrong, I love the idea. I think it's really cool. But it's only mostly a bomb. It's only a bomb if the hydrogen decides to get creative on you. The reason why the SR-71 leaked so much was because the wing skin was also the tank wall. With a two-surface system like this, you avoid the leakage. I mean, the hydrogen tanks are still going to leak, dude. You don't really... Yeah, I understand that. That makes sense, but... I still think that leak. I do not leak. You leak. So I'm kind of wondering what the profile curve here at this cross section, so you have B, C, and D. I wonder if they show that down here. Oh, they do. Oh, excellent. Dude, the wing box on this. The wing box on this. Yeah, dude, okay. Yeah, this is section D right there. Let's go. D is at the very back. Section C, what does C look like? From B to C, very complicated shape right there. The best case scenario is that the hydrogen leaks into a compartment that is enclosed, but then rapidly devolves into a worst case scenario we saw with Astra's drift due off the pad. Yep. Okay, so let's take a look here. B. Okay. Dude, this thing looks absolutely insane. Okay, so it kind of goes up. Cargo section starts there. There's B. That's C. C section right there, and D is right here. So it goes up from B to C, and then when it angles outwards, that's when the wing is kind of like in that upward position. So I'm thinking something like this. And then halfway through the cargo bay is right around here, which is once again where we have the wing armpit. Wow. Freaking nuts, dude. It's quite complicated for the complex operations it was conceived to do. Yeah, right? It does seem to go up. Actually, it starts kind of, the strake starts kind of flat and then goes up. So here, let's try making it go flat a little bit longer and then go up like that. Yeah, that's what we're looking for. Dude, this thing is it's an absolute monster. Holy crap. I mean, Rocket Guy, I'm kind of worried about hierarchically how I'm going to make these freaking wings. There needs to be, in the real life design, it calls for a wing box right here that is it needs to be absurdly strong. Like, it's going to be hard holding all this up. And the landing gears, the main landing gear is connected directly into the wing box, kind of similar to the space shuttle. Like, the bulkheads and the stringers right here are insane. They're gigantic because they're holding the freaking fuel tanks together, right? Like, it's crazy. It does seem pretty flat up top. Yeah, it does. That's a complicated wing, man. Ooh. Yeah, we're really gonna have to get the top of that right. Maybe... Are you building this in KSP 1 instead of 2 just for the challenge? Tweets, in KSP 1 I'd be able to do all the Kraken tech and make the doors open and stuff. That's what I want. You can't really do that in KSP 2 just yet. Now, don't get me wrong, this thing would be a lot easier to make in KSP 2 because wings. It would be a lot easier to make the wings. That would be way easier. I'm not sure I like this whole thing doing this. Hang on. Let's see. Maybe, as I'm looking at this right, maybe something like that. Like a straight edge. I think it's kind of an optical illusion. I think it straight edges back like that. that is much more in line with the space shuttle's design. Yeah, I think that's what we're going for. Wish I could move on a 2.5 degree increment here. But yeah, this is just kind of a block out, you know. Yeah, ultimate, yeah, it'll look better when we start adding wings, for sure, for sure. Let me see if we can look at those profile pictures again from that PDF. So that's the shape that the fuselage is basically right where the plane connects in. Or right where the crew tank connects in. This is section Charlie here is in the middle of the cargo bay. You could definitely see the dark line. That's what the fuselage shape looks like in the cargo bay. Like midway through the cargo bay. And section D is really... It's difficult to see it because, yeah, this cross section is basically halfway through the wings. The bold line in this particular case right here shows where the thing is cut. Wow. I think making profile shapes out of I-beams might be in my best bet here, so we can get some good ideas. Okay, I got an idea. I know what I want. Let's see something. The cargo bay, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's actually almost exactly 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the center of the cargo bay right here. This is the part that doesn't have to be like completely perfect, but that's close enough to get the point across. So that would be our C. That's B, C, and D. Okay, so D's. Let's just kind of put this together. What do you... You don't think they would have been as much of a problem as the composite tanks were then for Venture Star? It was enough of a problem where they said, hell no, we're not doing this. So, I mean, maybe not for the time. That's, dude. All right. Take it down a notch, homie. Take it down a notch. Writing the essays in chat really screws me up. It's all good, man. It's all good. You might be right, though. Who knows? I appreciate the technical input. Yeah, absolutely. But sometimes, like, it scrambles my brain, dude. I'm like, I don't know what the potato. You know? All right. All right. Well, let's see if we can make a profile shape here. You know what? You know what we'll use? Just so we can have some good control over the shapes. I won't use struts for this one. We'll do this a little different. Actually, it might be better to use the small tanks for now, or the small panels. You know what? I hate that those have like 30 attachment nodes. We'll just use the small panels. We'll just use the good old EJ panel. What you building? I always want to call it Lockheed Star Raker, but it's not Lockheed. It's Rockwell. Rockwell Star Raker. It's a gigantic cargo SSTO that basically flies up into space. Takes off from a runway and flies up into space. It is an absolute monster challenge build here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
But yeah, it's gonna be pretty insane. Right now, I'm trying to figure out shapes, because just like most things that fly through the air, Polly, it looks like it's a very simple shape. It's not a very simple shape. It's extraordinarily complicated. Honestly, the thing that killed the SPS program was OPEC opening the spigot, and without the SPS, there was no need for Star Raker. Star Raker wasn't killed by any technical problem. It was killed again by Rule 8. As is tradition. Alright, so now I'm going to bend up these panels to try and make... Let's see if we can try to make that shape. Section C-C. See the bold line? We'll try to make that one. And obviously the I-beam has to line up right there. So here's what we'll do. Attach an I-beam on my center line node. Take the girder segment. Let's go and mirror sim. And we'll just bend the metal. That's only a 5-degree turn. And then it kind of elbows out. Don't mind the stop sign looking panels right here. Yeah. Okay. We will play smooth jazz for you, chat. Chat, we will play smooth jazz. Chat, do you appreciate your smooth jazz? You will play the jazz flute. Mr. Burgundy play jazz flute. And eat cat poop. I will not eat cat poop. You will eat cat poop. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Get it all in there. Eat cat poop. That's pretty good, fellas. That's pretty close. Looks like this might need to go up just a smidge, because that more or less is the shape that we need. Because it, once again, from that profile picture, it looks like the top of this thing is perfectly flat, It's not exactly, it's not like super perfect, but it's close. Like, see, it's just, it's very flat on the top of this thing. And then it seems to start to angle down right around there. Okay. Wow. Okay. And then I'm gonna move these panels here, guys, so the leading edge. Hang on. We're gonna move them down just a smidge. I'm gonna move it so the leading edge of the panel right here is aligned with the profile. So here, you just gotta move this back just a smidge, like that. That's a pretty good block out, and if we move, see the leading edge is crossing this, pretty much exactly in the center. That's actually good. That's pretty much what that fuselage is gonna look like, which is, how you make the wings thick. I have my ways. Erudite, you'll see them in good time.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, that's close enough. That's a good enough profile curve to get this right. Hey, human, 47 months. All right, now let's look at section Delta. This one right here. So this section D right here is if you go up here, and that is basically marking the shape if you cut the thing right here along this line. See where D is? Where D is indicated? There's BB, CC, and DD. We could go back and mark B as well. We just marked CC, right? That's like if you cut this thing right in half, that's what it would look like. It would look like that, and that's the shape that I just tried to make. And it doesn't look too bad. But when we get to section D, you're well into the wing shape. It's Gran Turismo Ultimate GT soundtrack. Let me just look. Yeah, see, the other thing is that this shape never flattens. It never flattens like this. So this bottom profile curve is not exactly right. The bottom string of panels here. We're gonna have to modify it just a little bit. See, it does something like that. Dude, this thing is nuts. Absolutely ridiculous. And it looks like we might need to go a little bit steeper on the profile. That's actually almost at like a 45-degree angle, so that's 5, hang on, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. There we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Might be better if we make these follow the profile curve of the lower part of the fuselage. Like that. Beppis, 57 months. Thanks, buddy. So that's, if that's 6 meters, it's about another 6 meters there. So it's about 375 out to the edges here. Basically at profile B, we should be 3.75 off the end. So this is where we need to go in and tweak the wing shape a little bit. Let me get a 375 tank. Right, because I'm just starting to break down shapes. The cargo bay shape right here, it looks to be about the same length from here to there as it is across the bay. So let's go in here like this. Grab the cargo bay template, right? Move the cargo bay template. This box right here is a scaled profile of that box, the 6.1 meter box. Okay? Now we can go in here, take these, grab the tanks, and this will give us an approximate. We're just picking off edges, right? Maybe we shouldn't use such a big tank. It'd probably be easier to see it if it's the small boy. So we can, if we move these things out and have their diameters line up, right? There you go. Now, let's find the ring of this. It's, so like the halfway point in this curve, so like if we drew a line right here, it almost lines up with the very top of the cargo bay. So it's like maybe 1 to 2 meters off. All right, so that's perfectly aligned. Let's go down 10 centimeter, 20 centimeter, 30 centimeter, 40 centimeter, 50. Let's go down a half meter and see where that gets us. See? This profile shape wasn't exactly right. It was close, but it's not exact. We know that this thing is pretty straight all the way until this shape right here. Until profile B, it's pretty damn straight. And then at profile B, right, that's when the wing starts to go back. Or profile C, excuse me. Yeah, it actually starts a little bit earlier than that. Just a smidge. So that tells me that our strake is too big. So my strake is too big. My strake's too big. Hey Simon, or not actually Simon. Is this an abomination or does it tickle your fancy? It's a vibe. I don't think it's gonna fly very well 95 unless you have SAS. It's definitely a vibe, dude. Actually, that strake starts about 2/3 of the way back. So, strake should really start not halfway, but basically here. And then if we make the outer edge of this touch the tip of the tank, now we're talking. See? That's... Now we got a really good profile shape here. Nice. It looks like this strake might not be as... Looks like we might need to start doing a custom angle with this. See, using just kind of picking off measurements in the blueprint, we were able to figure out that our wing shape, which we kind of blocked out to begin with, was not right. It was close, but it wasn't right. And that's going to be really big, because if we don't make the wing exactly like the real one, exactly like the renders, people are going to look at it and be like, that's not Star Raker. Even if we make like one little thing wrong, people won't be able to say why it's wrong, but they'll know that it's not right. All right. We're going to do some modifications here to our profile shape. I'm going to take the cubic octags, right? And we're going to put a hinge that way. That's backwards. Not that it really matters. We're going to put a hinge this way. We're going to put a hinge this way. Make a little U joint here. And then we're going to take the wing. We're going to attach it. Now, I had this thing on a 5-degree increment, so it was going 5 degrees out and 5 degrees up. And if we move this piece on absolute, move it back into position. Nope, it wasn't 5 degrees. It was probably more than that. 15 perhaps. Nope, probably 20. I'm using the robotics to help me place stuff and locate things. That'll make it so we can rotate stuff on smaller increments with the robotics. Uncanny Valley Star Raker, indeed. Okay, so now I'm going to take this thing and we're going to set that to minus 15 and leave it there for a second. And now we're going to go back like this. Yeah, see? Not exactly aligned. That's close. But we need to change the pitch angle here down to 2.5 minus 2.5. When did you start building this thing? Today, G-Funky. I built the blueprint for it. The I-beams, all the stuff down there, taking the measurements, I built those on Friday. But today is when we really started getting into building the main fuselage and structure. So now we need to make it, I need to make it here. Let's just, I'm just gonna take the panels and get them out of the way for a second. Just go over here. I need to basically make this cross through right here. More or less. The wing shape needs to go here and then curve. So let's take this, angle that in like this. And now we're angled up at 2.5. Oh. We can't go to 2.5 degrees with the cal. Or with the robotics, so we're gonna need to Excuse me for a second. Take a cal controller. Go here like this. Oh, the cal doesn't need to be in symmetry. Go in here. Now I'm going to use the cal controller to get fine control. 2.5 should be at 0. And then over here should be at 0 as well. Flatten the curve right there. Now this needs to go down like that. There we go. Now we have precise control. Yeah. I'm sure you're probably going to do something similar, but do you know about a car buck? It's what car body fabricators do to get curves right in bodywork. It'll probably really help measuring these things. I'm not familiar, cats. Maybe Octolux. Yeah, a linear arrow, two or three linear arrow spikes off the back of this thing might have not been the worst idea. You probably want a vacuum optimized nozzle though, if I had to guess. .5. There we go. 3.5 on the dot. Perfect. That's you on the turbo ramjets. Yeah, maybe. Nice. Okay. So now that should have overridden. No, it didn't. Doesn't matter anyway. Now we got to go up here. We got to do the same thing. Once again, these I-beams, guys, are not... This isn't even the fuselage. This is like blueprints, so I know where to make said fuselage. I'm just putting in robotics so we can get the curve more precise. Because look, we went up at 3.5 here, and now what I'm going to need to do is put in a second cal here. Fine control second wing. Take that curve, copy it, go over here, select that, fine control second wing, change the target angle, go here, place that. And then actually this needs to be inverted. So we got to do that. Go there like that, set the calc to 500 seconds. And we need this to read positive 3.5. Cool. There we go. Cool. Excellent. Yeah, that's working. That's gonna work. So I'm gonna put this piece here, that fuel tank, so we can basically get, I'm gonna use that fuel tank to get that curve, because that curve seems to be about half of, it seems to be about that length, which is 3.05. That's really close to 1.8. Perfect. That actually lines up really good. Now let's get our panels out to get the profile shape. And now this basically has the shape figured out for us. Easy. Easy peasy. So there we go. Now from here, basically draw a line. From here to there. Yeah, there's only a very small, subtle line there. Hold on one second. I'm doing good, Forge. Heading to an unmarked test site in the middle of the desert tomorrow. Any idea what you should take with you? A camera. The old space try. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. There's your box profile right there. Done. That's good. That's pretty damn close. We'll have to round off. We're gonna have to round off this, but that's pretty much what we're going for. It actually gets flat over the top of the cargo bay. So we're gonna have to do some tweaking here. Make this go up like that, and then that's where it gets flat, right there. Okay, I think that's the C shape done. I mean, we probably should go back and do the B shape and then the D shape. It will help us with our profile, but we already got C figured out, so that means B should be kind of given at this point because it's pretty much straight. So that shouldn't be too, yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Here, let me copy this. See if we can use the panels to figure out the shape. Make sure that that's aligned there. I mean, the B shape is kind of like a. It looks like the 5-head emote. Looks like the big brain emote. Big brain. Yeah, there's your 5-head emote. Thank you. Thank you, Sequels. Alright, let me unwind the rest of this. Actually, that's basically the shape, but that's not the right size. I'm basically on a real plane, quote unquote. This would be the stringers. These are called stringers. The structural bulkheads that hold the plane together. Most planes are made like this, with this stringer design. In fact, even the space shuttle was made like this. I'm just modifying the shape and contouring it a little bit to where we're trying to get, like that. Let's see. Is this bird gonna have the biggest 5-head you've ever seen? Yes. Yes, it's gonna look like a cone head up in here. We are the cone heads. We come from France. Bro. Dude, this plane's gonna be nuts. This is gonna be hard to make, man. She's gonna be a lot of parts. I'm not sure this is entirely going to be, like, usable. But, it'll be cool. I mean, this thing's gonna be, like, 900 parts. I have not given a thought to tankage. I figured we'd get the shape and the shell first before we figure out propulsion configuration. Yeah. Well, Ultimate, I'm going to use wing tessellation, guys. It's a build style that I use to make complicated shapes. Wing tessellation is basically where you use the triangular nature of the wings in KSP, and you put them together to make angles to basically make a wireframe mesh. It's not the first time I've done this. I used it on my K90 and my K48 project. Let me show you. I did hit save, right? I'm paranoid, so... I mean, this thing is as big as the Avatar SSTO I made that one time. Here, take a look at the K90. The K90 is like a plane that can basically fly all over Kerbin. It's gonna look like this. See the wings? The wings, we use the wings to make a complicated shape. We can use them to make convex shapes and angles. It's very good for making a gigantic airfoil. It's like making wing shapes. Yeah, K90 is beast mode. It's a cargo plane, but check this out. Ready? Ready? So that's Ultimate. That's basically what we're gonna do. The K90's nuts. This was a hard project to do, but the hardest part of this project was getting the shape right, getting the wing shape right. So hopefully with some profiles, right? Basically, see these lines right here? I'm trying to use the drawings to define these lines to make them easier, to make it easier. It's going to be easier shape to make if we can average out the positions between each line. Yeah, you can just, this thing is crazy. You just drive a truck. You could drive a truck, anything that fits in there, you could drive it in, and as long as you put the center of the truck or whatever you're moving on the center docking port, or the center of mass is lined up with that port, you can literally fly it anywhere. Anywhere you want around KSP. Cool thing is that this thing is also a hydrofoil. It has a hydrofoil deploy surface, like that. And then, I didn't make doors for them because of part count budget, but it has a deployable forward control surface, and the thing can float, and it'll hydrofoil, and it's a seaplane. It can take off from the sea as well. And it can land on the sea. You can use the hydrofoil to get near the water, deploy the wheels, and it'll just roll right up out of the ocean. Are you going to use the robotic tessellation helper you used for the shuttle? The panel tessellator. Maybe 95 if it comes to a complicated shape that we need to make, yeah. But that tessellator won't work as well with wings as it will with the equilateral triangles. I've also used a similar method, just while we're here. If you haven't seen me play KSP before, I used a similar method to build the thermal protection system on my shuttle. My shuttle uses a panel TPS. And now, here, let me just flip over this. The shuttle uses a panel thermal protection system combined with fairings. I should probably set those so they're easier to spot. Mouse over fairing. Alright. So that doesn't look like that complicated of a shape, but I assure you, that was not easy to make. I had to make a special tool using robotics to figure out how to build it correctly. It's a spiral. See that? It's helical. It was very difficult to make that right. We might end up using panels on the bottom if we have a hard shape to define core, but I don't think we're gonna need them. I don't think. But yeah, this is my space shuttle, guys. It's one of my favorite things that I've ever made in KSP. It has a robotic arm. The robotic arm works on the same movement as the real one. The antennas are in the right spot. Docking ports are in the right spot. All the lights and everything are in the same exact spots as they should be in the panel bay, in the payload bay. Everything is in the correct spot. If you noticed, I have a crew tank in here to form the mid deck. It's inside of a fairing, so it's occluded. And then I have the electronics are where they should be. Forward RCS tank is exactly where it needs to be. Here, where it is on the real one. Aft RCS is where it needs to be. And yeah. Everything is right. It even could be reintegrated to the tank. I'm using hybrid tech holder points here to hold the thing in place. If you look, it's held in place with a pilot dowel. So like this shuttle, you could reattach it. If you could land it and have a crane pick it up and like take it vertical, you could reattach it to another stack if you really wanted to. It uses a docking port for the forward bipod strut, and it has locators on the aft, so it can be reattached. Is this craft online? No. Stream chat, what's up, dude? Besides Skylons, were there any theatercrafts that horizontally take off? Horizontal takeoff and landing space planes would be so easy in KSP to reuse. There's HOTL. There's literally something called HOTOL that was done by the Brits. Yeah. There's HOTOL, there's DCX, well, DCX vertical. There's an ASP. NASP was a turbo or scramjet SSTO. Yeah, national space plane. Yeah. Another thing that they freaking built prototypes for and tested and then said, nah, we don't need to do that anymore. Did you include the inside hoist points? Those are payload integration points, dude. Yeah, Kraken Tech payload integration. You attach the payload here, and depending on the mission, I can just move the docking port around. You attach the payload right there, and yeah, you can use toggle vessel collision on these things, and you can lower the payload into position. I didn't say inside. Did you include the hoist points inside? Oops, I didn't say inside. Oh. The outside hoist points? No. Never did them, Aquilux. Ran out of time. Never implemented them. Reason why I never implemented them is because we wanted to go play KSP 2. And I decided that this shuttle wouldn't be... The Mark V shuttle could be reused, but it's not like fully reusable with all the right hoist points and everything. We'd need a hoist point right there and one right there to get it done right. But, yeah, I mean... I'm thinking about how we could do it. A good way to do that would be... I mean, I want to go back to building Star Raker, but a good hoist point idea would be something like that, kind of just sticking out the side, and then put another one over there. But yeah. Do you have a starship? Quint, we don't have a payload. We don't know what Starship's payload bay looks like, so I don't have something like Starship. What I do have is something like the starships that you see flying right now. Basically, just a big tube. Tube. I did do some other kind of crazy endeavors, dude, if you want to see this. I did build Starship, and we wired up a cal control system to get it to flip and burn. It's hard to land, but it does work. Could work, but we did another thing. To see if you could catch a booster in KSP. Kind of works. Looks like KSP needs a new flag. The end is completely ripped apart. It does the belly flop? Yeah, it's hard to do, Quint, because we don't have SpaceX's control systems. But yeah, it'll do it. It's hard to get it to work right. You basically have to get it up there and basically do what SpaceX did. Slowly shut off the engines. So by the time you kind of shut off all the engines, you basically fall out of the sky. Because if you shut off the engines while you're still going up, it's going to want to fly like an airplane, and you have no control that way. The only way Starship has control is if it's free falling. It's tough to get it right, dude. Anyway, back to the Star Raker proto. We're working on building the aerodynamic shell to this thing. Hi, Loopy. Alright, so now let's take another piece and let's try to get the wing profile here. So we got the wing profile kind of figured out pretty much until here. We need to work on, in the PDF, Yeah, read about NASP if you want other ideas. Yeah, NASP is annoying, but it is what it is. Okay. So the wing at this point, it kind of armpits, so to speak. Like, see, the shape goes up and then it flattens. It lines up flat with the payload bay right there. And then it branches out to get your wing shape right. It looks like the wing starts to curve and become contiguous, I guess, with the top edge at about the 4th pylon, give or take. These squares right here are engines. There's 10 engines on this thing. So it looks like we're gonna have a shape that kind of does this. Night, human. Let me get my payload bay indicator back here.
Discovery,
I'm really
go at
happy
throttle
we
up.
made that. It's super useful to have. Pretty sure that that's more or less got to be the shape that we're talking about here. It's kind of got to follow the profile until we get outside of this, like out here somewhere, and then it's got to go up. See, it follows a curve that goes outside of the payload bay, pretty much. Kind of almost like that. That curve is slightly off of the main circular profile of this. And then literally just yoink. And then it kind of goes up from there. I really wish I had a length indicator right here. That's going to be hard to get exactly right. I think the wings, look, the wing thickness right here where it basically shapes off on the edge of the wing is about half of the payload base. So that should be about 1.8, give or take. That's what I've been using for the edges here. So let me grab a 1.8 tank here that we can use and just mirror it off of here. And then I need to look at a top profile here. Where the heck did the engine start? I need to look at a top-down version of this. Where does the engine begin? Like, where do these nacelles begin? That's, I mean, it's basically, I'm pretty sure they start right at section D. Hang on, this is getting a little bit tricky, dudes. Hey, 6265. Thanks for the 38 months, dude. Appreciate it. Sorry, I'm like super deep. We're in deep. There we go. Off the back of the plane. So they start basically right before the second armpit on the wing. And if we look, where's the second armpit? Start right before that. Yep. Okay, cool. This right here is where that wing shape. Sorry, I thought someone was here. That right there is where the wing shape basically becomes, the top and bottom of the wing are basically parallel to each other. They're contiguous, I think. Judging by these profile pictures, it's on the outside of the, actually, it's actually a little bit inwards of that by the fourth nacelle. Ugh. There's 12. 15. Let me just see if I can. 9.3 meters out. I haven't watched the channel in a few months. What happened to KSP 2? I'm having fun with KSP 1 right now. KSP 2 is good. It has great potential, but it's not there yet, Bob. You can't do complicated builds like this in 2 right now. Soon, though. So this right here is about 9 meters long, give or take, and we're looking for 9.3. So overlap 2. Yeah, if I just set this to single overlap, that gives you 9. It's 9.2 something or other. It's close enough. Needs bigger canards. Get out. KSP 2 plays like KSP 1 10 years ago right now. It's good for just going somewhere and coming back. It's going to take some time before it gets to the point that KSP 1 is at, dudes. Be patient. Did I know that the Twitch CEO used to work at NASA Ames? Dan Clancy is ex-NASA? Really? Really? No. Clancy worked at different positions at NASA, first as a researcher on integrated health management, autonomy, and robotics in 1998. In 2000, Clancy became chief of the Computational Sciences Division at NASA Ames. Since 2003, he served as Director of Exploration Technologies Directorate at Ames. At NASA, Clancy participated in a team that developed the agency's plan to return men on the moon and eventually Mars. Clancy was also head of information services and technology at NASA, leading teams related to artificial intelligence. In 2005, so Dan worked on the Constellation program. Yeah, Exploration Technologies Directorate, 2003 to 2005. He worked on Constellation. He left NASA for Google in 2005. From 2010 to 2012, he oversaw the engineering and production lead divisions at YouTube. Oh. Law of the Jungle. I'm just an occasional lurker, but have you played Space Engineers? It looks up your right up your alley. I've played it before, Law. I like it. It's just
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Kerbal is like pseudo real life. That's why I stick to it. But yeah, Space Engineers is a good game. I actually know one of the developers of that game. It's a good friend of mine, actually. Haven't talked to him in a little while, but that's me. I'm kind of antisocial outside of streaming. Don't tell anybody. Hey, Brox, 57-month resub. He worked at Ames. Dude, we got to get an interview with this guy. Anyway, Jungle, thanks for watching, dude. I appreciate it. Lurk it up, my dude. Hi, lurkers. You don't need to respond. Keep lurking. How you doing? I see you over there. I don't forget about you guys. Yeah. Quint, do it. Let me get your permit. He's ex-NASA exploration. We are not the lurkers you're looking for. Yes, you are! Yes, you are! What do you think you are, some kind of Jedi? Waving your hand around like that? I'm an Ijdarian. Mind tricks don't work on me. Only part count. You got something for me, Quinn? Let's see what we got. Boop. Boop. Italian. Ah, prossimi lanci. Astronautica agenda. Notizie dallo spazio. Nice. Zoc just streamed the other day. He'd been away for a couple of months. He had a really bad case of sepsis and had to have his gallbladder removed. Oh, boy. That sounds awful. Vista superiore. Vista superiore. Overall view. Vista anteriore. Front. Vista sinistra. Side view. It says the only pressurata, that's crew module. Parti di servizio e strutturali. That's the structural part. Hidrogeno liquido, liquid fuel tank. Ossigeno liquido, oxidizer tank. Payload bay. Motors. Di Stepi Chiara. Grazie. Why is it Italian? I don't know. Yeah. Star Raker is frick you large. Frick you large. Look at that thing. How big do you want it? Mm-hmm. Yes, I do. I'm telling you, this has a shuttle external tank literally just built into the back. See? There's an ET back there. That's Bonneville in layer large. Yeah. See? This blue part right there, the wet wings, or the oxidizer tanks, that's what I'm trying to work on right here. Actually, I see... and the hive, dude. This thing is insane. Who the frick thought this was a good idea? You gotta be kidding me. This is bananas. Why the frick would you make this? Like... Alright. Okay. Okay, guy. Sure. Sounds good. Anyway, Creeper, thanks for telling me that. That's cool to know that he's ex-NASA. Now I kind of want to go to TwitchCon and see if I can... I would demand an audience with you, Mr. Clancy. No, that's really awesome. I asked about his favorite thing he worked on, and get this. They had done research work on a small personal robot assistant for astronauts on the ISS. Being able to land the shuttle by moving your hand. Think how VR controls work when you control things by moving your hand in midair. Would this have been economical as a passenger craft? There was a crew module attachment, John, that somebody linked up a little while ago. Dude. So we could have seen this in TWA livery. I mean, it's possible. That's really cool to know, though. But it seems like he hasn't been at NASA for 20 years, but that's still cool. He worked on Constellation, or at least was working kind of with advanced exploration, which is Constellation. I mean, amongst other things. It's not just like how the mission's gonna work, but... Yeah, I gotcha. I mean, it is a pretty righteous freaking plane, dude. It's kind of crazy. That's cool to know, though. This is getting to be a little bit of a weird shape. That's pretty close. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, so that means that's the edge of the engines right there. And then if we angle this sucker up like that, that's pretty close, dudes. And thank you for these, Quint. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, see, it slowly goes up. Okay. Yeah, that was the flight profile. Unbelievable, dude. Ridiculous in the best way possible. Metallics panels, I'm helping. The Kerbal one is builder is insane. What can be made in it? Yeah, dude, for sure. We making UAPs in here? Sorry, it took me a second, dude. I was in the zone. What's up, Intel? How you doing, man? How was your weekend, buddy? Good, bad. Thanks, I hate it. Anything like that. Glad it helps. Of course, dude. Thanks, Quinn. Yeah, appreciate it, man. There we go. That's more of the wing shape that we're looking for. This thing is bananas. It is absolutely bananas large. Unbelievable. This edge might actually need to go up a little ways. Judging by how I'm looking at this, let's try to reverse this and see if we can make it go up at 3 degrees. Like that. There we go. That'd make it so... Push this edge out a little ways. There we go. There we go. And then we can get this out like that. Get that out like that. It's getting there. It's getting there. One more. Up like that, and then one more over like that. I just got to get the center of this I-beam to kind of cross the forward center of this panel right there. That will help us get the shape that we're looking for. Cutting it close? Nah, we're fine. We're fine. It's fine. You gonna watch a Gran Turismo movie? Yeah, maybe. So I'm using the panels to make stringers to try to figure out where we need to make, like, where the different parts of the fuselage need to go for the most part. I'm using the panels as stringers, I should say. Where did he answer your question, Creeper, if you don't mind me asking? Like, what was the setting for this? You may have told me. I'm just too much of an idiot to remember. Another Twitch streamer I watch. He was on as a guest. Oh, cool. That's cool. That's the size of the engines. Oh. That's the size of the nacelle packs, dudes. Yeah. I mean, more or less. Let me look at these pictures that Quint linked up. The start of the motors is behind the D cross section. It's behind it, so it's not exactly that. This shape is actually over here. I mean, that's getting ready for the wings, but this thing actually starts pretty much right. Let me look at it relative to the tank. I'm gonna move this over here with the other reference. Yeah, it's a little ways behind. Almost to the second armpit, I guess. Right there. Wow, that's a big plane. See, you got to start somewhere, and then you can slowly block the shape out over time. Yowzers. This thing is quite large. And then, because we made it 3... Were you into 3D modeling before Kerbal, or did Kerbal spawn a new hobby? I'm a 3D modeler by trade, Etel. That's what I went to school for. Yeah, I can do environment modeling, man. Worked on a couple of projects out in the industry, but yeah, dude, that's what I went to school for. So yeah, that's how I know to like make profile curves and, you know, map out the shape and stuff. Good, yeah, cool, huh? Yeah, like. I could model Star Raker in Maya right now, or 3ds Max, or whatever. Yeah, we could do it. It would take some time for me to dust off the cobwebs if we were using Max, but in Maya, give me a week to get like situated, and then if we started a model, I could probably have like Probably have like a pretty high fidelity model done. A couple of weeks, something like that. That would be like working on it all the time, but yeah. Yeah, dude, that's what I went to school for. Yep. But why Maya models? Are you serious? I just told you that a moment ago. Or learn Blender. Why would I learn Blender when I know how to use Maya? I don't understand. Nice that you got a skill. I went to school for electronic media production, and I'm pretty sure not even the teachers knew what our actual skill set was supposed to be. Electronic media production? I mean, I'd say your production quality is better than mine, dude, so there's that. There's that. Exactly. I mean, there's that. Blender is free and one of the best 3D projectors in the world. I know what Blender is, man. I was saying exactly you do not know what to make of it. Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah, hey, alright. You do have good production value, Mr. Strimmer, man. Anyway. Yeah, dude, that's what I went to school for. That's why I'll basically establish a scene. Like, first thing that you gotta do whenever you're trying to model something is get some blueprints in there. You gotta find lines. You gotta figure out how wide a wing is, especially if you're doing like a high fidelity thing. Now, Kerbal takes that to the next level, because not only does it need to look right, but it needs to fly. And don't get me wrong, Kerbal simulation isn't real life. I get that. I can probably fudge it. I could make a tuba fly in this game if I really wanted to. But what I try to do is try and fake it and make the plane utilize whatever it needs to utilize in real life to fly in KSP. So now I gotta make a high fidelity object, figure out what the thing was supposed to do in real life, translate that into KSP, and then translate the shape into KSP and combine it. That's how I usually make things. Like, that's what I did with my shuttle. My shuttle flies how you expect the actual shuttle to fly, but it's more optimized for KSP, but it looks like the real shuttle. Like, it flies in KSP how the real shuttle flies in real life, but it's designed for Kerbin. Like, so if you took my shuttle and you tried to re-enter it in real life, it would not get you very far, because the real shuttle goes Mach 25. Mine goes Mach 5 at best. So, it'd be a hypersonic glider in real life, and it probably wouldn't get you that far. SS Tituba, oh god. But yeah, I like the challenge here because it really takes it to the next level. This is hard to do. It's tough. But see how, what I did right here was I took the wing profile shape, right? And you could tell in the wing profile here where it stops, where the engines kind of angle up, and then it actually flattens out right at the 4th nacelle. So actually, this isn't 100% accurate here. We'd probably, give me 1 second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's more or less what we're looking for right there, interestingly enough. Is that more than 5 degrees out? It is. Okay. That's actually super close to where I need it to be. Good. Good. But I know that the nacelle section, based off of some scaling, is about 9 meters long. These are about 3 meter, give or take. It's like 9.6 or something. These are 1.2 or 3.2 meters, 3.1. So this gets us to 9.8, which is pretty damn close. And that helps me, that's going to help me block out where the jet engines are on this plane. And that, from there, that nacelle will help me get the fuel tank, and then we can get the aft section, and then we can get the outsides of the wings. Basically, I'm trying to take the profile curves and come up with averages in between the different profiles of given information. Yeah, this is like 3D modeling 101. In fact, you could use this same workflow to make stuff in 3D, no problem. How powerful is this plane in real life? It would have had 10 liquid hydrogen turbo ramjets moves, so think 10 SR-71 engines running off liquid hydrogen, and then 3 shuttle main engines in the back, and the external tank would be right here. It is an absolute chonker of a vehicle. Yeah. Yeah. Absolute chonka. A freaking vehicle there, guy. Yeah, it would have had 2 OMS engines in the back, too. Yeah, it is a... Like, this thing is nuts. This would be a complicated project by today's standards. Yeah, 16 is where we need to be. Sorry, I didn't do that right. It's an SSDO, Moose. It's designed to have a C5 Galaxy-sized payload bay that can get about 50 to 100 tons into space. So it's basically a C5 that flies into space. Yeah. I don't know if you know C5 Galaxies. C5s can move a lot of stuff. That's a C5 with a C-130 and 2 F-15s next to it in the back of the KC-135. That's the very back of the KC. It's a monster of a freaking airplane. There used to be a guy that watches the stream that used to fly these around. I have no idea if he still watches. I haven't seen him in forever. But, yeah. Look at that frickin' dude. It is literally a 2-lane road. It's a 2-lane road-sized payload bay. You can fly tanks around. 2 of them. The thing can put 2 of them in the payload bay. And the crazy part about that is that 2 tanks don't even fill up the whole damn payload bay. 2 tanks are the weight limit, not the size limit. Which is, all right, okay. Just, yeah, all right, sure. There it is eating an Apache right there. There it is eating a Chinook. Let's see. What else can we see the C5 eating up today? It's eating a telehandler right there. It looks like it's eating some wind turbines. That's the telehandler again. Apache, Chinook. More Chinooks. There's a Black Hawk right there. You could probably fit like 20 of them. Not 20, you could probably fit a bunch in there. It can fit a C-130 fuselage inside of it. I'm trying to find that picture, but yeah, I mean, it's just an absurd. Ooh! Nice. K-20 airplane tug. Very good. You can fit so much. You can fit so much under the hood of. You can fit so much under the hood of this bad boy. 2 whole tanks, Moose. It can move 2 Abrams around, dude. And Star Raker was a proposal to take C5's cargo carrying capacity and payload bay size and make it fly into space. Because overkill is underrated, my friend. It's not overkill, it's redundancy. Gravity, I like the way you think. Cyborg's link, nom 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 nom. Yeah. Here you can see the majestic C5 gobbling up lesser birds of prey. That's an entire C-130 fuselage. Just, I mean... You're mad the RAF are getting rid of their C-130s? The RAF are getting rid of their C-130s? For what? Don't say the A400. That plane's not even on the same level as the C-130. No. Have fun with that. Ugh. Have fun, yeah, have fun with a plane that... a lesser plane, I suppose. I'm sure that's great. I was at an air show years ago where they had a completely empty C5 perform. It was crazy what it did, climbing and maneuvering, yep. We're already having fun. C-130, haven't worked with those in a little while or ever. So I'm using this to kind of box out the entire area here. See, that's the engine nacelles right there. What a chonker of a freaking airplane, man. C-130's a classic, but I prefer the C-17. Yeah, the C-17's a different plane, though, dude. That's the C-130's bigger brother. But yeah, C-17s are beautiful. There was one at Oshkosh, just flying around. Pretty cool. What are you going to do with this? Right now, RC, I'm making a diagram. I'm making basically a 3D diagram showing where this thing's going to, like, how this thing's going to go together. These I-beams just kind of give me the shapes that I need, and then I'll use the aerodynamic parts in KSP to block it out. This is basically just to get the proportions right. That's all. What am I going to do with it? I'm basically making measurements for everything. Like, you can see down there, I have a measurement for where the fuel tank's supposed to start and where the cargo bay is supposed to start. See? Yeah, see, but now this gives me a really good idea of what my engine nacelles are supposed to look like. That's an XB70. This is the thing that I'm making up here. The Star Raker. It is big. There it is comparatively to a comparazione con altri veicoli. Comparison to other vehicles. Yeah, it's large. It's a big plane. Does this game have a story mode? There is science mode, so yeah, not really a story though, but there is science mode, dude. Will 10 rapiers work? We're gonna need to overclock engines, dudes. Actually, the crazy thing about this is that this is gonna have to... The whole nacelle is gonna have to basically do this. The reason why is because, well, if our jet engines, the shuttle engines are in line, so there's supposed to be 3 main engines right here. The shuttle engines are in line, and if they're in line with this, with the center line of the vehicle, they need to be in line with the center line of the vehicle, excuse me, because center of mass. The center of mass has to be pointing through center of thrust, so reverse what I just said. That hierarchy thing fixed the issue, just yeeted the whole station to the moon with the cheat to test and can switch freely to tracking station and back without the RUD. I don't have 20,000 hours in this game for no reason, man. I have a lot of seat time in KSP. You can build whatever you want. It's all good, man. I got your back. Don't worry about it. No problem. Only 20k. RC, I've been playing Kerbal. Not a lot as of late, but I've been playing Kerbal. Let me just put it to you like this. I played Kerbal pretty much every day from like 2015 to like 2021. Every day. 40 hours a week minimum KSP. I'm pretty good at it. Yeah. Pretty good at it. Nah, you know what? Hey Pasquale, what's up, dude? Are you going to use the whiplash or rapiers? Whiplashes would be technically what we need to use, but I haven't really decided propulsion yet, dude. I haven't really decided. We need to build a shell so we can figure it out. I gotta build a shell, Hellfish. I have to see how heavy the airframe is before I can go and scale propulsion to it, which is why I'm building the entire frame first. But yeah, there's your beginnings here. Do you have the original Star Raker you tried building back then? I never tried to build Star Raker before Goonie. I've built other planes like it, like the K90, the one that has the tessellated wing fuselage. Yeah, it's the GT soundtrack Strider. Yep. EJKSP Golden Years. MP Bob is heading out to perform fairing recovery duties for the Galaxy 37 mission later this week. Cool. Remember Wings Wednesdays back in 2019 where you originally tried building one of these? Goonie, I don't ever remember making one of these before. I don't think I've ever tried building something like this. What I tried to build was the X48. A little bit different of an idea. That thing. This thing, right? We Wings Wednesday'd one of these things. Tried, but I think distractions happen and it got a ban. Well, whatever. Even if I tried it then, this would be a way better version of it. So once again, I'm just sculpting the rest of the vehicle out. Is the X48 still a thing? I don't think so. And you know, just while we're here, we'll have some fun. That's a freaking huge wing. I'm just mapping out the shape, guys. This build is not going to take 1 or 2 streams. It's going to take a lot. The wing, that angle actually is pretty nuts. That's why. But the wing is give or take, like if you doubled the fuselage this way, that measurement, it's about 1.5 times up. So like I said, a little bit behind the landing gear. That might be a little bit too high. That looks right. Hey, Nazalik, I'm good, man. Yeah. Frick. That thing is Mamma mia. Nah, screw that. Screw that, Hellfish. I'm experienced enough to go for gold right off the bat. I'm confident in my abilities. I almost want to say it needs to be further back. I don't think so, dude. It looks to start right around, a little bit behind where the engine nacelles end up. That is a freaking huge wing. The wings, the stab starts right before the second armpit on the wing. See how the wing kind of goes out a little bit more? That's where it starts. So it's actually, that's, yeah, it needs to be like right here, give or take. Yeah, that looks right. That looks right to me. Will this fly this session? Not a chance, RC. This is going to take me some time to make this. I'd say at least a week before a flight test, dude. With a big project like this, you got to go slow. I have to go slow and take my time. You really got to measure everything right. Trying to make something like this fly in KSP1 is a little bit of a challenge. And not just fly, SSTO. It needs to fly up into space, which, oh boy, this is going to be a good time. Don't forget to model the ohms pods. The ohms pods are basically representative of that downward area right there. Yeah, I think that's right, dudes. Look at how far the vert goes over the back. Yeah, I know. It goes over 10 meters off the back. Core, do you remember if this is measurement of fuselage, the length indicator that we did here is measurement of fuselage, or if it's measurement of the entire vehicle? That's kind of important. Fuselage, Eld? Yeah, we're using these measurements here, which means, yeah, okay, it's fuselage. Got it. Cool. And if we're looking at this right, I'd say it probably goes 375 off the back in Kerbal. Because look, we know that's 6 meters. The payload bay from top to bottom is 6 meters. If you take that measurement, put it on its side, I'd say we're about 6 meter back off the end. So that means these need to go right here. The nacelles need to end basically right there. And then this needs to go 375 off the back. So I can take one of these. Which we know is 375. And then just make it go up here. And that gets you where the back of the damn tail is. plane. You'll have great rudder authority. Oh yeah, you ain't getting any side slip from this thing, dude. Dude, what a freaking aircraft. I'm not even mad. This thing's awesome. I really want to get this thing going. Core, what do you think? I basically made it about 3 meters hanging off the back end, give or take. The wingtips look a bit forward. Okay, so I know absolutely that I am good up until this point. We measured the cross section there. The wing shape up until here is exactly right. Or it's pretty damn close. It's about as close as we're going to get in KSP. Scroll down the PDF to the top down of the wing temperatures. Alright, give me 1 second. I know it's down here. Oh, yep. What type of thermal protection was this going to have? Drago, Rockwell saw 2 possibilities. One possibility was using shuttle tiles, the silicate tiles, or they had a metallic TPS solution as well, which... money. What do you think the sweep angle on the main body of the wing is, Core? Let's take a look. 15, 30, 45. That's 45 right there. That's not set in stone. We can always make this shorter or longer. We don't, because in section double D, it's not, it doesn't show going out to the exact wing. So we might be able to get the sweep to be a little bit better, like that. But that also doesn't get us exactly to where we need to be, where the wing kind of blows out a little bit, like that. Make a protractor. Stick an I-beam. Yeah, I think we may have gotten it here. I think I might need to bring this in just a smidge more. So, make that go up one. Make that straight, and then I'm bending these panels, guys, to get the shape that I'm looking for. That's pretty damn close. Oh, there it is. That's real close to being right. That's good. Are you making a jumbo shuttle? Star Raker, baby. It's a C5 cargo base sized SSTO, Phoenix. It has 10 turbo ramjet liquid hydrogen jet engines, 3 shuttle engines in the back, 2 ohms pods. Starts air breathing, flies to the equator, goes up, does a nosedive, gets the turbo ramjets going, pitches up, flies up into space. Once it gets a good enough ballistic arc, shuttle engines turn on, air breathers turn off, up into space. It's basically a C5 that flies up into space. I'm doing Wings Wednesday style. I'm doing up the wireframe mesh with using panels and I-beams to block out where every shape ends up. This is like kind of my classic style, dude. I mean, you know. Just in case anybody else doesn't. This is how I do things. Want to build something nuts? Gotta do it like this. Do the beams remain in place? No, they do not. They are just a template. Consider this the jig that makes the plane. In real life, guys, when you make planes, here, let me type the X59. That'll be a good way to show. In real life, when you're putting a plane fuselage together, you use a bunch of jigs to make sure that everything is aligned. Basically, it's a giant cradle. It shows the template. It basically is a giant template, and you build and assemble the fuselage on said gigantic template. Now, in this particular thing, it's hard to see the exact template because it has the service gantries around it, so people can walk up and, install parts and whatnot. But underneath, see the jig right there? See that big piece? There's a thing that holds this whole thing together. That's what I'm making. I'm making the blue thing. Just like a real plane. You use it, and then I'll manufacture the segments on the jig, and then we'll stitch together a big plane. This is just a template to show where everything goes. This is just me figuring out in 3D space where the engines live, and where the shuttle motors live, and where my fuel tanks need to be, etc., etc. These panel things here are supposed to mimic what's called a stringer in aerodynamic design. See these things? See the lines? Those are stringers. They're structural bulkheads between different components. That's how most airplanes are made. Actually, everything is made like this. Planes have been using stringers like this to make shapes and be structurally strong basically since World War II. Like, we've just gotten better at doing it, making different shapes and whatnot. What was your largest, most time-consuming project ever? I built an entire SSTO and launchpad complex, and it took me 10 months to get it right, and it still blew up in my face. Yep. Yeah, that was good. It's built like a wooden ship almost. Maybe wooden ship named Diversity. I think it's an old wooden ship that was used during the Civil War era. I mean, this thing's bigger than the Spruce Goose, and it flies into space, which is pretty dope. Yeah, so the final product will not have these, dudes. It's just there as a guide, so it's easier for me to sculpt out the pieces that I need.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Like the nacelles. I would have never known that the nacelles was a bent shape like this. I would have never seen it. That's impossible to tell from any type of pictures that we have that the nacelles are built like this. Let me go to the photo gallery. See? And all this concept art and stuff, they look pretty damn straightforward. They are absolutely not. They're bent. See? Look at it at that angle. It's a bent shape. So like the intakes are like this and the back is perfectly straight. See what I mean? Really, really hard to tell something like that by looking at these pictures, but now I can physically see it. Well, not physically, but you get the idea. Imagine the air show passes this thing could have had. Yep. I could have read the document and found it wrong, but it seems like methane was an option for Star Raker. The reasoning behind not designing for it was more experience with LH2 and the SSME existed. Gotta follow the wing contour and also have to thrust the line properly. Yep. And yeah, Rocket Guy, you know, I started... Basically, I have a profile of the fuselage here, I have a profile of the fuselage here, and I have a profile of the fuselage here. And I use that to sculpt out the strakes and sculpt out the wing. And then from there, you know, I know the actual length of the back of the vehicle. We have the wingspan indicator right there, which is pretty close to it. I mean, it needs to be something like that now that I'm looking at this. And this needs to go, that needs to be perfectly straight. And then, yeah, that needs to go back like that. Oh no, that's not right at all. And then this needs to find a point right there. That. See? I can basically, based off of this, given information, I can extrapolate where the rest of, well, everything ends up. That's a trick from 3D modeling. And it looks like the wings don't meet up with the end surface like that. There's a little bit of a gap right there, so we can incorporate that, which is basically what we have already. Sweet. Is it possible to build a side first and then mirror it along the long longitudinal axis, thus having the work and guaranteeing symmetry, avoiding consequential failures from it? Yeah, Schlemo. Yeah. Kerbal has symmetry. Absolutely. Are you talking about in real life or in Kerbal? Because in Kerbal we have mirror sim. Yeah, I'm building it in mirror. I didn't make all this by hand. No. See, we have mirror. Because yeah, dude, there have been projects where we've built it. I've built stuff without having symmetry in it, and it's not easy. To say the least, man. That's not easy to do, man. I think this basically needs to be right to the top, right there. See, now that finding the exits of this right here, and finding that box shape made it so it's really easy to find this box shape back here, because the intakes don't get wider and smaller, right? This is the same, that's the same size as the back per the blueprints, right? So now, because of that, I found exactly where the shuttle main engines are supposed to go, where the 3 main motors are supposed to go. We found exactly where the ohms pod's supposed to go. We can figure out exactly where the vertical stabilizer is supposed to go. And I have my big wingspan indicators here. That just shows how wide it is, not necessarily where it's at the widest. That's why it doesn't line up one way. But now we know exactly where the widest part of the wings are, and they were biased towards the back. Now we know exactly where the engines are supposed to go. Now we know where the main engines are supposed to go. Now we know how big the fuel tank needs to be, and then from there I can extrapolate the back profile curve of this. Like, remember how if you were watching, I used this to figure out the nose cone shape, right? I used that to figure out the exact shape that we needed. Now I can figure out the shape out back. I know exactly where it needs to go. Yep. Based off of what I've seen, this is enough. These 3 profile sections and this view right here is enough to get it right. That's enough information to build a copy. It's close. Do you know was the 007 movie Moonraker filmed after this craft? Moonraker? No, Moonraker is the space shuttle. I haven't seen Moonraker in a long time. This is Knuff. I'm just Starraker. Where they see shuttles, I see single stages. And I'm Knuff. Guys, we're no longer using the term GigaChad in here. We use GigaKen instead. Thank you very much. This might need to... We might need to go further back with this. Hold on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
This is fine. Yeah, that looks correct. Extending the main leading edge backwards a little bit. Or not the side. That looks more like the control surfaces that we're going for. Perfect. So now we can get the back profile of this. See this where the LH2 tank is? That back piece? Now we have that curve exactly. The back end of the craft. We could basically figure it out. There's enough given information. We've extrapolated enough information to get the back piece of this done correctly. So, let's take a look. So we know down in the center here, that's based off of the cargo bay piece. Okay. Let's, at the very back, let's get one of these. And now we can figure out exactly where the shuttle main engines are supposed to be. This thing would have used shuttle motors, interestingly enough. Yeah, they used it because it was available. It's not exactly aligned, but that's more or less what we're going for. We can get rid of those. There. Cool. Your satisfactory build has gotten me back into it. Dang you. Lucky you have some real life inspiration from the aviation factory you're building near you. They're building near you. Cool, Green. Nice. Sorry, man. Jasper, 43 months. Thanks, buddy. And then plus had a 75er before that. Life changes, substreak remains. Booyah. Thanks, dude. This is gonna be nuts. Okay. Yikes. Okay.
Discovery, go at
Oh,
throttle.
I might. Decent tier 270. It's only espionage if it comes from the espionage region of France. Otherwise, it's sparkling treason. Yeah. No, yeah, totally. Oh, this thing's gonna have a lot of go to it. A lot of go fast going on here. What's the difference between treason and sparkling treason? Well, one's sparkling, obviously. I mean, come on. I thought that was pretty self-explanatory. The jet engines have a tilt to them if you didn't see it. Oh, jeez, they do. It's very slight, but they do. I mean, what would you think it is, Core? Like, I don't think it's 5 degrees. It's got to be less than that. Need a rear shot. I see it. Actually, I don't know, man. Maybe. That might just be an illusion, dude. But it does seem like this bottom shape gets a little bit wider right there. Like, this piece goes down a smidge. Kind of like that. Look at the cross sections. Oh, there's a wing profile right there for the tanks. Good to know. It didn't get built, RC. No, but they wanted to. There's the ascent profile. Holy balls. I didn't realize this PDF was this long. I thought it ended right there. Didn't realize there was more pictures. I have not been using these pictures. Did you start this tonight? I began building it big today, RC. Yeah. I started doing measurements on Friday. I'm seeing nothing indicating that core. Oh dear. Yeah, maybe just a smidge. I see it. It's the ramped intake. Yeah, I see it. I see it, guys. You're right. What engines would this thing have used? Ermi, it has basically that thing. Those are, I guess for all intents and purposes, they're SR-71 engines. They're SR-71 engines. 10 of them. And they run off liquid hydrogen instead of JP7. Because science. Which is kind of nuts. It's kind of nuts, dude. But also, this is super useful because that's the profile curve for the back of the wing. It looks like the air-breathing engines are pushing the center of thrust below center of mass, and the rocket engines are right in line with the center of mass, which makes sense. That makes sense, dudes. It sounds so dangerous. Yeah, you're probably right. Just hey, if you could just keep it classy in my chat, dude. I try to make it about as good of a learning environment as we can. Try to keep it PG-13. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, let's see if we can. Well, we don't need the box here, more or less. This can go back. How long? How much of that? Like the length of it. We have this line right here, so that's about the halfway point. I'd say about a little over a quarter of the way through the design is where that ramp intake ends. So and the top line and the bottom line converge. They converge very, very slightly. So give me this thing right here. Let's go here like this. Attach that piece right here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Monblen. 21-month resub. Thanks, dude. What a chonker of a vehicle this thing is. It's kind of nuts. I think that's good. That's right for the ramps. Could you please put a flag with Big Chungus on the side of this space plane? Big Chungus! Big Chungus! I'll think about it. What do you think, guys? I think we're making progress on the shape. That's gonna be a tough shape to make, dudes. That one. The intakes are. This is gonna be rough. Do I need to make a big Chungus flag? Just do it. Just do it. Whatever. Just do it. Let's get it. Yeah, let's do it. So stupid, man. This thing's gonna be 1,000 parts when we're done, dude. But I will, if you do it, I'll put the big Chungus flag right on the side of this thing. Big Chungus! Large Chungus! I think we got it, dudes. I think, the back might have the same angle as the intakes, no? It's very clear that the engines are pointed this way. They're pointed downwards. An easy way for us to see that will be to attach an I-beam. And have the I-beam split the convergence. There you go. There's your tilt. SPMTs are at the launch site. S25 rollback expected either tonight or tomorrow morning. Cool. The row of engines are tilted up. They aren't flat with the mains. Okay, I'll chalk that one up to chat delay. What project were they planning on using this for? Star Raker was the means to a project called SPS, Solar Power Systems. It was basically, the U.S. was trying to maintain energy dependence in the 70s after the oil crisis, and this thing would have been able to generate copious amounts of solar panels, or solar power in space by building gigantic solar panel arrays that were like the size of a football stadium, actually bigger than a football stadium. They were like 5 miles by 2 miles wide, so that would have required something launching pretty much every day, and that would have justified building a Hydrolox SSTO if you needed to launch it every day and gave it 1,100 missions to do it, you know. Oh, I'm stupid. I see it. I get it. I see what you guys are saying. I gotta redo this a little bit. Yeah, these... I'm just making some modifications. I see what you guys are saying. That one is measuring thrust axis. Where is that picture? Yowzas. I don't know if they're angled up at... I think that's the design that we're looking for. I might have to redo this. I might have to redo the intake box. Box. I think that's good enough to get the point across. But, see, in these pictures, they're angled, but if you look at the renders, they're definitely not, unless it's some kind of optical illusion. Possible. I think it's the top slope that makes you think that. Yeah. 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 Yeah, this part right here is going to be one of the harder segments to make, but we can do it. I'm not too incredibly... I'm not deterred by particularly anything here. The top slopes down next to the ohms. Oh, I see it. I see it. So these things are kind of like this, huh? Dude, clever. Clever. How long are you streaming for? We'll be here for 3 or 4 more hours, RC. I stream 10 hours a day, dude. 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. Take the weekends off to keep my sanity, amongst other things. I like working hard, man. I believe in hard work. And I also believe you have my stapler. The back ortho shot also shows the 3 mains are pointing through the center of the craft. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I was afraid of this. That means these need to be right there, huh? Thanks, Dak. I'm just coming up with we're basically building the reference for it. I'm building the blueprints. I started with the fuselage, and I have the forward fuselage done, and then we needed to figure out the wings and everything. So I kind of stopped. The fairings right there are the final craft. We did the fuselage at the front, and we found a way to blend the shuttle cockpit, and it actually looks really, really nice. Looks good. That's not exactly what the real one's fuselage and flight deck looked like, but I don't care. That looks awesome. Yeah, we blended the fairings together. This is actually 3 fairings, guys. Yeah, one of them is the cargo bay. That's the size of our cargo bay, dude. Quite large, if you ask me. It's a C5's cargo bay, scaled C5. Yeah. And then I've been just trying to figure out where everything lives at the back of this thing. All right. Well, if this is the case, I might want to redo the intakes just a little bit. Maybe not necessarily this, right? But the strake and everything, yeah, I'm probably... Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to think here. I'd say the back piece probably needs to be redone, but if we do redo the back piece, it takes all that off. So, but that's okay. For now, I'm not going to tilt the engines. We'll do that kind of last, figuring out their home. But that is the shape that we have right here. So sometimes you got to do it over. That happens. That whole shape goes up from the ohms pods, huh? I'll be. It's not much. This jet engine and that jet engine and the three mains seem to be straight. See that line right there, Core? And then it's the 4, 5, 6, and 7. 4, 5, 6, 7 engines on the outside. Actually, 5, 6, 7, and 8 engines on this side. Those are the ones that are tilted. No, not... It's very primitive, RC. No. But that's not going to stop me from trying to make it right. You know what I mean? Like, the game doesn't care. You could have a jet engine with something right in front of it and it'll still work. There's no fluid dynamics here. But I know enough about I know enough about aerodynamics that I really try to make it look like it should work. I call it, and Todd Howard stole the freaking name, I call it NASA punk. Plausible realism, dude. Son of a gun, Todd Howard, he stole the name! He actually came up with a better name for exactly what I try to do. I try to build stuff, if it's a concept or something, I'll try to build it to look as realistic as possible. Like it could be something that NASA made, but no, it's not. Could the real version be able to lose any engines, Keen Bob? I'm not sure, dude. I would probably say no. You lost an outer engine here, you'd have to shut down the opposite engine, and then you'd have a bad problem. But then again, dude, this thing can fly for days. It can glide for days, so transatlantic aborts and stuff wouldn't be the worst thing with this, right? And you do still have jet engines, so you could just turn around. Like, you just let it go, come back down, and turn around, dump the fuel that you don't need, and go home. Like a replica, yeah, but part of replicating something in KSP2 is tough, man. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do. The reason why it's a difficult thing to do is because KSP's aero doesn't work exactly like real life. It's close, but it's not exact. So this is why I'm kind of just blocking everything out with I-beams to try and figure out exactly what I need. And then when I get a little bit of a better understanding how all this works, then we'll start making the fuselage and stuff. I mean, this is all gonna be made. We're gonna make it all out of wings and stuff, dude. There's no way this is gonna be anything else. If this was all made out of I-beams, it wouldn't fly. Wouldn't fly very well. With that being said, I have made stuff out of I-beams fly just to see if we could. Alright, Core, what do you think about the proportions? Do you think we were right? I think we're close. It's just crazy to me how much that intake actually jumps up like this. What are I-beams actually for in Kerbal? They're a structural part that you can use. It's just an I-beam. Like Kerbal, RC Kerbal is a game where you just have a bunch of wings, landing gear, spacecraft parts, like shuttle cockpit right there. See that? And you can build whatever the frick you want. Anything. Like anything. You want to build rockets, you want to build the Saturn V, you want to build a space shuttle, whatever. They give you a bunch of parts, they give you the tools, you figure out what you want to make. You got parachutes, you got rocket motors, you got whatever. So the I-beams are used for like structural components. I use them for diagramming out stuff, but they were added a long time ago in Kerbal for just diagramming stuff out. Looks good? Alright, cool. Go. And we'll work on the angle of all the engines, the vectored angle, a little bit later, but that's the idea. We have 3 rocket engines in the center, 10 jet engines out on the flanks. They're turbo ramjets, so basically SR-71 motors, which is... okay. Yeah, Warp, can you imagine the throttle quadrant? You probably would have not have a throttle quadrant for the rocket motors. No way. The jets, though, yeah, that would be nutso. It would look like a... Well, Aqualex already linked it, but it would look like a B-52's throttle quadrant. Now, keep in mind, this is a very old B-52, but, dude, look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You probably have 2 more on either flank there. Can you imagine what the flight deck of this thing's gonna look like? Oh, or would look like? It would be insane. Alright, we don't need that piece anymore. Alright. Cool. Look at that thing. What a plane this is, man. Holy Toledo. Yeah, not the throttle quadrant. I'm talking more about the dash. Dash. But, yeah. The dashboard's probably a little different nowadays. Instrument panel. Sorry, I was... Dashboard. Too much cars. No such thing. That's still a very strange shape, dudes. And if we did it right, they should look like they're converging on each other. Like that they're going to be like this. Yep. I would say we are in business here with our shapes. Core, thank you very much for all your help, and everybody else too. You guys, yeah, this is what brings it over the top. I can do this stuff, right? Having you guys just look over my back, man, we're unbeatable. Now let's get that profile curve. Let's get the aft profile curve. I think we can do it. What I will do is attach another one of these guys here. I did my intakes. Did the intakes attached to the cargo thing? I don't really want to do that. But they're kind of in position already, so screw it. If you can, put a hula girl on the dash. Yeah, right. Alright, let's move this up into position. Then we'll do what we did before. So let's go up here. Now, if we go back and look at the PDF right here, we have to get this shape back here, whatever that looks like. If we go back and look at the engines, you can see that shape. It's this top line right here. So we want 1, 2, 3, bent down, 1, 2, 3, 4, bent down, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Now, 5-degree increments aren't going to really do us any good here. That's a good block out, and that's kind of the shape. It's kind of the shape we're looking for. But this seems to be a very parabolic corner. Like the further you go, the steeper it gets. So let's do something a little bit different than that. That was a good idea, but let's go and do this instead. Watch. Get some hinges in here. Some of the robotic hinges. I have no idea where that is. Oh, it's all the way over there. No, get back here. You reckon this thing can do S-turns on re-entry? Shouldn't have to, but yeah, it probably could. Alright, put these in here like this. Alright. And now, because the pivot point of that is literally on center, right? On the end of the beam, now we can move in different increments. This is what's going to be needed for a line like this, because this is a very, very complicated curve for building in KSP. But we have the tools! We have the talent! Also, don't cross the streams. Alright, don't need that one at the end. So check this out. We can do 1. Right? And then we can do 1 again. And then we can do 1 more. We can do 1 again. Right? So right here, maybe we switch to 2 instead. Nope, we don't want to do that just yet. That's too far on the slope. And it actually might be better to go to alternate. So that one goes 0, that one does 1. that one goes 0. It might be easier to make the wings when we go to do this. So alternate every other one. So have one that's blank. Sorry, I probably should have used the longer beams for this, but that's okay. Now set that one to 2. And then set this one to 2 as well. And set that one to 2. Nope. 2 isn't enough. Let's see. 3. This last one maybe set it to 4. Well, but we're exponentially increasing, so maybe 5? Let's set it to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the angle combination that we need. It's kind of amazing. I got the same combination on my luggage. Seriously though, that's right. You want to know the best part? Want to know the best part about this? Check this out. Boop. Now we got the bottom line as well. See? Do you ever go back and finish the shuttle pad you're working on? No, I decided to do this. See? Now we have the back of the fuselage. And this also gives us our wing profile as well, which is pretty freaking cool. I just need to look at one more thing with the wing configuration from the back. Where are those back shots? Opinion on this sussy thing. Alright, give me 1 second. This seems to go like that, and then that means this needs to be absolute snap like that, and then this needs to be back like that. The back end of this is going to be a little bit difficult to make right, but and then this needs to be coplanar with that. Give me 1 second, Forge. I'll check that thing out in a moment. Yep, there we go. I think that is pretty damn good for the back shapes of this thing. It would be better to do stringers, but like I could do more panel stringers here as we get further back, but that's pretty much the shape that we're talking about here, I think. The only thing that's kind of hard for me to see is the wing thickness over the back, like this. That's hard to see. Concerning the wet wings, could we combine the tanks with the wing panels to cut down a part count, or would it not look right? I have ways of getting around it, Hellfish. I'm not going to use the fuel tanks for the outer surfaces of the wings. I'm going to use them for the structure, like intended. Okay, what's that, Forge? Opinion on... Please mute audio or your ears will explode. Yeah, give me 1 second, dudes. I shut the sound off for a second. Yep. Yeah, there's probably a good reason. Yeah, they shut the audio off for a reason. Guys, just headphone users, turn it down for a second, please, just in case the audio decides to play again. Am I missing something here? Okay. All right. So I got a new plan. The new plan is to never, ever show that again on stream. Ever. Okay. That's the plan. Yeah, thanks. I hate it. Yeah, that's... Yeah, wish B2 owned. I think we got everything where we need it. And you can, if you kind of sit here and look at it for a second, you can see, I think we nailed the shape. Thanks for all your help, dudes. I think we got it right. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nutso bomber. I said it was a bomber. Not so SSTO. I'm still thinking about that stupid thing lives rent-free in my head already. That weird-looking thing that drops bombs backwards. Because, you know. You know. Why does the plane have a single tail fin? Because that's how they designed it. They designed it to have a single tail fin. This is like an Avro Vulcan on steroids, man. Seems like side slip would be an issue. Not as bad as you might think. It's because of this shape. You're not going to get as much side slip as you think because this is going to... That'll help stabilize it. Not a lot, but it's enough, I guess. I mean, dude, look at the size of the tail on that thing. Yeah, that kind of like this shape should help it. Should. It has a bigger tail than your ex-wife. Oof. It's gonna look freaking sweet though, dudes. This is gonna be a monster. Freaking monster of an airplane. I'm like, yeah, I'm actually kind of pumped on this thing. I might need to redo some of these profile lines, but I think that they're close. They're not exact, though. Like this one. that one needs to, yeah, I'm not sure here. What shape are we talking about with the wing here? When complete, what's the FPS? The frames will be a perfectly fine erudite. It's the simulation rate. I don't know. It depends. How many parts are we at right now? It's 516 parts just blocked out. But I guarantee these panels are probably sucking up a good amount of that. We're gonna need wings. Lots of wings to get this right. I'm just not 100% sure how we're gonna put the wings together. But we do have our profile shapes, which is good. That's good. I'm gonna modify these curves. They're not. I don't want them to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 anymore. I want them to be 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. What happened to 7? Just kidding. Now, you know, I'm kind of wondering about the bottom profile here, the bottom line. Underneath the back here. That might actually not be as curved as we think. It might not be the same shape. Let me look at some pictures. Let me look at more pictures of this thing. See if we can get it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Maybe this is not exactly the right curve we want, so maybe we should set that to like shame. I like that. I like the curve. I like the curve that we had. But once again, now that I'm looking at it, that might not. A meme for your enjoy. A meme for my enjoyment. Wings. Lots of wings. So what is this even supposed to be? It's a blueprint for a plane that I'm building, Cody. You want to know what it's supposed to be? Look up Rockwell Star Raker. I'm going to make the bottom curve match it. 2, 2, 3, 3. It looks like those images are different from different iterations in the design process. One image seems to have a more circular cross-section for the fuselage, and others seem to be more of a blended wing body. This one, I mean, these are just architectural renders, dude. This is just somebody drawing it and doing some creative interpretation. The better thing to do would be to work off this, work with these. But I don't think I have a space here for. I don't have a profile for the back of the fuselage other than the nacelles here. If I'm looking at this right. Oh, we got to go down a little bit more. Section DD is the aft. It's not though. It's right there. No, it's not, Crush. This is section D. Delta is right there. I like digging through the files, RC. You learn stuff this way. It looks like that edge back there is pretty dang straight, to be honest with you. And it looks like it tilts back like a 747, has the tail up and back for rotation, if I had to guess. Because rotating off of these landing gears is going to suck. Hey, Ewok. How are you? That shows that there's a circular fuselage section that blends into the flat bottom engine nacelles. I think Concorde. Life is okay here. Hope you and the wife are doing well. Everything is good, Ewok. I can't complain. It's actually, I mean, this is just an artistic rendering, but I meant that the Concorde nacelles use a flat bottom, not that shapes are identical. Yeah, I got you. I think the bottom shape is different, dudes. I think it's much more of a straight line. And that would seem to make more sense given the tail of the plane. It's basically like that. Yeah, that looks more right to me. It looks... They strapped on a couple of XB70 engines from it. It's made by this proposal is from the same company, dude. Yeah, it's from Rockwell. So yes, those do look like two XB70 derived engine sections on either side. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yeah, you saw it too. I mean, this thing literally is unreal. It's on another level of nuts. It's not flat across the back. No, not exactly. There's little optical illusions, Toothless. Yeah, it's not exact. Little optical illusions here and there and make it not that. Yeah. Okay. It's not a passenger SSTO. It's a C5 Galaxy that flies into space. It has the cargo bay that's the exact shape and size of a C5. Yeah, nuts. Absolutely insane. All these I-beams back here, dudes, just in case anybody's wondering, all the I-beams back here are here to just block it out. They're just showing where everything is. The final plane will not look like this. In fact, I'll take those thrust vectors out. This is just showing the shape. And the panels are showing the stringers. Different profile sections of this. The hardest part, I'd say, is probably going to be right here. This is going to be the most difficult part. But yeah, I think this is very doable. It was actually going to have a C5B or C5A, I forget which one, payload bay. In that PDF it says the payload bay is going to literally be a C5's payload bay. I'm serious, it's a C5 that flies into space, which is, I don't know how they were like, yes, make it Lockheed's even though you're Rockwell. But yep, they did that, which is kind of nuts. I'm just modifying the wing shape a little bit to be more in line with... The wing is supposed to be, basically at this segment, it's supposed to be about 1.8 wide, which is bananas. Like right... Nah, that can't be right. Maybe at that segment of the plane, but not... yeah, at the aft, it's definitely not that size. Are you going to build wings in between the panel stringers? Yes. Within reason, yeah. We're gonna need a fairing. So I'm thinking we make a fairing, and the fairing will be this shape right here. And then wings will be over the back of this to make it look right. When you see YC in the diagram, that is the airfoil thickness to chord length ratio. Yeah, okay. Okay. There's another diagram somewhere around here that shows that whole damn thing. Yeah, dude, that's what they wanted to build with this thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Carlon, 40-month resub, thank you. Trying to see if there's any other... There was an overall shot that showed that YC thing pretty much everywhere. Oh, there's it compared to a space shuttle. This thing would have gotten real freaking hot. Interesting.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Argablue, 44 months at tier 3. Thank you very much. 44 months is a damn long time. Keep it up. Well, as long as you guys support me, I'm here. You got me. You're gonna have to come in super shallow with this thing. That's how the real one would have came in. Very, very shallow. That mini raker, yeah, from down there. I do think we're actually pretty damn close to the shape right now. But yeah, we do need to sculpt out the back end of this and then get the engine section figured out. Yeah. But I think I think we're looking the part here, dudes. I think this looks right to me. The mini raker, that's, yeah, the size of the shuttle. Yeah, right. Might have to start really building to figure out how you want it shaped. Yeah, some of these areas are going to be tricky, dude, but I think we got enough given information here to get it right. Yeah, there's enough given. We have enough given here to do this correctly. I think. I'm worried about part count. With all the Kraken tech and everything, this is gonna get, it's gonna be a lot of parts. Like a lot of parts. I don't think it'll be, I mean, if I can get this to like 800 parts, we're good. We're fine. It'll be great. 800 parts would be usable for what we're trying to do, but I don't think, it's probably going to end up being like 900, 1,000 parts. Are we there yet? No! We could use big tries in certain areas, AP, but wings are what we're gonna need. The big triangles could work. I think the big shuttle wings would work out here on the edges. I mean, amongst other places. I don't like using these. I don't like tessellating with these because they're different shapes. It's a different shape and size, dude. But yeah, if you want the scale we're working with here, that's the shuttle wing in the game. That's one of the bigger wings. The other big wing in the game is the Fat 455. That's the Fat 455. It is very small. Well, you'd be able to build space stations with it, though. It wouldn't take a huge chunk of FPS alone. It depends on how patient you are, Blue. You know that. There's a thin delta wing. Yeah, I know. Oh, you're talking about using that one for tessellation purposes? In certain areas, we probably could get away with it, yeah. I don't think that's... For some of these shapes, they're going to need to use the smaller wings, dude. And sometimes going from the smaller wings to the delta wings, it looks stupid. Did you ever mess around with steam engines and derail? They're tricky. No, I haven't gotten that far. You could build the power set to actual scale. That would be tough. I don't think Kerbal would understand building something that big, dude. We're building this thing? Yeah, Adam, yeah, we're building this thing. Star Raker. It's a C5 size payload bay that flies up into space, dude. I got the flight deck kind of figured out. It's looking pretty good. I'm just... And the cargo bay, that's the easy part. I started picking off stuff that I knew was easy. And then we started making the wings, the stringers and the, yeah, the stringers and all the other pieces. And just kind of mocking up where the engines and everything are going to go. It's a monster of a freaking plane, dude. This is gonna be hard to make. Like, yeah, it's going to be difficult. It's got liquid hydrogen wet wings, Adam. Liquid hydrogen wet wings, because, you know, how complicated you want to make this? Yes, I would like to make this very complicated. It's like, okay. All right. What do I need to do to... Let's just rotate that out of the way real quick. I was going to say, what do I need to do to get the... to build this backwards fairing? Let's just rotate that piece out of the way. I need the nacelles to be on their own piece to control. I don't want them attached to the cargo bay jig. I shouldn't have attached that there. So let me just copy them. And then I'll move these up into position. Cool. Now they're in position. Now we can take this and just rotate it out of the way. And now we can get rid of the originals and get rid of them. The reason why I did that is because I need a place to make the fairing here. And it's easier to just rotate components out of the way. Like that. See? Just rotate them out of the way so I can keep building. And that, now our cargo piece... Right, see this piece too. We don't need those anymore. That was just for reference. Now the cargo bay piece, we can get it out of the way for when we want to go make this. So move the cargo, that's my cargo bay template. That shows the usable space inside of the cargo bay. Yeah, I know how fish, right? This, we could do this in KSP too, yeah. It's doable. Now what I need to do with these pieces is transfer them. I need to transfer them to strut pieces. Yeah. Ooh, yeah. So strut pieces need to go like this. I need to find center. We need to find the center line of the vehicle like this. That's dead center, and now we need this piece to go right here, like that, and we can get rid of this. Alright, we're following this profile shape. Up there, that's used for wings. We don't need that necessarily. This in KSP2 would be fun. Yeah, when KSP2 gets to the point where you could do stuff like this, I'm doing it. Because this would be so much easier with procedural wings, dudes. With procedural wings, we get this done real quick. But I'm building old school KSP1 style because I like it. I like doing this. So I'm going to take that piece right there, attach it down here. And I'm putting it back in position on its own thing, so it's not connected to this. This is the top profile. We can basically move this down here, and then this piece can move on an absolute rotation back up there, and then we can take the top profile curve and yeet! Get it out of the way. Now, back here on this side, we're going to take one of these, flip the sucker around, move it backwards, and then use this as a rotational piece. Actually, we don't necessarily need to use it for rotation, but I'm making a copy of that. Now, let me get some ruler parts. Let's make our rulers so we can get our profile curve. And now we can make rulers on top of it. So these are how I draw fairing shapes. I don't just freehand the fairings. I give myself a template. And we do that by using struts. The reason why is because the actual length of the strut piece is not collidable. See how it doesn't select anything when I put my mouse over it? Nothing. The only collidable part of a strut is right here and right there. You can use this to help make lines to trace fairings. I did it up at the front. If you look, see this piece? I used a bunch of these things, extended them, and used them to make a profile line. See that? And then I used that to make the nose cone. We're going to do that to make the tail cone now. Same idea. It's a really, really trick way of building to get the lines perfect. So what we do is we take a bunch of rulers, take however many we think we're going to need. I usually put like, let's see, 1, 2, actually 3 might be what we need. We'll just put 4 here. So now take this, rotate this way. Whoop. Now take this and move this till it's out of the way, like that. Now grab the next piece. Actually, you know what would be good? Yeah, we can freehand this. It's not that big of a deal. EG, are you hungry? Yeah, a little bit. I'm doing some intermittent fasting right now. That's what I usually do during the week. Oh, so you linked up food. Appreciate that one. Appreciate that, Illness. Thank you. It looks really good for what it's worth, but also... All right, cool. There we go. Now we can take this piece and move it out of the way. We don't need it anymore because we got our profile. So what we're gonna have to do, this is gonna get weird. I gotta merge the craft file with itself. We need to merge craft file with itself. The reason why is because I'm after that fairing diameter. So this looks very, very strange, right? So let's take that. Take the nose. Take the amigo's nose. Yeah, okay, my cargo bay piece is not attached to the right thing. I think it's node snapped to the back of the fairing. So, take it. And attach it to the root part. Make sure it's back in position. Yep. Cool, and just put it over there. Now, we can take either this piece or we can take the nose cone and make a new one. And that should... Uh-oh. Oh, I hope that's not attached to the root part or else we're going to have a bad problem here. It is. The back of the fairing is attached to that. How are we going to get that out of the hierarchy? Alright, I got an idea. So we're going to have to... I'm going to make revision 1 here. We're gonna make revision 1, and yeah, I gotta switch this around. My fairing is attached to this. It's attached to that on a node. I need the back node to make the tail cone. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna grab a girder segment, same kind of girder segment that I used as the root part on the vehicle, right? And we're gonna radial attach it. Just basically attach it to the side surface, right? And just remember, this is one tick down from where that one needs to be. Now, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna reroute to the fairing there, and then we're gonna take that actual piece, and we're gonna do the same exact thing. And we're gonna attach it to the bottom. And now we're going to take that same piece, going to move it right back into position, and it just needs to be one tick above that. It undid all my damn rulers. probably should have noticed that this was going on before, you know, we actually went to do it, but it's okay. I gotta redo it. Adam, I gotta redo it. I gotta redo it. It didn't run any of the lines. And if I just attach the strut, the line isn't gonna be straight because it wasn't absolute snap, so that kind of sucks, but it's my own fault. We got the hierarchy stuff sorted out, which is fine. That's all sorted. Everything is back as where it should be, so. Some of these didn't come in exactly right. But these ones are going to be easy to move back into position because they're just straight. They're not curved. So just a good absolute snap right there is going to fix that one. Good absolute snap's going to fix this one over here. One. There we go. Hi, Pete. Yep. Yeah, see, it didn't run the rulers on the front either, but that's okay. We needed to do that. That was important. Oh, you know what? Redoing this just gave me a really good idea. Just move those back over there. I used the hinges to get this to work right. So that one is, if we compound the numbers here, so that one right there is 0, that one right there is 2, that's 2 and 3, so that's 5, and then we're already rotated up 5 degrees, so that's 10. Clicking that to a 10-degree increment literally nailed the curve. So now, what if I do this? 1, ruler, 2, ruler. And if I set this thing, which direction are we going to need to go? The next one is 3, so we set that to -3. -3. And then we set this one right after that to -2. Let's just do some fine measurement here. This is an easier way to do the rulers now. Using the hinges, man. See? We can come up with curved designs that we just never would have been able to do in KSP2. Like, not yet, at least. Not yet. Give it some time. Look at that. It's perfect. That's really, really useful. Actually, very useful. You know, sometimes, you know, you lose some work, it's okay. It's alright because you'll figure out a better way to do it. This works with code, whatever, modeling. You'll figure out a better way to get it done. go. Cool. Now we have the pieces that we need. So now I can take this and just move it out of the way. So now, what we do is we grab this, attach the tail cone piece there. That's just a copy of the nose cone, but the tail is a little bit of a different shape, and we should be able to just move this back into position like that. Now we take it, and we edit the fairing. It's going to need to back up. We're going to need to back up and infringe on the payload bay just a little bit. Like that. Now select the fairing. Yeah, that's that piece that I use is pretty broken. Let's use this one instead. That's why I just decided to keep both of them in here. Right? So go in here, edit the shape. There we go. For now, I'm just going to end that fairing right there. Oh, it clips in. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. I am the Senate. See that? It's clipping in. We're just gonna have to make that work. There we go. Much smoother shape. Perfect. How much lift do fairings produce comparatively to drag? Yes. I'm not sure off the top of my head, man. Alright, cool. Save this, and now what we can do is we can go up here like this, take these pieces and just rotate them right back into position. We don't need that one anymore. This one we're still going to need. That's going to show where the wings are going. Now take this one, flip that sucker back around. There's your intakes. Take the back aft section piece, flip that one around. There's your engines. Take this, flip this sucker right around. Boom. There's your tail. Now these guys, we can take this back piece and just flip it out of the way. No, we're supposed to follow the bottom, Adam. There's gonna be wings there. There's gonna be wings. It tapers differently on the top than it does on the bottom. Just slightly different. Looking good so far. Oh. My name is Jeff. What's up, man? Got some rains. Yeah, Adam, this is gonna be wings out back, and then there's gonna be wings down here too that blend this whole shape together, like the bottom of the nacelles and stuff, all down here. And then I'm not really sure where to go with like wing thickness for this part right here. That's another kind of question mark. We got to build out more, but there's your fuselage. That's the fuselage of the plane. Here, take a look. What do you think? Pretty good? It's pretty close. I mean, we have a shuttle cockpit on ours because space shuttle, but the wing shape looks like it's going to be a nightmare. It won't be any more difficult than the shuttle's wings, dude, to be honest with you. I have experience building wings like this, Adam. Let me show you. I did a blended wing plane a couple of years ago. Triangle wing tessellation dragon. Yeah. Oh, it's raining. It's really raining. Adam, let me show you. Really, really cool plane, the K90. Check this thing out, dude. I want to see more Oreos. Fight those hit ad times, so enjoy the ad. And if you didn't see an ad, here, I'll show you the K90. Check it out. You can make pretty complicated shapes in Kerbal if you really know what you're doing. See what I mean? We'll end up doing something like this over the back. That's what I mean by wings are going to be back there. But yeah. There you go, man. Look, man, if we can do down here, we can make this piece down here, I'm pretty sure we're good. Fly it? No. No, Jay, we got to get back to what we're working on. But that's the idea. This plane will look like that, but with the shape that we made. I made I-beams and everything for this plane, too. I do it for most of the plane builds that we work on. And you gotta have something to build off of, or else it's never going to be right. Your blended wing plane should totally be a power plant test article for your star rig. That thing has overclocked turbofans on it, and it can go pretty damn far, dude. On another positive things, it turns out I've lost 25 pounds in 8 months. I will happily call that progress. I'm down 15 myself, 5. Yeah, really good. Is there still a command to pull up the old mission log text download? I have no idea. Yeah, Jared, it is what it is. Yeah, 90 since February. Good for you, man. Good for you. Alright, let's save before I try to do one thing here. I think that fairing's just a little too far back. There we go. Perfect. I gotta have some spot for the RS-25 there. This thing's nutso looking, dude. You gotta be kidding me. This plane's absolutely ridiculous. How will the cargo bay work? Hybrid tech. Hybrid tech will do it, dude. Yep. Ivan, what was this supposed to be? It's a C5 Galaxy that can fly into space. SSTO. It has 10 turbo ramjet engines like SR-71 motors that run off liquid hydrogen, and then 3 shuttle main engines in the center. And it was supposed to take off from a runway, fly to the equator, go up to like 30,000 feet, nosedive at the ground to get going fast enough to get the turbo ramjets going, and then right off into space. Yeah, it's the stakeholder expectation was literally make something that can move what a C5 can move on the ground, like around the atmosphere. Make that, but fly into space. Yeah, it's a C5 that can fly stuff into space. C5s are not small. There's Star Raker compared to a 747 or a space shuttle. Yeah. Not into space, geosync. I get what you're saying, but geosynchronous is also in space. Basically, the Dark Star, yeah, it's a C5 Dark Star, man. It's an absolutely insane build. That's a big ask. Indeed. Alright, I don't think we need that piece anymore. But yeah, there's our engine configuration right there. I'm just using fuel tanks to mock up where the engine should be. They're just 1.8 tanks. Oof, twisted. Oof. Oh, that's actually super useful, Bandit. Here, take a look, dudes. Yeah, there's some reference there. C-17, A380, A400, 74-8, C5, AN-124, 225, a KC-390, C-130. This plane would have. It has the same cargo bay as a C5. This thing. The cargo bay is the same size as a C5 Galaxy. That cargo bay is right there. See that? Unbelievable, dude. This plane, I'm kind of like, you know, they should have made this just because, like, even a small version of this would have been insane. Like a C-130 size version of this would have been nuts. When was this slated to exist? Late 70s. How would it deploy cargo? Adam, you familiar with the Super Guppy? That. Yeah, it would have been able to do this on the ground and in the air. Concorde, Harrier. Concorde again. Bay. Also Bay. Me gusta. Yeah. That was the idea. The whole cargo bay can hinge off. We can do that with hybrid tech and hybrid tech hinges that we've been working with the launch pad. Easy. That's the easy part. Making it do that, easy. Dude, we'll get that done. That's no problem. That's not the part I'm worried about. Let me put it to you like that. Getting the wing shape right and just having propulsion that's strong enough to get this thing moving is the part. Yeah, you like it, RJ? That, but in space, and well, on the ground too. They would load it just like you'd load a C5, which is just like, what the dude. I mean, what? You know, like, huh? ¿Qué cosa? What are you gonna do? Okay. But yeah, hopefully you guys can kind of map it out in your brain how nuts this thing's gonna actually be. You like it? Yeah, RJ, you like it. Pretty sweet, man. We kind of hit a pretty good milestone with making the fuselage that I just want to kind of sit back and look at it for a second. I'm like, this thing is this is a big plane. How would they dock to this in space? I'm guessing it must have RCS somewhere, Fish. I'm gonna put RCS on it. It has to. Like, how the heck are you gonna maneuver this damn thing around in space without it? Can you imagine the massive hangars for these at KSC with almost daily launch? Oh, stop. Alright. How much wobble do you expect from it? No, I'll make it work, Rem. This thing should be solid as a rock. Either that or I'm going to say it's as solid as a rock, put it out on the runway, and it's going to blow up in my face. I mean, either way, we're going to have fun, right? Right? So Star Raker, they didn't get that far with the design before they did this, but it was theorized that you could basically open this thing up. You open it up, right? And the cargo bay is the docking port. That's the docking port right there. So they'd open the nose up and you'd go to dock this to the space station, right? The space station would basically have another cargo bay over here, and the cargo bay would have the latching mechanism from this, and you could just boop, dock the cargo bay right to the station, and then there would be a hatch on the side for an airlock that you can use to get in, for the crew to get in and out. Nuts. Like, dude, it's absolutely insane. I love it. It's so bananas, dude. Like, think of, like, if you had a docking port, right, that was this shape, right? And the cockpit of the plane just moves out of the way, and you dock that. You dock the part that says Airbus on it, right? Airbus Rumpfheck, right? You dock this part, and your docking port on your space station is literally this. It's the front of this, but with the latching mechanism. Can you believe that? Space station docks with it. Yeah, right? Exactly. Yeah. That would be nuts, dude. I mean, it's awesome. Like, come on. It's really freaking cool, man. Look at this thing. This thing's gonna be nuts. Rumpfheck means body tail, by the way. Ah, danke. Dude, like, once again, this is on another level. We'll try to do it, dudes. I'll try. No, there is no try. Do or do not. Ivan, it would be insane, dude. Dude, look at the sweep on this damn thing. You gotta be kidding me. Engine section build out? Yeah, we could. Well, Hellfish, I'm not 100% sure structurally how this thing's gonna work. I have a good idea. I think we have a good idea of the scale and getting everything right. Now I got to think about structure. We got to think about how this thing's gonna get put together. It is not going to be easy to get this right. It's not gonna be easy. There is gonna be a lot of crowding inside of this payload bay, to say the least. Yeah. My most realistic space fantasy is to shuttle in Buran dock to the ISS at the same time. Yeah. That wing leading edge is probably as thick as a 737's fuselage. Yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. Either that or something like a CRJ or something, like a CRJ 800. Or even like a Dash 400, something like that. Or Dash 800? I forget. Yeah, dude, this is a monster of an airplane. Like, it is no joke how big this thing was supposed to be. It's a C5, like I said. It is a C5 cargo bay that they took out of a C5, and they were going to build an SSTO around the C5's cargo bay, which is just, what the frick, man? What the absolute nutty bananas is this? I'm not even mad. It's freaking ridiculous. See last. Pulse. See last. Could you imagine replacing the cargo bay with fuel and send it up, and then sending up a passenger plane refuel at another place and head to Mars? You could do some pretty hefty refueling missions with this, Bandit. Yeah. PDF talks about potentially metallic TPS. Yep. It's a monster. I just got to think about how we're going to put the structure of this plane together. Getting this wing shape is going to be difficult, but I have ideas. I have an idea that we could theoretically use these as wing leading edges. We could use flags instead of fairings. Previous designs that I've done have used fairings. See, yeah, that might not be exact. We might, let's see what a 125, no. That one's, I think the one we just had is 875. Yeah, it is. Maybe a 125. Yeah, see, it's more concave that way. We might be able to use that as a leading edge. This one would be a really nice one because you can, if you do that, it's super concave. See that? You can just stack a bunch of those and make a nice leading edge. Build more stringers and go section by section. Yeah, I think now what we need to do is figure out the structure. We need to really get a structural test, not structural testing, but we need some structural analysis done here. The fairings obviously going to be the strong part of this thing, right? Like, that's pretty straightforward stuff. But we need to build structure for landing gear we need to build structure for the 4 landing gear pylons on either side. I need to figure out where we want a front landing gear to go. And remember, that's the usable space right there. So we have spaces on the sides and the bottom for the landing gear. And then I think I'm going to put a structural backbone up at the top somehow. I'm not sure how we're going to do it, but... Should we do a test to see how much mass those ramjets can push? Adam, I kind of needed a shell so I could figure out how much fuel I'm going to need and how much ramjet we need. I was going to overclock the dang thing. But that might not be the worst idea, you know? Yeah, yeah. I wonder if I have my XB70 in here somewhere. It's kind of crazy that it would have the front open with crew in it. Yeah, that's a little... but RJ, that... I mean, think about it. All your ECLIS is all up at the front. It's actually not the worst. Like, it's weird, don't get me wrong. Like, I thought it would have been better to just, like, maybe telescope the docking port, like, telescope the crew tank out, and then have, like, an upward-facing docking port, like the shuttle almost, or put payload bay doors on this thing, but all the structure on this plane is built up here. All the structure is up here, from what I can tell, because see how the wings are high? All the structure for the fuel tank is up here, so having some type of payload bay door up here is probably not a good idea, but I still think that probably would have been a better idea. But since we have a 6-meter fuselage here, more or less, yeah, there's payload bay doors are off the shelf. We can't do that, or off the table, back onto the shelf. Excuse me. They'd have to move the wing to the bottom. Yeah. Or just put the payload bay doors in the belly, but then again, now you're running into payload bay door thermal protection problems. Once again, which just goes to show you how well designed the shuttle actually is. It's very, very well done. You'd be hard-pressed to find components that are built together like that. It's a flying rocket canoe. Yeah, sure. That's a good way to look at that, man. Nice. I am kind of daydreaming about it again. Don't hate me. I mean, I'm just looking around. We're gonna need fuel tanks here, 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 and here. And I'm not even sure about like liquid fuel tanks. We're gonna need tanks that are just LF here. Now, does that even fit? Oh my gosh, we can actually get it. We should be able to get that. Not by much. Oh man. It's super close. If we can just move this out a smidge like there, and we could get that thing to kind of sit, kind of live right there, might be doable. I mean, that's a lot of liquid fuel. No, Adam, you want to see what the biggest wing in the game is, dude? Look, here. That's the biggest wing. It's not happening. That's not bad, though. Excuse me. This isn't bad. Cool. I think we still need to do more sculpting over here. I think our wing shape from the top is right, but I don't think our wing thickness is correct right there. Yeah, good thing KC is already at the equator to save on liquid fuel. For sure. Yeah, we just take off and go east. You know what the way the intake is set up reminds me of? Hang on. I think it's the Navajo missile, I think. Nah, not necessarily. But similar idea. Freaking Navajo missile. Crazy. There's a missile that they made that just has the intake back here. Oh boy, I'm starting to get tired. Some B-roll of the Artemis 3 ICPS lift, boxing and shipping. See what we got here, pal. There's the Artemis 3 upper stage. The stage will be the stage that people use to land on. That is a big D-ring. Or not even a D-ring, that's just a link. Whoa. That's the Artemis 3 ICPS. Now that's a trailer. Peterbilt. Bro. What does the hazard say on it? Oh, explosives. ULA Ferd. ULA Ferd. It's a 97 quad cab flatbed. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that truck over there. Why can't that be moving it? No, I don't want to see that. No, 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 no. Go back. Go back. Look at it over there. Look at it over there. Look at how happy it is. DJ is so distracted by broken down trucks. Oh, Hellfish, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Dude, I think you're going into a tunnel. I'm losing reception. I'm losing reception. I'm losing reception. I can't. You're going into a tunnel. Man, why didn't that guy get out of the way? See that piece of junk. That piece of crap off the screen. Yeah. Yeah, look at it. Look at that. That's nice. The stage is good too, but oh, it's a nice truck.
delivery. Go and throttle up.
So you don't want this much sub, which would make it 4 years. No, I timed. No, what do you mean I don't want it? Of course I want it. Yeah, I was just saying you're going into a tunnel. The last thing you said was a little garbled. That's all. Seeing this much hardware really gives me the impression that we're going forward in a significant way with the Artemis program. That's the idea. Yeah. Once you got a good test mission under your belt, you can start really making a lot of hardware. That's the truth. I mean, the other day we saw Artemis 2, 3, and 4 Orion capsules all sitting next to each other. And if the Artemis 4 Orion capsule is in the works, that means the Block 1B is in the works, which means the ICPS is in the works, and the Universal Stage Adapter is also in the works. So yeah, man, it's gonna come at us pretty hot. Yeah, it's good. How advanced is Artemis 2? It's pretty damn close to being done. It's easy to dump on stuff while it's in development. Once people see stuff, they realize it's real. That's right, man. This thing's gonna be excellent to fly around. If we can get it to fly. If we can get it to fly around right. Should build a little whiplash test plane that can take various mass sims to figure out what you'd need to do for propulsion. Maybe we can use something we already have, dude. Let's see. I don't know what I have loaded into this file. I have my Curvevair 990. Even the logo lights. That's right, man. Have any small single engine planes that can be modified? I don't think I have them loaded into this thing. Looks like they were doing some AT recovery in practice. You see the logo on the capsule, Novus? Oh no, that's different. Cool. Yeah, Adam, I hit a little light in the wing. So you can see the logo. Their message change on the 737 or the 747. They're often in oof. Here, might be able to do some testing with this thing. I could make this thing so much better nowadays. That's ridiculous. The fuselage is not nearly the right shape. Let's take this for a spin, shall we? Check out what I got at a rummage sale for 50 cents. Interesting. This already has turbo ramjets on it. I'm not even sure how big I made the damn things. Oh, they're pretty big. They got one. Everything's got one pre-cooler on it. I might need to make a custom plane for this, guys. If we want to do testing the way you're proposing it, we might need to do some custom power packs. Like I might need to make a plane with our prototype engine power plant at the back and then a payload bay in the front. See how much mass it can move. But even then, we're changing the aerodynamic regime, so it's not going to be exactly right. But canards on the XB70 is okay. That's fine. Switch to a smaller design. No, not at all. So what's the mass of this plane? 65 tons, and we have 6 of these things. We have 6 whiplashes, and each one of them are cool. I thought you went all out, big boy. Pato, are you feeling all right? You don't smell burnt toast by any means, do you? Like, you sure? Testing something. So I used a plane that I already had to test it with a similar power plant. This is like half of it though, but whatever. The big plane is still getting made, don't worry. Just testing. I just need to see how powerful these power plants actually get. This is not the final plane. No, not at all. You assumed that. I didn't say that at all, man. Thought you were going bigger. Once again. Once again, man. Of course I am. I never said I wasn't. You said I wasn't. This is all you, man. Trying to say it's your fault. Yeah, Pato, don't worry. The big plane, I worked on it a lot more. I just need to see really what kind of thrust output the whiplashes are going to get here, and then I can kind of figure out our TWR from there. We need to basically look at the whiplash and figure out at what altitude and what speeds we're going to make thrust, because the ramjets will start really picking up in power at certain speeds. You got to get the ramjet to kick in, but in order for the ramjet to kick in, you got to be going a certain speed. And when the ramjet kicks in, I need to see how much thrust this thing makes, and then I'll be able to kind of scale my expectations for the bigger plane. Acton, you made a run up my way last weekend in the 182. Bahaba! And then Jaffrey, New Hampshire for ice cream. Cool. Two hours ago, this was a wireframe. What happened? I'm doing testing with a plane that already has the engines that I'm planning on using, Daryl. This is a smaller variant of that plane. Believe it or not, this plane is based off of the XB-70. The XB-70's development led to Star Raker's development. They were made by the same company. So I figured this would be a good thing to test because it has the right power plants that we're going to need. Hey Torch, what's up, buddy? I have a TSR-2 model Pato lying around. I did one for Wings Wednesday because I liked the TSR-2. I thought it was a good plane. And I have an Avro Aero as well. I'd have to go find it. Alright. It's time to go fast. It's time to die, I guess. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, bring it around. Bring it around. Bring it around. Bring it around. Look at the ramjets. The ramjets kicked in. Look at this. Oh my goodness, we are going fast. Whoa! 286, 290, We're booking. Look at the fuel consumption. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Ugh. How's the thermals doing? Oh, we're fine. Nothing's happening. Go into more of a climb. I had an XB70 made, and oh my god, does it go fast? Oh, jeez. Okay. What the frick? Oh, okay. Now we gotta be careful because it's starting to get hot. Oh, okay. Fall off around 18. Jeez. Please pitch down. Please. Please? Uh-oh. Fellas, we got a little bit of a problem. Bob, I think we got a little problem. Yeah, the XP, it goes fast. Yeah. We've had an anomaly. You gotta secure the area? Oh, hey, welcome back. All right, where are we? Oh, geez. All right, maybe we can like try to turn going Mach 3. Nope. It doesn't really like this at all. Yep. Nope. Yeah. This is fine. This is fine. I am in complete control of the situation, fellas. There is no need to worry. This is totally okay. Happens all the time. Hello? Okay, so new rule of thumb for pilots, just in case anybody here is piloting a plane. If you're going Mach 3, don't turn. Bad stuff can happen. Just, it's a safety tip that we proved here today with science. Okay? Yep. Seriously though, we gotta turn around or else we're gonna run out of fuel. Okay, we're only going Mach 1 this time though. Oh, come back, please. Please come back. Come on back now. LA Center, speed check. No, hey. just out in the ocean somewhere. That's fine. Okay, set heading to 270, we have to... So, part of the regime that this plane needs to fly on, the Star Raker, is it needs to go up to about here, right? And then... Okay, let's try this again. Put the wings into the down position, because realism. Okay, say hi to some clouds, I guess. Die. This is not going to end well. I have a really bad feeling about doing this with the XP70. No, 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 no. Okay, pitch up. All right, full power, send it. Ramjet's taking over. Transonic. Supersonic. Mach 2. 300 kilonewtons. 700 meters a second. It looks like a capped out speed at about 315, depending. Like it's not going to go much higher than that. I mean, 315 at 800 is pretty damn good. Our magic number here with our staging, with our velocity here, guys, is 1100 with the plane. We figured that out the other day. If we can get Star Raker going to about 1100 meters a second, we are really going to be sitting pretty. Don't let the F-104 get too close. Sucker ain't catching me, son. Think you're gonna get rid of me? Huh? Mother trucker? I know, I understand that reference though. Imagine the heat on the airframe. Well, the real one could do Mach 3 in real life, dude. Yeah. I mean, Kerbал's a little bit. And I don't have turbofans here, like the actual XP70. I have SR71 motors. Those are turbo ramjets. So yeah, this is a little bit out of the real thing's wheelhouse, but not by much. Yeah, we can get we could get on this trajectory, 1100 at 20 like this. What's our AP sitting at? AP is sitting at 24. Kick the rocket engines right here. We're good to go. Okay, we gotta start pitching down here. No, that's the B1, Jim. The XP70 is supposed to fly way up there. We're talking like 100,000 feet cruise, because it's nuts. It's because of the compression lift. It's like the littoral combat ship, dude. So see that like spike at the front of the intake? That's designed to basically rip the air apart, and the wake from that ripping the air apart gets stuck. It gets pushed underneath the downward facing wings right there, that's some really interesting PIO coming from the SAS right there. And channeling the wake underneath the wings allowed you to go basically ridiculously fast. You could go really, really fast at high altitude, right? The SR-71, a little bit different. The SR-71 channeled that wake into the engines. That's the difference, okay? SR-71 put that wake into the motor instead, and the motor was getting that supersonic intake, or supersonic air. The SAS really isn't playing nice with this. Okay. Transonic. Yeah, I shut it off because it wasn't playing nice. Flies good? Yeah, the XP70 flies just fine. I could probably make a better XP70 nowadays. I mean, I made this for Wings Wednesday a long time ago. Clear for landing runway 27. Contact tower at 132.75. Tower, this is Echo Juliet 154 November Alpha, contacting approach at 132.75. Echo Juliet 154 November Alpha, Toga. Our approach is terrible, we're much too high.
Discovery, going
Ready.
throttle up.
56 months. Thanks, buddy. Kerbin Tower, this is Echo Juliet 154 November Alpha, requesting permission to land. Runway 9. Niner. Dream, this isn't the final version, dude. This is an older version of a plane that was built by a similar company, so it kind of looks similar. I was using this to test propulsion because I really need to figure out how the engines are going to roll with this thing. Cleared to land at 27, winds at 270 at 5. 27. Okay. Oh yeah, no, dude, you're not wrong. Okay, we cleared. Tower cleared us for 27, so we'll go to 27. XB70's fine at low speed. The canards make it pretty easy to fly. See, canards are good. Concorde is a better design. Better design. No canards needed. Does the exact same thing. Just saying. But the Concorde can't go Mach 3. Tower cleared me rev roll for 27. That's what he said. Don't disobey the tower, or else you got a number to call. Who needs to go Mach 3 anyway? This thing could do like it was tested going Mach 3 at 74,000 feet. We're talking unregulated airspace. Everything up what is it to 60,000, guys, right? You have IFR to 60,000 and then 60,000 is unregulated. The highest tested, and this was tested, this wasn't pushing the boundaries. The highest altitude the XB70 went was 74,000 feet going Mach 3. 1,000, it was like 1,000, I don't know, 1,000 miles, no, 2,000 miles an hour or something. And they never pushed it past that. That was the most it could have gone before, that was the most it did before they canceled the program. I honestly think the XB70 could cruise at like Mach 5 going at 100,000 feet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it could do it. Yeah, dude. That's right. Isn't 100,000 feet much thinner? Yeah, but its wing configuration with the wings that tilt down, Erudite, allows this thing to fly at U2 altitudes. XB70s are big. There's only one left in existence. It's in Ohio. It's at the Wright-Patterson. It's at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. It's at the Museum of the USAF. It is a big plane. I mean, the SR-71 is pretty big too. This thing is monstrous. The XB-70 is insanely large. Yeah, Mage, that's why the wings come down. The wings come down so the intake here can split. It splits the intake. Subsonic air goes into the engines, and the supersonic flow gets channeled underneath the wings that go down. It's a phenomenon called compression lift. This thing literally does to air what a trimaran does to water. Same idea. You're channeling the wake underneath like in between the pontoons on a trimaran to get it to lift up out of the water and go faster. This thing does that with air. Yeah, it's pretty friggin' cool, actually. Alright. Echo Juliet 154 November Alpha, turning left. Heading 270. For approach runway 27. Caution wake from Boeing 738. Tower, I do not have the traffic. Tower, Echo Julia 154 November Alpha, do not have the traffic. Descend and maintain 1,500 feet. Intercept the localizer. 1,500? Okay. Oh, okay, well, best of luck. Thanks, Tower, I think. Engines, hello? We have the localizer. Hear it? Dun 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 dun. Did you hear it? Oh no, we're in Toronto. Yeah, we're in Toronto there, bud. Cleared approach, contact tower. Kerbin Tower, this is Echo Juliet 154 November Alpha. Landing runway 27, heading straight in. Maintaining, descending to 1,500. Localizer intercept confirmed. I think. It's been a while since we've played Flight Sim. XP-70, go around. Spacing inadequate for Cessna 120 on final. I do not have the traffic, Tower. Do not have the traffic. We're too high. I haven't listened to the ATC, I've watched it. That stall speed, though. Echo Juliet 154 November. Tower, this is Echo Juliet 154 November Alpha contacting tower on 124.30. Oh, jeez. What the frick kind of brakes we got in this thing? Oh, yeah, that's good for it. Yeah, that's good. Great. Grand. Wonderful. Maybe we should move the landing gear around. You know, scraping the nozzles on the runway is probably going to piss off the people that fix the airplane and the people that work on the runway. That's fine. This is fine. How about you lean forward there, Ace? No? No? Okay. Alright. Here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do there, bud. We're going to take this and... Oh, I was going to say, transfer the fuel maybe? There we go. Everyone disliked that. No? Still not enough, huh? Is this fuel tanks back here? It's not. When I made this, Fast DJ did not know too much about airplane balance. Not as much as I know now.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Wirelord, what's up, man? Hey, long time no see, dude. 18-month resub. Really missed this place. Had a lot of stuff going on in real life. But I always know I had this place that it's amazing people will always be here. Yep, still here. Wirelord, I've been coming to the same party for the last 10 years, and that is in no way sad. Oh, we put fuel in the pre-coolers. Yeah. Okay, let's just, that whole, it was good up until the point where we stopped. Everything else, though, was really nice. We did go fast. These things like around 7,500. And 7,500, each one of those things will shoot up to about 300 kilonewtons, which is really good. Here, let's see if we can do some flight testing in another plane. Let me go here. Here we go. Pato, you still here?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, there he is with the 5 subs. Thanks, man. Here we go.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Me wishing you'd fly my helicopter and fix it? Show me a picture, Rocket Ben. Wirelord gifted 5s. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. 300 kilonewtons be enough? Maybe. I mean, so we'd have to times that by 10, right? So that's 3,000 kilonewtons. It might be. We'd have a little bit of trouble taking off, though. I mean, well, maybe. It really depends. So here's the plane that I'm working on doing flight testing for. This is the Star Raker. It's just a wireframe right now, but if you look, it basically has 2 of those XB-70 nacelles on either side, and then three shuttle engines in the center. Just post the imager in chat. Let me give you link perms, dude. Give me 1 second, Rocket. Post away. You got 60 seconds. Alright, let me see. I gotta find my internet window. There. Alright, what do you got for me? What's wrong with it? Okay, where are you going wrong? Yeah, something like that, Warped. I want it to be less unstable. Looks pretty stable sitting there. It's pretty stable at your best yet. Right on. You have trouble flying it. Okay, where are you going wrong? It's nothing like Call of Duty helicopters. Yeah, most Call of Duty is not that. It does go fast, Pato. It does basically exactly what the real TSR2 does. Wirelord, I have visual mods. Visual mods. Yep, that's about it though. Some astronomer's visual pack, some Kerbal construct, so I can build pads and stuff. But that's about it. No gameplay changing mods. It's when I go forward, it has a slight backward thrust, so it wants to go back and up a bit. Okay. Here. You should build an XF-108. Cool. Cool. Sweet. Okay, so here, I'll use my K92 here. So you gotta help me out here. So Rocket, this looks chubby. This is a gyrocopter, but it works like a helicopter at low speeds. Here, I'll show you. We're veering off course, yeah, just a little bit. I mean, if compression lift was a thing in this game, we would definitely be utilizing it. So, here. What settings do you have on your blades? You should not have yaw on your blades. These blades right here should be pitch and roll, and that's it. Yaw should be for the tail rotor. Now, me, I don't have that. I don't have that because I have twin rotors. So, how I yaw and move the plane around is tilt these things a little bit. Here, let me show you. Yeah. Yep. And what I do with my joystick is I don't bind throttle to the engines because that's not really how helicopters work, dude. They don't work that way. You turn the engine on and then you can throttle it with the handle on the collective. Okay? That's how a real helicopter flies. You turn the engine on and you can adjust your blade RPM on the collective. I bound throttle to collective. Okay? Look, so throttle actually on my joystick controls your collective pitch. So I have hotkeys that are bound to throttling the engines. So, my throttle controls the collective pitch. That's how I do it. That's a good way to make it happen. So, what's going on? What's happening here? You're going to do this, right? So when you do this, go up on your collective. Increase collective pitch when you're going forward like this. Weird thing about helicopters is that you increase your collective pitch to accelerate. But when you're flying like this, you decrease collective pitch and you'll actually end up going faster. See what I'm talking about? This is just flying helicopters 101. The reason why I brought up my my gyrocopter here is because that's the only thing that I had loaded in that's helicopter-esque. I don't have reaction wheels on board. I don't have reaction wheels on mine either. This is just a heading lock. There's no SAS on this. There's no probe core torque. Wheel authority is set to 0. I have the SAS to work as a heading hold, not SAS torque. The blades are what move the vehicle. So throttle back on the main engines a little bit. So you're saying when you pitch yours forward, it goes backwards, right? When you're doing this? Helicopters do that. They do that in real life. Helicopters always want to pitch up and to the left if you have a single rotor. If you have twin rotors like a Chinook or a CH-46, it'll just want to do that, always. It's because of what's called retreating blade stall. There's not much you can do to get around that. How about a good helo build for Wings Wednesday? Maybe. It just wants to hover a bit when I start pitching forward, then I go over to pitch a bit and to finally go forward. Retreating blade stall is what you're talking about. So basically, because one blade is cutting into the air and the other one's retreating, you're only going to generate lift on one side with a regular helicopter. So it's always going to want to do this. No matter what, you have to correct it. My tail corrects for that, I think. No, the tail counteracts for yaw. It basically makes it so the fuselage doesn't skip out of control. See, this doesn't have any reaction wheels. I'm flying with no SAS on. I don't even have heading hold on. It's that stable. You also got to make sure that your main rotor is lined up with the center of mass of the vehicle. If your main rotor isn't lined up with the COM, you're going to have a bad day. Tail rotor is correct for yaw, but the tail shape is supposed to help with countering the torque of the rotor lift on one side. Depends on the helicopter. Your tail rotor is what's preventing you from spinning out of control. Your tail rotor's default state should be pitched a little bit. You don't want the tail rotor straight and then pitch it like this. Tail rotors don't do that. They start in this position. They start with the blades at like 45 degrees. That's your zeroed position on your pedals, okay? When you want to yaw to the left, they go straight and you'll start rotating the back of the helicopter. When you want to go to the other direction, they'll yaw even more. Understand? You have to start them in a 45-degree pitched position. And pitching to the left will do this, and pitching to the right will pitch them more. That make sense? See, I get that. I have mine started at a 30-degree pitch. I think the pitch depends on the heli weight and size. That's correct. Show off. Hey, be quiet. It's my game. Play it how I want to. it's got turbofans on it, dude. Because, check this out. Take our helicopter blades, set blade torque to nothing, shut them off, switch flight mode, set to downward pitch. Because it's a gyrocopter. See? It's a gyrocopter, guys. It has regular jet engines underneath the wings, but I have helicopter engines up here. The thing will work like a regular helicopter, right? It'll fly around like a regular helicopter. But if you want to go into auto gyro mode, I have a flight mode and a flight computer in here that switches the control mechanisms on the vehicle and tilts my blades backwards a little bit. It tilts the blade back to expose it to the oncoming air. The jet engines push it forward and the oncoming air spins the blades. Blades act like wings at high speed. Those are the wings. It's the wings of the vehicle. It's auto gyro. You can fly at extremely high altitude because my blades are now acting like my wings. They're not actually powering anything. It's a hybrid helicopter gyrocopter, pretty much. Twisted, I even theorized about how you could actually make this thing. It's a Chinook. It would use Chinook-derived components. Yeah. You'd have a bypass turbofan with a drive shaft output that goes into a centralized gearbox that is literally derived from the Chinook. And then it would go out to drive shafts on the Hilo engine. So in reality, the bypass turbofans would be able to toggle. You'd be able to toggle bypass on the turbofans with a clutch engagement mechanism on the front of the jet. A little complicated, right? But it could work. So you could basically take the main part of the jet, and you could switch between making it a turbo shaft and a bypass jet engine. Dude, something like this could absolutely work. Oh yeah, it wouldn't be any harder to maintain than like a Chinook. The engine would be the hard part, but the engine's hanging off the side, really easy. What would be the range? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, this means you don't have any tilt rotor action here. You don't need it. Wizard bullcrap. Yeah. These are my auto gyros. They're fun to fly. Yep, very easy to fly, Tessa, for sure. Oh. Let me shut that off. And no helicopter power either. Because it's an auto gyro, it's very good at auto rotating. But yeah, Rocket, hopefully that helps you a little bit with your helicopter designs. Yeah, the retreating blade stall is going to get you. Just tweak your tail rotor a little bit. It'll work. What's the payload capacity? Anything you can pretty much fit in here, Meta. This is about the size of a C-130. It's a scale C-130. So if you look at it from the side, it even kind of looks like one. I did that on purpose. I got you, man. That's what I do. That's what I'm here for. You have to say you probably need to offset the rotors from the wing a little bit. Yeah, that's J-Moon. That's the one thing. The buffeting that you'd get from the blades over the wing would break things. Yeah, they would break things. We'd have to go with a smaller wing profile. Other than that, yeah, if you raise them up and gave it a slightly dihedral wing, should be okay. Personally, I think this is a little bit less complicated than like a V280. A V280 is more complicated than this. V22 is way more complicated than this. But the idea is there. It's not a bad way of doing things. This would be one, this would be one hell of a cargo aircraft.
Discovery.
Hey, always
going
idle.
throttle up.
5-month resub. Thank you. Well, you're not idle right now. You guys, all the motors are off. We're just... Gravity is pushing this thing down, and pushing it down is forcing the blades to spin because they're getting introduced to oncoming air because gravity's pushing the craft down. So the more I fall, the faster the blades spin. This is just auto rotation in helicopters. See? As we get pushed down, our blade RPM is going up. See that? So at the last second here, what we do right before we crash into the ground, we just pitch the blades up. See? We use all that RPM we have on the drive to pitch the blades up and have a nice easy landing. Auto gyros, man. Really think we should use this, but yeah, whatever. Switch flight modes. We're back in helo mode. Maybe you could give the blades a dihedral tilt, then you'd have the XB70 thing. Yeah, maybe, Mage. Yeah, right. It's short takeoff and landing, plenty. You can VTOL it if I turn the motors back on. So 0 on there. Give me some rotor torque.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Yeah, you can helicopter the thing, dude. And then the blades can tilt. Watch. If you yaw this thing, they'll tilt. See them? See them tilting back and forth? Yeah, the K92 is a really cool design. It's super, super maneuverable. It's very easy to fly it. You just got to be careful about transitioning from one flight mode to the other. Don't do that when you're near the ground. Yeah, exactly, J-Moon. Yeah. The rotors... I mean, dude, like I said, this thing wouldn't be any harder to maintain than a Chinook. The biggest thing would be the clutch drive. Because you would need a clutch drive on the... This bypass turbofan, turbo shaft thing would get a little complicated. Yeah, that would get a little complicated. But basically, you'd have a clutch out the back to trigger the turbo shaft turbine, right? And then there's a clutch in the front for the bypass. So it would make it so only the helicopter engines or the main engines could be powered, not both at the same time, right? This basically works on a similar operating principle to the SB1. The SB1 Defiant, which didn't win anything. They didn't win a contract. The V280 won the contract to replace the Black Hawk, which I still think is stupid, but whatever. But, yeah, that's the idea. This thing shouldn't be... All the guts are kind of hanging out, dude. Just like they are on a Chinook. Like, I actually had a... I had a Chinook mechanic help me engineer this thing. Right, Doom? Yeah. No, it's a beast. And like I said, this thing's a cargo plane. It's about a C-130 sized cargo plane. So you could put whatever in the back. You could spiffy it up a little bit by replacing the turbofan with a ducted fan and use a common power plant for both of the rotors of the ducted fan. Yeah, if you wanted to go like Harrier style on this thing, Jaka, yeah, you could. Absolutely. I mean, this is basically a C-130 sized VTOL. I mean, like I said, if you look at it from the side, it screams C-130. Especially the back part of the fuselage. I really tried to make it look like a VTOL. VTOL 130. What's the top speed? Oh, plenty. It's not supposed to go. It can't go fast. The problem with the blades is that blades create a lot of drag. Your great grandkids are going to be flying a B-52. Yep. So range suffers? No, not really. The auto gyro with the bypass turbofan, dude, this thing can fly up at 30,000 feet. Yeah. I'm not sure if an auto gyro would be able to do that in real life. It flies at 30,000 feet in KSP. So, like, you could do stuff. Like, once again, I think J-Moon is right. That's the only problem I'm really seeing. The blade, the lift that the blade generates when it goes over the wing is going to basically push down on the blade. It'll stress the blades out. If I raise these up a little bit, then maybe it'd work. I don't know. But maybe it'd work in real life. But the drive mechanism is not, it's not rocket science. Don't get me wrong, it's pretty complicated, but it's a VTOL C-130. Pretty cool. Hey, Duck. I've been gone a while. It's good to be back. Loving the bearded look. Nice to see the auto gyro came out flying. Oh, dude, you got to see what I'm working on right now, Duck. I was just... A viewer had a question about auto gyros, or about helicopters, so I showed off the auto gyro because it's what I have. This is what we're working on right now. Could a plane like the Osprey work in KSP? Yes. Osprey's control mechanisms are way more complicated than what you think it is, Doom. It isn't just take this and... The Osprey has one set of controls to fly it like a helicopter and fly it like an airplane. Now, I know it's like, well, yeah, obviously. Dude, think about for a second how complicated that actually is to do. You have one joystick, rudder pedals, and a collective, right? Switching from helicopter to plane mode takes those same controls and makes them work, make it fly like an airplane. One set of controls that controls two flight modes. That's hard to do. I'm not saying it can't be done. It can be done. It's hard to do. Thanks again for showing off the auto gyro stuff. I want to fly so bad. Yeah. So you'd have to come up with a pretty advanced control system to flip the controls around, like that K92, like I had there. No, I'm pretty sure the V-22 has a throttle quadrant. Hold on. Let's see. V-22 flight deck. Let's take a look. Nope. Look at that. They're using a throttle, and that works as collective and throttle. That is freaking cool, man. That's cool. Look at that. That throttle works like your collective. Either that or there's another collective on the other side. I'm not sure. We'd have to see a more zoomed out view. But I mean, think about how complicated that actually is for a second. That is absurd. It's absurd. You have helicopter controls here that also can control plane, like can control the thing in plane mode. That is insanely complicated. Yeah, yep, there you go. That's it. Your collective's on the left side, which is weird. Collective's usually on the right hand, but whatever. Collective turns into blade pitch, but yeah, but Aqualex, you're not pitching those blades like you'd pitch them. I mean, when you're in propeller mode, you need to pitch the blades even more. You're not pitching in helicopter mode like you would in propeller mode. Like that is a gnarly piece of control systems. And you guys got to remember, V-22s came on the drawing board 30 years ago. That's ridiculous. For the time, that's absurd. For what this thing is supposed to do, it's crazy. I mean, they did have a lot of crashes, which kind of sucks. You know, a lot of good servicemen died. That really sucks. But now that they've ironed out a lot of the control problems, but even then, hard plane to fly. Really hard plane to fly. That thing is difficult. What's that thing to the right of the seat? I don't know what those are. That looks like the radio, if I had to guess. That's the radio. You know, you have a primary flight display. You have a PFD and an MFD. This is the flight computer right here. So FMS, backup gauges. You have autopilot. It does have autopilot in it. I mean, it's nuts. You can fly it like a helicopter. You can fly it like a plane with one set of controls. That's bananas. How complicated that actually is. That is. The fact that we just use these things and we just fly them around and it's no big deal is pretty impressive. The tube with the holes in it. Oh, that's the recorder for when you want to play tunes for your buddies. I have no clue what that is. A little bit easier with fly-by-wire. At least then you wouldn't need to do some weird mechanical linkage mixing. The setup mostly looks like an upper bound shift if there'd be direct control. Yeah, I mean, fly-by-wire means that a computer will interpolate the control systems. But Aqualux, yeah, there's no mechanical linkage, but dude, can you imagine the avionics package for this thing? The avionics suite for the V-22 must be insane. Like, insane. That's a lot of code. That's a lot of code. Some guy made an Osprey from scratch. How hard could it be? Yeah, right? You know that the Belugas fly-by-wire. Yeah. That's what they need to get that piece of trash flying in the air. Even the mechanically linked ones have correlation in a governor. Unbelievable, dude. Have to entertain the Marines somehow. Yeah, I can see the conversation. Bro, I bet you can't fly that. Bro, I can fly this thing. Shut up. Seriously, that thing is freaking impressive. V-22s are really cool. Really cool. It's awesome. And MV-22s are just black magic because then they fold up. Look, the thing folds up. See that? It can stow. And it does that automatically. All you gotta do is hit a couple switches. The whole wings turn and the blades fold up by themselves. Yeah, that all happens automatically. MV-22, Jim. MV-22. Remember that this your kind uses this. Remember, MV-22. Differences. Thanks for the tangent. Sure, man. Anyway, yeah, Rocket. Make sure your center mass is lined up with the center axis of that, then you should be good. You'll get it. Helicopters are tough. They're really hard to do. It's tough. It takes time. Helicopters are super counterintuitive to understand. You think you know how it works. You don't know how it works. The V-22s, they are tough to maintain. Yeah, the APU is next to the right landing gear for what it's worth. They're really complicated. Can you show us a syncropter? I don't have a syncropter, Finos. Purple is the blessed flavor. It combines blue for freedom and red for the blood of my enemies. Are we talking about eating crayons here, or? I'll eat crayons with you, bro. I don't care. We'll do it. They'll be delicious. I'll enjoy it. And then, you know what? The drill instructor sees that happening. The drill instructor would probably be like, you need to grow more crayons, and probably make us go plant the crayons in the ground to grow a crayon plant. Because, yeah, you don't want to get caught doing that. Like, there's a cable that links the collective position to the throttle body and the engine on the tiny Robinson helicopters. The same thing on the HH-60s. It's called a power demand cable. Physically links the position of the collective to the engine and adjusts the engine output accordingly. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. The grass is sacred. The parking lot is paved. I don't know. Find a spot. Crayons are delicious. Gotta get Crayola though. The generic stuff is, it's gotta be Crayola, of course. Your girlfriend works on the Bell 505. It's very complicated and it's a small model. A Bell 505. Oh, look at this little guy. Look at this little guy. Hey, he's cute. Look at this little guy. That's nice. Yeah, plenty of ground effect. There's no ground effect in Kerbal, or else we'd be making it Chronoplanes. If it's not Crayola, it's just spackling wax stick. Yeah, right? Look at that little guy. That's cool. Those are cool helicopters. Ah, the Jet Ranger. Basically a civilian Huey. Basically. It's not exactly. I know. The Kiowa, it's more Kiowa than anything, yeah. Same idea, though. Kiowa pilots are nuts. Kiowa pilots are crazy. Just shout out to those guys. Yeah, you gotta be a special kind of special to fly one of those things around. She's a production supervisor on them. Dude, that's really freaking cool, dude. That's really cool, man. Awesome. Favorite helicopter other than your baby is probably the K-Max. You got good taste, J-Moon. Yeah. Can't go wrong with the H-60s, though. Can't go wrong. It's such a good design. 206, the 206 is the 737 of the helicopter world, for real. Yep. Plenty used to fly in an S-76 to pick up patients. Cool. Cool, man. Very cool. Alright, well, hey, we made some really good progress on the Star Raker build today. Kiowa looks like a Huey and Apache had a baby. So, Kiowa Pilot Shaw are the eyes for the Apache. If you noticed, it has a PTZ camera on it. Here, check this out. There's a PTZ camera on it, but it's not in the place you think it is. That's not the PTZ. That's the PTZ. The Kiowa is basically designed to go hide behind stuff, and it has literally a pan tilt zoom camera, periscope, and it lasers targets for Apaches. That's why you have to be nuts to fly a Kiowa, because you're going to be flying 20, 30 feet off the ground. You go and hide behind a building, and you go up a little bit, and you have the periscope scope over a building to look at the target. It's nuts. Absolutely insane. Yeah, interesting, Oculus, yeah. Yeah, you play peekaboo. And because you're lasing a target, you have to be close to the target. The Apache pilots, they sit back. They just sit back until they get targeting info from a Kiowa and just bye-bye. You know, and just hit the go button. You don't want to risk the Apache near the front lines, right? You don't want to do that. Kiowa's up there lasing targets. That's why Kiowa pilots are crazy. Absolutely crazy. Because you're going to go up there, you're going to be 30 feet off the ground. Somebody could just take you out right there. The autoclave they use to bake parts is absolutely huge. That's awesome, dude. Nice. Yeah. Crazy, right? They also can call in JDAMs. You've seen it done. Alright. Interesting, Tessa. Yeah. Interesting. Too bad landing gear bearings don't work like they used to. I just think Syncropter Kraken Tech helicopter that did a good job. Nice. Some guy in YouTube bought a Blackhawk, and man, it seems like a pain to own one. Yeah, Heavy D bought a UH-60. I don't know why you'd buy a UH-60 other than the Flex, but yeah. If I'm gonna buy like a Milsurp helicopter, it's gonna be a Huey, be a UH-1. Because UH-1. Because it's a Huey. Hueys are easy to work on. Very simple. Very simple for a helicopter. Very simple. Yeah, that's why he bought it. Yeah, he bought it to flex, okay. Pato, EJ, I'm going to have to try and get you fully up to speed on helicopters in KSP one day. You're going to have to try to get you fully up to speed on helicopter. I know how helicopters work. There's more to it than what you know at present. Sure. Sure. The capabilities of the 60s in terms of lift is actually rather significant, yes. Hueys are amazing. I want one. Look at it. Look at that. Ventura County Sheriff. There you go. What about those big Herculean lifters, the industrial jobs? Imagine what you could do with those. I mean, ooh, a slick. Yeah, okay, no, I don't want that. Yeah. Yes. It's awesome. Very freaking cool. You can hear the music. You can hear the music. Try to run. Try to hide. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Break on through to the other side. Yeah. It's a good song. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Just remember, chat don't surf, okay? You at the end going, this is the end, my friend. You guys ever played Battlefield Vietnam? The soundtrack from that game was fantastic. There's a live version of the Kinks in there. There's a live version of the Kinks in there. Here, let me see. You gotta be careful. Box tops. Gambling Man, Edmund Star. Here, try this one. No, not that one. That's not it. Huh. Give me one moment. It's not on that playlist. This one. Can't play the whole thing, but that's sick, dude. If you played Battlefield Vietnam, you know it. I've never heard that live version of that song anywhere else but from that video game. I'll link it in chat. That version is amazing. It absolutely shreds. I'm gonna listen to it after. British rock is better than American rock. Whatever. Hey, what? British rock. I wonder where they all got their influence from. I'm pretty sure they got it from here, from American blues. Funny how that works. So you stole something and then appropriated. Now you're trying to say it's better. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. It's typical UK stuff. Got it. You could do it if you're doing a reaction review of it. Yeah. Typical UK moment. Hang on. All right, hold on. It's so much better than the original song. Actually sounds... Americans... Actually sounds a lot of American steel to say to do it. No. The Brits invented that, all right? We just inherited that trait, okay? They invented doing that. Give me 1 second. I gotta find the right craft file. KH1 Breaking Ground 3 21922. All right, let's try that one. Hey, what's up, guy? Hello. All right, let's see what this does. Do you dabble in DCS? I don't, J-Moon. Not on stream. Not really. I've played it once or twice on stream, dude. But yeah, it's good. I know DCS is legit, man. I don't even know if this is actually gonna work. This thing might not fly. We'll find out. Either way, we're all gonna have a lot of fun, right? Okay, we have collective. No. Why? Why would that be doing that? That's not... That needs to be bound to yaw. What the hell are you doing? Get rid of that. There we go. Oh boy. The turbo fins are clipping. That doesn't seem safe. They'll be fine. If you ever want, I got a solid group of guys who are committed very well to the game and in real life to the industry. I think it'd be a great community addition to fit them well. I don't know, genuine. I'm not really... I like flying them, dude, but I like building them. Building them is my thing. Like in another life, I'd be building engineering these things in real life. Okay, hold on. So we got to do two things here. Come on. First thing we need to do. No. That's the first thing we need to do. Now we just take this over here and do that. And if we put this over it, This should work. That's not good. I don't know what just happened there, but we'll just try that again. Why'd the blade stop spinning? The blade's gotta keep spinning. Really shouldn't stop. Maybe you should double check the controls. Here we go. There we go. Oh no! It gets a little antsy when a little antsy here when you gotta move around. There we go. Oh, come on, come around. Because I'm super worried that the bot's gonna get whacked. Okay, so first of all, 8 is way too much. Jeepers. Okay. I have helicopter noise playing over it, dude. Nope, don't want to listen to that. That'll move the quad. I can't send it to doing it. It's got a turbo shaft. You know what? I just want to listen to that again. Much better. Oh, hello. Come on. I gotta tweak the cow. Hold on. What's maximum deflection? 22? Oh, no. No. 8, no. 8. Jeepers creepers. There we go. Much better. Can you put some firework launchers on it? Sure. We have too much deflection on the tail rotor. It's really hard to control it. Hang on. What the hell is this thing doing? No, it should be fine. Oh, it's the SAS. Yeah, good call. Ooh, it doesn't like that. Remember, Kraken don't surf, chat. Alright, coming in. Approaching the drop zone. A little turbulent. Our tail rotor is too big. It's too big and it's not. We gotta adjust the deploy. The deploy angle. First of all, it's set to deploy angle, which is stupid. I don't know why I would do that. It's probably because I didn't know what I was doing. All right, pause that for a second. So we have deploy angle. It really should be on the authority limiter. So let's go in here and go to. Honestly, just take this and bind the authority limiter to yaw, and unbind the cal, and that should get us what we're looking for. And then just go in here and make sure we don't set it to incremental, set it to absolute. Yeah. Oh, it needs to be bound to a cal. Yeah, or else it's not going to work correctly. Almost hit the flag. Yep. Yeah, we got a big problem. I'm going to set her down. Because it auto centers at 0. That's correct. We're going to need to go through the cal controller rocket. So get rid of the authority limiter. We need to bind play position on the cal to there. And then we need to go into the yaw cal controller and select this and go to authority limiter. Then open up the track editor, right? And we want this started in a deployed position. So we need zeroed right here. Let's go 2.4, right? Out of a 5-second cal, right? We need that to read 0, right? And then we'll go to 2.6, right? Go over here. Nope. No. 2.4, have that read 0, plus in another point. Have this one read 2.6, and have that one set to 0 as well. Now, it needs to be like this, but we need to offset these points. We need to offset those points to a positive value, and then this one should be set to, I think, keep it at 0, right? And then these guys right here should be set to like 2, maybe, and then that one's set to 2 as well, and then set this one to 4. So we go 0 to 2 to 4. 2 is the zeroed position on the cal right there. That should do it. Let me just take a look-see here. No, we need more movement than that. Yaw, play position, 300%. Nope. We need it staggered 0, so let's go here like this, go to that, set this to like 5, and then set the other zeroed position to 5, and then switch the authority up here at the positive value, switch it to 10. Let's try that. Much smoother control. A little bit harder to control, but pretty damn smooth. Gotta have the helicopter. Hang on. Brings me back to my BFE days, man. That might be a little too much for the bot. Gotta turn it down. Make sure the helicopter's drowning it out. Nah, it'll be fine, Contra. As long as the helo noise drowns it out, we're good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
What up, Mank? Pretty cool, huh? We're still not exactly trimmed right, but it's close. But see, retreating blade stall. Every helicopter does this in real life. Thing's still a little hard to fly. It's getting there. Alright. We'll tweak that another day. We'll get that all tweaked up and looking good some other time. The control systems on that thing are not they're not there yet. I could probably build a new one, start from scratch, and make it a little bit better. But yeah, that one's not bad. It just needs to be dialed in a little bit more. Hey S, what's going on? S, check this out. We got a lot of work done on the Star Raker today. Take a look. Oh yeah, baby. Pretty legit, right? We got pretty much all the scale, the nacelles, everything figured out. This isn't the Earth to Flex Star base pictures. Alright. Yeah. Yeah, we got it pretty much fleshed out. It's gonna be big. Yeah, guys, I got the intakes and everything. Dude, it is a very strange shape. It doesn't look like it's that bad when you look at like renders of it, but it is a very, very strange shape. Oh yeah, the wing, everything, it's very weird looking. It doesn't look like exactly perfect. Like you look at that and you're like, oh, that's pretty straightforward. No, it's a very complicated shape. Now do it in KSP too. No, I don't think I will. No, I don't think I will. Yeah, but we got most of the fuselage figured out. And we were doing some altitude tests with whiplashes to see where we're at. This thing, yeah, we're gonna need to overclock some whips. We gotta make like a 1.8 meter overclocked whiplash that's pre-cooled. We'll work on propulsion designs sometime this week. Was that a Captain America? Was that a Captain America reference? Yeah, you understood that reference. Good for you. Well, the whiplashes are what the real one has. The real one. The one in real life did not have. It would have had turbo ramjets, liquid hydrogen turbo ramjets. Yeah, we even found the. You guys, look, we found the PDF that shows a cross section of it. Just, all right. How many tons do you think you can launch? We should be able to do like 60 tons. How to get to orbit with whiplash. Oh, that's the easy part. Those 3 center ones, see how those tanks are a different color? Those are shuttle main engines. Yeah, this thing has a shuttle engine section and an external tank shoehorned into the back. Yeah. I forgot to tell you that part. Yeah, there's a shuttle engine section back here with 2 ohms thrusters as well. And the external tank is, shoehorned into the back of the vehicle. Yeah. It has the back of a space shuttle. Yeah. Only the engines are flat instead of in a tri-configuration. Now it's the internal tank. Now it's just tank. Yeah. We might, I don't know if we're going to use, excuse me. Oh, sorry guys. I don't know if we're going to use KS25s. Honestly, the Mammoth might be more our cup of tea here. Yeah, the Mammoth, we might do 3 Mammoths. Yeah, that would be more in line. Just, do 3 of these bad boys. Efficiency be damned. We need the power, or we could overclock shuttle motors. But it'll look better with these things in here. It'll look right, because these are gonna be like that. They're gonna be back here somewhere. So they match the diameter. The other thing I'm thinking about is how the heck we're gonna make a 1.8 meter jet in this, because there's no such thing as a 1.8 meter jet. But yeah. This has got a big LH2 tank in the tail, and the oxidizer tanks are actually in the wings with more hydrogen. It's got hydrogen, oxygen, wet wings. Wolfhounds are not powerful enough to even be considered for what we're trying to do, unless you're suggesting it for a 1.8 meter jet, and then maybe. Boy, I'm starting to get tired. This should be enough power. These things up there, it's 1350 times 3. So that's a little over 4 meganewtons. Yeah, that should be enough to move this. Should be more than enough. Yeah. The back kind of looks like a Star Destroyer. 2 fighters against a Star Destroyer. And then I think we'll make like a custom looking thing, because yeah, these don't look exactly right. I have an idea for how we're gonna make this though. Where's the thrust transform for the whiplash? Oh. Okay. Can you bind the cow to slowly overclock them, or does it have to be static? You could animate if you run a cow controller, you could get it to go up in thrust and then go down in thrust. As long as it followed the curve, yeah. I was thinking more for the efficiency. Yeah, but they have no balls, dude. They don't go fast at all. We need TWR. If I'm expecting the 10 whiplashes to get us to 1100 meters a second, like pitched up 40 degrees at 20,000, you're still going to need like 2,000 to 3,000 meters a second delta V from there. And you're definitely going to need the thrust, too. I don't think these things make enough power. Overclocked Wolfhounds are the best engine. Yeah, baby. Yeah, I suppose if you overclock them at 380 specific impulse, but yeah, maybe we'll mess with it. You're gonna never run with it flashes anyway. Yeah. It's a little cheaty if you get what you want. I don't think it's really cheaty. I mean, you're using more fuel. And you have to deal with the structural load of this. I mean, the temperature probably would blow it up. That's why I'm kind of more in line with the mammoths, or the mastodons. The mastodons are really what we want. If this thing had, if we could take the shroud off this thing, I'd be keen to doing that. That would be really useful. Or we could put skiffs. Skiffs are good little motors. But they're not big. The nozzle isn't big enough. I love the skiff. Skiff's one of the better engines. If you put my name on it, it might look cooler. No, I don't think I will. No, I don't think I will. So yeah, we'll either on Wednesday or tomorrow. I don't know. It depends. We want to play Satisfactory Derail tomorrow. Depending. Yeah, we will. We'll play more of this. Saw what I posted earlier. No, just you clogging up my chat with cheesing wolfhounds. No, I didn't see it. But anyway, guys, we're gonna pack it in. I hope you enjoyed it. We made a lot of progress on Star Raker today. Star Raker is going to be a little bit of a long-term project. We're going to work on it a lot, but I also want to intersperse the other games too. So I'm thinking like Monday Kerbal, Tuesday Satisfactory, Wednesday Kerbal, Thursday Derail or something, Friday Kerbal or something like that. We'll see what's good. You made a thing. I'm just gonna, you know. Happy belated birthday. Oh, thanks, Mink. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the 77, dude. And Dankarodi had a 35-monther in there. Appreciate it. But yeah, we'll work more on this probably either tomorrow or Wednesday. It depends on what I'm feeling. Kind of want to place the Satisfactory, dude. I'm really into building out that big smelter array and stuff. So let's see who's out and about. Let's see who we can raid. All right. Etel's playing with trains. Let's go see what he's up to. There's that guy. There he is. All right. Let's go see what he's up to. And we'll go from there. All right, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I'll talk to you. Go see what Etel's up to. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at noon. Thanks for watching, everybody. Good night.